American road trip continues as we head to the Brickyard, a location hailed as one of the greatest and most important pieces of tarmac in the world of motor racing. Indianapolis has been a staple of the sport since its construction in the early 20th century. Over 100 years of running, it's been used as a circuit in various formats and in a large variety of categories. Not a circuit used too often in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but it has been used as the season openers for a couple of years between Season 9 and Season 11. This time though, it signifies the passing of the halfway point in Season 13. It's time for the 8 hours of Indianapolis here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. For the opening couple of hours at least, it is myself, Lewis McGlade. Normally I would be alongside a Mr. Aidan Millward. Alas, he is not here at present and will be joining us shortly. The calendar has seen a run through various locations that have spiced up the world of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We've lost a category in the fact of the Le Mans Hyperclass category, which departed us after 2020, moving into 2021, and a quite interesting opening race of the year at NOLA with that LMP2 field compressed, or made bigger rather, into a 20-car category. The GTE field has seen a couple of new entrants to it, making things very, very exciting indeed. We stay in America this time though for Indianapolis. We head to Sebring next time out, Suzuka, Spa, and of course Le Mans to end the season in that classic 24-hour race, a 9-round season as long as we have ever had. Qualifying's been wrapped up and we are almost ready to go for an 8-hour race here at the Brickyard. Whilst we're here then, we might as well take a look around the circuit. Welcome to the Aurora Designs track guide for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our American triple header continues as we head to a circuit first opened 111 years ago in 1909. It really is one of the landmark locations in all of motorsport history, hosting one of the most prestigious events in the world, the Indianapolis 500. For our turn at the Brickyard, it's an 8-hour race, last seen on the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar as the season opener between Season 9 and Season 11, where it was both a 6-hour race and then a 1,000-mile race for the next 2 seasons. Let's take a look then around the circuit using the Aurora Designs flyover as we head into turn 1. This 90-degree right-hander, very tight, very tricky, big curb on the inside as well. It is possible to make it stick around the outside of there. It gives you the inside for turn 2, but then the outside of 3 and 4. It is possible to make it stick around the outside of both of these corners. A dive down the inside of 4 is also possible, but make sure you're single file once we've left the 4th corner of the circuit. As 5 and 6, this very fast chicane, huge curbs on either side, very much single file, pretty tricky in traffic. You do have to be patient if you're an LMP2, and if you're a GTE you must remain predictable through this section. A big long straight afterwards though on the back stretch towards turn 7, a great overtaking opportunity and certainly one we'll see a lot at in this race. This 90-degree left-hander into the fast fun complex of 8, 9 and 10. It goes right, it goes left, and then it goes right again. Quite big curbs, although you can use them. They're not too bad. You can stick 2 wheels on, particularly at turn 10 where it's very flat on the inside, watching out for track excursions and cuts. And then we've got the fast right-hander of 11 as we're preparing ourselves for a very, very tricky braking zone. Another 90-degree corner. This one, the right-hander of turn 12. Certainly one we'll see some dives, but again, a large, large curb on the inside. It's quite tricky to go double file through here, but certainly one where it is possible. It leads into the penultimate corner of turn 13, where we've seen incidents galore, courtesy of it being about a 110-degree corner. It's very tricky on the inside, and it just lulls you into a potential dive that may not be possible. 14, the final corner of the circuit, a nice easy one there, and then the pit lane on the exit of turn 13. A long pit lane this time, so certainly trying to extend those pit stops as late as possible. That there is a look at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, there we go. That is the Brickyard. We are here for the 8-hour race. I have got a little bit of company with me, though. A team manager indeed, Ed Trevelyan-Johnson. I'll welcome you and say hello at least.
Sorry, just run that past me one more time, Lewis. I just want to keep you on your toes.
Oh, I see. I just want to say hello.
Hello.
I just want to welcome you to the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Thank you very much. No,
as a commentator now.
Yeah, no, indeed. I've been teased quite a lot about being a fake commentator, and I got the itch a bit too much. So yeah, well, you know, I've been nagging you to do this for a while. But I'm really looking forward to this round. It was a really good round last year. Indianapolis always brings some interesting little narrative events. So yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm sure it'll be a great one. We had you on commentary before in the Virtual Endurance Championship here at Indianapolis a good few years ago, if I remember correctly.
Really?
I believe so. I think season 9. Either way,
the only one I remember is Malaysia, which I did. I think I did it by myself, and I can't remember which season it was. Season 8 maybe. Yeah, you're welcome to go back and look at that. It is just about the most boring commentary I think this series has ever experienced.
Well, that's all right. I'll try and one-up you today. Let's take a look at the grid before we get to the race and see where drivers have qualified and where the teams are. Varga Sim Racing on pole position ahead of Burst Edge Esports with Pinsim Drillers Esports, Ren Quakel, and Mitchy Hoyer putting in a good qualifying session up in 4th for Burst Esports Complexity. Nice work from him. Arnold Scovely in the Azira in P5. Lorenzo Risi for Wayframe Esports in 6th position. Blackhawk Racing Pescara SRT with Peter Berliak's Williams Esports car in 8th position. Then rounding out the top 10, Pinsim Drillers Esports and Undercover Sim Racing. Rookie Monsters in 11th position, and Herman Stocky in the Cetres Nita Velix still struggling with pace in that LMP2 it seems. Pinsim Drillers Esports of Henry Cynic lines up in 13th. Wanako, Borja Milan, and then Kalikuri in the 2nd Azira Racing car in 15th place. DX Droids in 16th. Armsim Racing, Team Spirit Racing, a bit of a disappointment for Anthony Jans. Go Team Racing with Moritz Mel, and Burst Esports Hungary.dk in the 20th position. And final LMP2, Varga Sim Racing get pole position in both categories. Smeedle on top in GTE, Deuces Motorsports Club at Drive Game C, Wayframe Esports in the top 4. Williams Esports' Jakub Brzezinski lines up 5th in class with Satellite Racing's Jimmy Nasula. Musto GD Esports and Zansho's Ibrahim Khan lines up in 8th place after starting on the front row and leading a bit back at NOLA. Watersim Racing, iZone Performance and Cetres Nita Velix round out the top 10. Keep an eye on Cetres Nita Velix through this. Jean Lacey Esports Academy and DX Droids in 11th and 12th, and Drive Game CRT with Ground Effect Sim Racing, Speedy Might, and the other Blackhawk Racing car, that one being the Aston Martin, in 36th position. The grid continues though as we head down to 37th position overall. Wayframe Esports and Volante, Alejandro Lopez Ayuna will be very disappointed with 38th. Ramada and Speedy Might down the order. The rest of the grid coming through. Sim Racing for Holland, another poor qualifying, but we know they do well in the race. Your Name Here Racing, Blackhawk Racing, and Rookie Monsters in 44. One more car on the grid to round out our 45-car grid here at Indianapolis. Whether we'll take a look at them or not remains to be seen. I am joined, though, by Ed William Johnson. It is Lewis McGlade, an 8-hour race ahead of us. Ed, who's going to come out on top? Going to throw you right into the thick end of things. Go on.
Well, no, I mean, I always fancy Arna's chances in the top class, but yeah, I don't actually know how well he's adapted to the LMP2, but I rate him very highly. Yeah, and GT, it's interesting to see that Sim Racing for Holland are down the grid so much compared to what they've had in the past. I don't know, maybe the Corvette's not as good as some of the other cars at this track. But yeah, interesting to see that they're not. I mean, I think they had something on the in the setup, didn't they? That perhaps some other people hadn't found, and so hadn't found. Sorry, I'm checking my English for a second. So.
I check my English, Ed.
Yeah.
I certainly don't. I don't know if the stream can hear Jimmy Allison, so I'm
trying to remember whether Jimmy goes out on the broadcast.
Sometimes.
Oh, right.
I don't think this time, so I think we've been silent.
It is a bit jarring for the audience, isn't it, when suddenly the commentators just stop. Stop in their tracks. So yeah, no, anyway, I was saying about yeah, I mean, it's sort of Nito Velux and Sim Racing for Holland who've really been at the top in those Corvettes so far this season, from what I have seen. And so both cars are a little bit further back. So maybe they'll work their way forwards. Maybe it was more difficult for the Corvette in qualifying, but maybe it's better in the race. Who knows? I suppose we'll see in a couple of minutes.
Well, of course, Sim Racing for Holland are our championship leaders in the GT category. They're qualifying for want of a better word, in the 13th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship has been terrible. But their races have always come out on top. They are the championship leaders. They didn't do so well in NOLA, and I kind of wonder if your point is correct there, Ed, that maybe their advantage that they found at the early point of the season is being lost. Although, to follow on from the potential that the Corvette is not the favoured car here, Ibrahim Khan, the highest placed Corvette, only 8th position in class. That'll do you proud indeed. Behind him, Christian Michael for Cetres Nita Velux. Obviously, they are second in the championship, only 4 points behind. Things close in LMP2 as well, as Vargas Sim Racing and Burst Air G Sports, the two we have on our screen, are the top two in the championship. Final thoughts, Ed, before we get to racing?
Well, yes, no. I think we all need to keep a good eye on Sancho. I just don't want to have any bias in here. It's a good car in the Corvettes. Sorry, in the GTE class. Yeah. No, I'm interested in. Am I wrong in saying that drillers have sort of been working their way forwards all season? So I'm really interested to see what the dynamic is between teams like them and Burst and obviously Varga. Varga seems to have sort of exploded onto the rFactor 2 certainly sim racing scene in the last year or so. They're quite a new team, but yeah, I still haven't fully worked them out. What's their story? What's their dynamic? Anyway, over to you for the start.
Well, indeed. One thing we do know about Vargas Sim Racing is they are fast. Whoa, your own Quakel going for a bit of a jump there. Hear a bit of call from Jimmy Allison and assume that was going to be the call for the green. It was not, and nearly caused a horrendous crash. They are new to the LMP2 category. Green flag is in the air. The 8 hours of Indianapolis is underway. Marcel Chintik going to be leading the way, but Michi Hoyer with the best start in the LMP2 category is going to be on the outside for turn 1. Oh, but there's contact as Marcel Chinchik comes across onto the Burst Air G Sports. That wasn't smart. Causes contact, and Alex Seabor's going to lose out to Jeroen Quakel, who's moved up into second position after all of that. Lorenzo Arisi battling it out with Arnold Schoenfeld, who's moving his way up the order, up into 5th position. Also side by side with Henningsen in behind the lead of the GTE category. Up and over the curve into the chicane. Here comes Pescara SRT for the Blackhawk, and also there was the rookie Monsters in there as well behind all of that. Cetres Nita Velux, and you've also got the Williams Esports parting all of that. In GTE though, we did see that Adam Baldwin had got up into the lead of the category. It switched back to Miguel Smeedel, who's got up from the 69, dropped down into second position, back up into first, but Waveframe Esports is number 99, very much a part of that, and up in the podium positions. Ed, a little bit of a dicey first corner there.
Well, straight back at you, because I want to start throwing you onto the bus early in this broadcast. Who's at fault for that LMP2 incident at turn 1?
I mean, for me, it's pretty obvious there was Marcel Chinchik because he moved. in my opinion.
So red flag then, yeah?
Yeah, but a black flag.
No, perfect, yeah.
Obviously not. We are in jest. Is that a? Nah.
No, I mean our calls stick, don't they?
Of course.
They're canon, right? Yeah.
Of course, we're the ones calling the shots here.
Exactly.
About Jimmy Allison. Here's another look at that, and we'll watch Marcel Chinchik, who is on the left-hand side of your screen. See, he's the one moving across. Everyone else is in a perfect straight line. I don't think he realised they were 3 wide. Not an excuse, mind, but still.
Good. I mean, I quite liked how the driller's car took advantage of that. Stayed out of it, and then made its move when that all started kicking off. Good stuff.
It was well judged by Pinson Drillers. They are moving forward. They're gaining confidence. Of course, they're new to the LMP2 category, as are quite a few of the teams, which I think some teams are all for the extra competition and stuff of LMP2. Take Varga, for example. They're allowed to now to put more cars between them and Burst Air G Sports, which is fantastic. I think there are teams in the order, though, that maybe have struggled with the growing of the category. If you consider all of the teams that had moved down from LMHC to LMP2, some teams that may well have moved up into sort of the top 5, maybe podium battle of LMP2, are now struggling even more so. That was a quick view of Arna there.
No, it's a little bit of a teaser.
Yeah. There he is. What a good looking
guy. God, I'm coming up in hot flushes.
Obviously, he'll be joined by. I'm assuming Jordi Sveers is behind the wheel of that car again today.
Yeah. So the lineup of that car isn't it Schoenfleet and Sveers and De Silva, isn't it still?
De Silva still. Yeah. and they did quite. I think they did quite well, arguably, last round at Nola. Obviously, their first one in LMP2, battling it out for what was quite a closely contested victory. I think it was only 35 seconds between the top three. It was good stuff.
What I think is lovely is that he's given us a great view of a lot of the ceiling above his head in his webcam view. So we've got some really nice composition going on with some of these drivers who are providing their webcam views.
This is the man who said, "Oh yeah, no, I really liked seeing you on that broadcast, especially the door behind you." With me, thanks, man. You must have been.
I'm not sure that
real...
was me who said that.
It was you who said
and
that.
I think your pretty lively shirt was causing some worry issues for your webcam.
Yeah. No, I know. That's why I like to wear a.
So it's Porsche
shirt.
1-2 and then Ferrari 3-4. So do you reckon the Porsche and the Ferrari are really reasonably evenly matched? And who's better in a straight line? Who's better in the slipstream?
Porsche has me. Let's go with that. No,
yeah,
no.
Okay. Porsche. Yeah. Sold.
No. I think.
When was the VEC? Since when has the VEC been sponsored by Rocket Phones? That's pretty good.
It is pretty good sponsorship. Hopefully they can. Do they still exist?
Rocket Phones. Well, it's difficult to say from one day to the next. It's one of those companies.
I see. Well, one good note at least for you is Ibrahim Khan has moved up from 8th position to 6th.
A couple of positions
in GT. He got all the way up to 5th after a couple of laps, but then got back down. So
hopefully with no damage. The nice gap behind. Look forward.
So he's closing it. I think at least in the race over the since it seems like everything seems fairly close between the cars, but I've said that before and then been absolutely rinsed by various drivers telling me that the Ferrari is not actually as good as the Callaway or something.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I think I should say just as a disclaimer that I am paying Jimmy by the minute for every minute we see Sancho on the broadcast.
I see. Do I get paid as well?
Well, I'm not sure it was you who actually precipitated the car to be on the stream, so it's difficult. I mean, we can talk contracts later.
I think
but here's
you
the battle for the
saying
lead.
that, by the way, I think by you saying that, we're never seeing Sancho again. Oh no, we'll see Sancho a lot.
It's always good to keep Jimmy on his toes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jimmy, why do you have a Sancho bias? Hashtag Sancho bias.
I like how even you're continuing. Sorry, top left of the screen, penalties coming in. Marcel Cinčić receiving a penalty from last night. I didn't even go through the penalties. That's how professional I am. He is in the lead of the race from Johan Krekl though, and there is very, very little. Between the
right.
two.
You're Cinčić. When do you take the penalty? You've got 5 laps to do it. What's the best strategy?
Go as late as possible because you want to stay out ahead of the GTEs, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. But how much of the LMP2 field do you want to stay in front of us? As well now, because it's bigger now, isn't it? So if you're in the lead and you've got exceptional pace, you're probably going to come out in front of a few.
Sorry, I
the
don't
longer you leave it.
actually know how this has happened, but our championship leaders in GTE are the number 451 Sim Racing for Holland out of the race.
Already?
We've had a few issues in GTE. There we go.
Well, hopefully they can rejoin.
Anthony Jans, Rasmus Andreasen drops right down the order in LMP2. Bert Knops is out of it already in the race. We've got a few drivers coming in to serve their penalties. Wayframe Esports being one of them. I think I saw the Jean Lacey Esports Academy also jumping into pit lane. If I'm Cinčić, I know the field's bigger and stuff, and you're probably going to jump a couple of the LMP2s, but where the LMP2 field's quite strong, they'll stay fairly close. So I wouldn't even expect to jump more than 1 or 2, with exception of early issues. But it's most important to stay out in front of the GTE category, so you don't have to work your way through what is quite a thick pack at the moment. And I mean that in its density, not intelligence.
No, I think you did mean intelligence.
Oh, no comment. No comment.
A little bit of a gap opened up at the front of the GTE field. But actually, throughout the LMP2 field, it's all pretty tight, isn't it? But most of the deltas are below a second. So everyone on reasonably similar pace, perhaps?
Indeed. Oh, it's a disconnection.
Oh, dear, yeah.
Oh, that's
Hopefully they can
rough.
rejoin.
That is rough. They've won from some fairly low down positions. I think that one might be pushing it a little bit too far. If they can win from what is already 3 laps down.
We've got to be weaving some drama into. Is this the race where Sim Racing for Holland's championship campaign falls apart?
I think. How do I be nice about this? I think when Cetres Nita started finding their pace and form, and when they took a couple of wins back to back, round 2 and round 3, and finished on the podium, or 4th, I think it was last round actually. As Chinchik comes into the penalty, I think that was the the signing off point.
Well, I don't know. I think that's a bit harsh.
I'm very
certainly
harsh,
think that.
though.
I mean, Sim Racing, yeah, true, but well, then you must be extremely harsh on the Zancho car because we were nowhere.
I am
for a while.
extremely harsh.
But no, I mean the Sim Racing for Holland car was yeah. I mean I thought they were pretty evenly paced for quite a long time. Anyway, Arne defending. When we've gone back to the other Ajira car.
Yeah, jumping
now we're back to
into
Arne.
the
There we
pit
go.
lane.
Yeah,
It's fine. Oh, you're really
Basically-
rolling with it. Loving this commentary role.
It's a what's it called? Shot by shot or play by play. That's it.
Play by play. Yeah. You just gotta roll with it.
I'm
Just
professional.
say what you see. I'm curious as to how you're finding your commentary role. Hennington, though,
It's
is
great.
applying
Just
the
speaking.
pressure.
Just commentating with you is making me speak faster. So I feel there's almost an competition because I know you do your machine gun thing. So,
It's always
I
a
feel
rap
like I
battle.
always have to try to speak quickly. But okay, so right. I know. So you're the lead commentator. Everyone knows that. But so I'm gonna fire questions at you anyway because I think you know more about this stuff than I do. So what do you think of Arne? And also you've commentated on Arne a lot more than I have, in that I have hardly done any commentary over the last 5 years. What do you think of him as a defender as opposed to an attacker?
I beat him a few times, so he can't be that good as a defender.
In a Clio though.
Yeah. Whoa!
Okay,
The Blackhawk Ferrari
that on
exit
Arne?
stage left. No.
I think the Ferrari turned in up.
I don't actually. I'd quite like to see that back again. I don't think there was contact or anything. I think it's just a bit of clumsiness. I don't know. I think Arne would be. I think he's quite a cool character, which you kind of need to defend. You need to be calm. You need to be good in traffic and patient in traffic. And look, he's already pulled out a decent little gap there. A little bit of a note, by the way, on that car. Judy Zviz is away for this round, which is right. Why is in sim racing if we can't commit to a?
Yeah, I mean, he
Acceptable,
just needs to get it together.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, so just as a sort of, I mean, what's going on inside that voice channel for that car right now is immediately okay. Well, how does the car feel? Do you have bent steering? Are you losing? Now on this straight, they're going to be checking whether they can get the same top speed because it's massive anxiety attack as soon as you touch anything. So you touch another car, or you slightly biff a wall or something like that.
I thought you were describing sim racing then.
Yeah. Well, you mean romantic relationships? Yeah.
Just in general.
Yeah, sure. Social interaction.
Yeah.
Well, most people who do sim racing have a sort of an engineering background.
Do you have an engineering background?
No, I don't. But
Do I have an engineering background?
I don't know actually.
I definitely don't.
Okay.
Michi Hoy being held up in traffic there behind the Volante Aston Martin GT, and he was thinking about it there on the back stretch.
It definitely does know how to thread the needle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so Arne Strandvik versus Hoyer 2.0 as of last year. He suddenly found a lot more pace in general.
What do you? Okay, I'm going to throw the question to you. You've seen Michi Hoyer racing quite a bit.
Well, I have. Oh dear, yeah. That's a little bit more contact. Which is so they're going to be having another panic attack. Well, I feel like these guys are really threading it very close, aren't they? So I mean I certainly rate Michi Hoyer these days, but I feel like he's still more of a hot lap qualifying driver rather than. I mean, I don't know how consistent he is or good at managing his tyres. Certainly against a bit of a machine like Arne. I mean, Arne can just punch in lap after lap to a level of consistency that I mean I don't know if many in sim racing at all can match. So yeah, I mean, Arna's certainly quite a scary guy to have behind you, because he knows you'll never let up. So he'll never let up. You've just been sent a message on TeamSpeak. Maybe I need to go now.
No, you can. You're welcome to stay if you wish. I'm enjoying this. It's been fun. You're King commentator Ed. We're seeing the battle for second position. We do though have Aidan Millward here. Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Bit of a minor medical emergency involving myself, but all good now. So I'm here. Ed, you can go now. Bye. Get out of my seat.
But what about the three-way Zancho bias?
Yeah, you're part of Zancho too, Aidan. Isn't that funny?
No, I joined. I joined Nita Velox last night.
Ooh.
Did you actually?
No.
That'd be a pretty good move.
Is it? Would it?
I think they're doing better than we are.
The GTE is. The LMP2 is only doing better because it's in Division 1. I wouldn't say it's much better on pace or... That's really harsh. They've not had a good season. Let's go with that. Considering they are the defending series champions in LMP2. I was having a chat with Dennis Lind a couple of days ago, and he did say that I could say it on broadcast, so it's fine. He is not happy with how that LMP2 is.
I was going to say, what did he say you could say on broadcast? There is something I've heard in the last few days, and I'm not sure.
It was at that time that you joined at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It was around then, so...
Yeah.
Not super impressed. I think he's quite happy with how the GTE has gone after the first round, because the first round was, as the cool kids would say, rubbish or gash. Can I say that?
Probably
I don't
not,
think Jimmy knows what gash means.
That's fine then. We'll roll
right.
with it. Ding ding.
He's on Urban Dictionary right now.
Ed's got a few Urban Dictionary things for us.
Shall we see if we can slip them in on the slide?
Lord, no. There is a battle for the 7th position, by the way, in LMP2. Mantis Rica's defending from Lorenzo Arisi as they go through turn 1. Arisi's going to be on the outside, but given the inside. Oh, that was
a bit rude, wasn't it?
That was exceptionally rude. You've got to give it a little bit more room than that, though, surely. Oh, no, Aidan, what would you do in that scenario? We'll start throwing questions around to each other as well.
Okay, what was the question?
Do you think it's fair to push someone?
He just said it. He literally just said it.
Do you think it's fair to just push someone off the road on the exit of the corner?
No, that is bad.
There we go then.
Don't do it.
Sorted that one out.
Don't do it and then go Rubbins Racing.
The top level of sim racing commentary right here.
Oh dear. We're in for a great couple of hours. Ed's going to stay for the entire broadcast now. All 8 hours.
No, do feel free to boot me out whenever. I can go back to team stuff.
You're welcome.
I can go back to building my bike.
You're welcome to depart whenever you wish. I'm not going to beat you. I'm enjoying this. I'm having good fun.
Yeah.
It's not really a bike. It's an indoor bike. So, you know.
It's all right.
It's a bike simulator.
What a bike shame me on a broadcast. It's now a veil bike.
Well, mine.
Should we talk about racing? 3 second, almost 4 second gap to the lead up the front.
Pinsip Drillers, you said they were building up.
Oh wow, 5th and 6th, the Sancho car in GTE. there's a less than a 10th separating them.
They are quite
There's a reason. I better get ready to.
No, it's been overtaken.
Oh no!
Are you glad we went to this? Brzezinski though.
Yeah,
winner
it's
at
good
NOLA
side by side. Oh, there he goes. Now he's passed.
The 490 Williams Esports winner back at NOLA on their first appearance in the series, but of course previous series champions in season 8. Not that I'm salty about it or anything, but
well, as feeder though.
Well, yeah, but it's still Brzezinski and Wisniewski.
That is true. Are there no more drivers in that car?
I don't think they've got Pash Gergis back.
Oh yeah. Who's he driving? He's Coanda now, isn't he?
Maybe.
Shall I ask you more questions about things you might not be sure about?
He does setups on Virtual Racing School. So potentially he's VRS, but they don't have to be. Potentially he's Coanda, but you don't necessarily have to be Coanda to do that. So Who's
It's pretty-
commander anyway?
Well, quite. You know, I mean, if they're not on the VEC, then
Exactly.
they're not really on the map. Pretty nice battle, I think, for between 7th and 9th. 7th to 9th. It's a Porsche, a Corvette, and a Porsche. Oh, this is the Nitro Velux. So that's a Porsche sandwich.
No, don't.
No, it is
start.
not.
Do not start, you naughty boy. Jordi San Andres leading in the world of sim racing iZone performance.
And
oh wow,
oh, that's
there we go.
that's what we call an F.
There we go.
So who's in the wrong for that?
I need to see that again. I was too busy saying there we go, there we go, there we go to have a decent judgment of it. I would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Mikhail was closing the door or if the number 78, represent that number by the way, was going for an interesting gap. Let's take a look. Oh, no, that was not a gap.
That gap was always going to close.
Yeah, that was not. That's a no out of 10.
I'd quite like to see an onboard from that the trailer.
Oh, yes. Ooh.
You're already starting to gear up. I like that. I get that the centre speed development there was a bit wide on entry and then hooked back in, but
Yeah. But he's, I mean,
But-
you know, through a tight sort of aero dependent
Yeah,
section
yeah.
like that. I mean, you kind of got to give it the space or leave it the space.
yes.
All of
Anyway,
the time
it's-
you must leave it the space. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, those teammates are together now at least, so they can work together, move forwards.
They're doing quite well.
Which team is that? I'm very well informed about the series.
World of Sim Racing
Oh,
iZone
Wassa.
performance.
It's a Wassa.
It is good to see them both up there because normally I think we only see like one inside the top 10, but now seeing both of them. I'm not sure where the 78 is. This is when I'm about to find out that there's only ever been one of them, and the 78 is brand new, even though that's not possible because it's got a 78 on it. They have like 19 points in Division 1 to the 78, so they are not frequently inside the top 10.
Excellent.
There we go.
That's a lovely little nugget. I'll take that one home, put it in the bag.
What do you mean take that one home? You are home.
That's true.
Don't be smart with me.
Yeah.
The
okay.
not bias or anything, but the battle is still raging on for 5th in class with GTE, so 23rd overall. The number 490 defending now from the number 87. You were about to say something, Ed?
Well,
Go
no, I
on,
mean,
jump in.
when it gets sort of when we're getting into the nitty gritty, I don't know really how much I can say. I would say probably Ibrahim is. I imagine Nick, the engineer, will be telling him to use. Oh no, well he's not. He's looking for a way past. I would say Nick will be telling Ibrahim to use Brzezinski as a way to push forwards. But although I'm not sure quite how that. I mean, the BMW did have a little bit of a boost in performance just in the pre-season BOP,
don't start
didn't it?
speaking about BOP. Oh no.
So, but I mean, it did win the last race out. Whereas I think just before the season started, everyone thought it was a bit of a dog, which is why most people went for the Porsche and the Corvette, which is why you don't see too many BMWs. But now I think it's performed quite well. Although I don't know the performance. Well, it can't be that good, can it? Because it wasn't right up with the Porsches at the front, Ferraris.
Yeah, but the
But
Porsches were even like if you recall to last season,
Yeah.
Ed, where a certain team won the championship in a BMW. Even throughout
It's a
that
great car.
season, the Porsches were quite good in qualifying, but the BMW seemed to have the legs in the race. And I kind of wonder if that's almost in a sense, although they're not looking super strong right now. But the Porsches qualified really, really well, and then the BMWs are sort of coming back at them. And where there's just a large amount of Porsches and Ferraris this season compared to last season, just
Yeah.
wondering if that's what is closing the gap. A bit of a quick. Well, no, he's not staying in the slipstream. He's just looking down the inside to waste fuel because why not? Go green. By the way, Marcel Chinchik is last in LMP2, nearly a lap down after coming into the pit lane 3 times to serve penalties.
oh dear, so I was very wrong about that.
Well, I think well, if it was one penalty, it would have been fine. I think they had 3.
Oh, did they?
I think so. We've not looked at the penalties because
I'll get them up.
we're highly unprofessional. There we go. Aiden.
What's up in the chat, Aiden?
I will do. The chat says, please no Punterino, where's Max, and something about world's scariest police chases, milk, and something about Kimmy not having the drink. Yeah, so we've covered all of the memes.
Sim racing chat groups are, for want of a better word, predictable. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Nice. Battle for 6th and 7th on the road as Matis Rikas is closing in on Jakobovic. I'd say that Blackhawk Pescara SRT is doing quite well here at the moment. And Rookie Monsters, Ed's favourite team. Is Luca in that car?
What do you mean?
I'm just throwing you under the bus. Fine. I know you don't have a problem.
but I literally have nothing. I quite like. I quite like Rookie Monsters. If anything, I like their team boss, Simon Marshall, very nice guy. And
just throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, but and then I've got to explain myself. Haven't I? Actually, he was very nice about the transition of Ibrahim Khan from them to us. So yeah, I genuinely don't really have a bad word to say about them.
It was a bit of a trade, wasn't it?
It was transfer deadline day deal,
well,
wasn't it?
Not really a trade because we didn't really give them anything.
Well, in a sense, I guess, gave them Luca, but although he was already part of the team, so.
Yeah, less about that, the better.
That's exactly what I wanted. Rikas, or he was close enough to go for a move as we focus back on 6th Ibrahim Khan, who's dropping off of the Williams Esports just a little
is he
bit.
Really?
Although, yeah, he is a little bit, but they are closing in on the 5-game seat Ferrari. Maybe he's just been wasting too much fuel and now realised.
Well, no, this is the thing. There was a much bigger gap between that BMW and the Ferrari a couple of laps ago, wasn't it? When we lost to this.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think this is maybe this is all Nick's doing. It's all Nick saying, use the BMW as a battering ram to get through the field.
As a battering ram. I mean, that's normally what I do whenever I'm behind certain people in.
Well, you're not the battering ram.
No, absolutely not. I'm a good boy.
Really?
I don't ever pick up penalties apart from things that I say.
Ed, did you do that Clio series? I didn't notice you were in it because I was at the front and you were what, in midfield?
What?
I was a bit of a battering ram in that series.
I don't think I actually picked up a penalty in that Clio's thing. That was like 6 years ago though. When I could, if I got on the back of Arna, I could keep up for a lap and potentially beat him for pole position courtesy of enormous slipstream.
Yeah, you're in a hill-coloured car.
I was what?
In a teal-coloured car.
No, it was dark blue and yellow and black in that one.
Yeah, teal.
That wasn't teal. It wasn't teal. Don't give me that. Aiden!
9th, 10th and 11th in GTE.
I was about to see what was going to happen with the penalties, but I think Brzezinski is going to go for a move on the Ferrari just ahead of this on the inside of turn 1, and I'm pretty sure there, easy as you like, 253 drops down to 5th place, and Williams Esports marching back towards the front as we saw them do at NOLA, the 490 to 4th, and not too far down the road is the battle for the podium, which isn't really a battle, but he's closing up on it. Aiden, penalties.
Yes, it was.
Let's go to positivity.
So for Chinchik, it was weaving and blocking for 2 of them, and then unsafe release in the pit lane for the 3rd.
Oh dear. Who was it who had the hilarious pit lane incident? Oh, I didn't mean to bring out the Butler Pow.
Well, Dennis Litt says 8 hours of Zancho focus. Sorry, Zancho. Well, Jimmy, can Dennis come on the? Oh well, maybe not actually.
Wait, 4 in the base.
Yeah. No, I'm very happy. Look, Dennis. Look, I know you're watching. I'm very happy to swap out if you want to take the place that I've made possibly.
Yeah, you've really marched your way in here, but I appreciate the fulfillment of the prophecy of Ed being the lead commentator. He's
I'm
really,
certainly not leading.
He's
You've got all the actual hard work and doing serious stuff.
Yeah, sat down and talking, really hard work. Sat down and talking, really hard work.
Well, I mean, actually, no, this is a good opportunity. I don't think people probably appreciate how hard Lewis and Aiden work before these rounds, doing bits of research and stuff. And obviously, Lewis does these amazing track guides, which he adds his voice, but also spends hours and hours rendering and creating in After Effects and all that kind of stuff, just so you can have some slick graphics to lead you into a bit of the hype before these rounds start. So yeah, no one else will say it, so I will.
Oh, thanks.
There you go.
Oh, Ibra's just been absolutely done. Mantis Ricus, sorry. Mantis Ricus, they were... Oh, that was a bit dodgy.
Well, he's not losing massive amount of...
I think he's right, but Mantis Ricus in 10th place has no rear wing. Has no rear wing on that, courtesy
he's
of
dropping
that
down
incident.
now.
That's bad.
They were 3 wide going into turn 10. That was not good. I think,
drama, it's his old team.
Yeah, I don't want to bring it up. But, no,
it's revenge.
I love that kind of stuff because it's I love drama. You know me, I'm always bringing up the Nita versus John Lacey esports stuff. I know Jimmy Allison will lovingly be queuing up replays and all of this stuff, so it'll be fine. He loves that.
That's great. That's great.
To which I will, when we do eventually see it, because I did catch it out of the corner of my eye, I'm very curious to hear your opinion of it. Both of you. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we are.
Fire away, lads.
What, like Mantis did?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's in a bit of a ding-dong battle, and ooh, okay. If we just like talk about something else, we can pretend that never happened.
So, Ed, team boss of Sancho, thoughts?
Well, I can't really. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to see that again. I mean, if there's the chance that Ibrahim was at fault there, then I'm not going to say it on the broadcast.
Who's not? I will actually say I'm not 100% sure that was necessarily Ibra's fault. Because the thing is, the LMP2s coming through is that Ibra probably wouldn't have known that there was 3 wide there, so he was giving room for 1 LMP2. And to be fair, I would almost say that Roman Yakubovic, who was the second LMP2 in the Pescara, Blackwood Pescara SRT, I almost would say that he probably should have conceded. It's really early in the race. We've only done half an hour. If Mantis Ricus has gone by in that scenario, just don't fight it too hard. And what's happened here is Ricus has lost his rear wing and is in the pit lane for damage, and is still in the pit lane, by the way. It seems like the number 87 Sancho is okay.
Well, he looked as if he was going towards the pit lane. Anyway, we have actually genuinely been talking about Sancho.
Oh,
let's go look at
well, that was an incident.
The problem is that's the closest gap, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's the greatest team, right?
Sure.
Just look at the day on the bus. It's fine. Okay, Aiden.
Yeah, so right, this is looking backwards from Ibra's car. That's probably not the best view of it. Probably, if it was facing the other way, maybe, probably be better. Oh, actually, there we go. Oh, there we go.
If we could see it from onboard Rekus, from his cockpit camera.
We're literally just we are ordering this because I actually think from that angle it does look as if Ibra has just turned in completely.
I mean, if we could see the inputs on Rekus's car, like maybe a throttle trace or a brake trace.
Are we cute?
Oh.
Could the broadcast hear that, Jimmy?
That's a weird flex, but okay.
I don't think so, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is almost a way of queuing up the report, isn't it, for both teams? Just going through it to this amount of detail.
Well, this is part of the job. Say what you see, analysis.
Yeah.
Right? No. Your name here, racing, though, battling out with Speedy Might. Sansano tried to move up. Only 15th position at the moment for Speedy Might. I saw some of their posts on Facebook looking pretty excited for this round. They are thieves, though. They did steal one of our drivers. We've got him back, though. It's fine. Don't worry.
Who's that?
BDF.
Oh yeah, DDF. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still driving with. Well, we like Speedy Mike.
We do like Speedy Mike.
Sean
They're a great
Jacobs
bunch.
is a very
They're
nice
a
man.
great bunch of guys.
Daniel D. Judas.
Yeah. They are a great bunch of guys.
Yeah, especially as we put his logo on the cars. Anyway, yeah, Sebastian Pfeiffer. I feel like he's just got back into the VEC after being away for a few years. And Pfeiffer, I believe, means whistler in German. I'm sure the chat will correct me if I'm wrong.
Whoa, what is
so
that
there you go.
in the
Yeah.
chat?
What
Yeah,
are
no,
you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that, Lewis?
That is a fantastic bit of information that I will probably take until. What was the fact again? Anyway, I think so. With Pfeiffer, he was pretty quick in GT Challenge because he moved up from. And this is in season 1. Moved up from division or from split 3 to split 2, then to split 1 for the final couple of rounds, and he was okay if I remember correctly in that. Certainly battling it out. This sounds like a jab. He was battling out sort of in the top 20, which obviously in GT Challenge even then is still like pretty strong on pace. Considering that he's in a Porsche in this, and considering the pace of the other Porsches, I would wonder if Your Name Here Racing just haven't mastered the setup in that car, because it just doesn't seem to be as fast as the others at the moment. No bias, but back to the battle for 10th position with Sancho, now ahead of Blackhawk Racing. I think that's the Volante closing in as well, Alejandro Lopez Ayorna. He's been heading up the field. Aiden.
Black what racing?
Black Hawk Racing. What did I say?
It's all good. So I did want to say something about the
Oh my god,
the Sebastian Pfeiffer car, and this is going to sound very elitist, and this is my views are my own, not representing the VEC or Lewis or Aiden. But come on,
you
try
don't
a
know
bit harder. Dare to be better with the teammate.
Dare
Jesus
to be
Christ.
better.
Yeah.
It's
Come
not.
on.
It's not the best team. It's see. I thought like the Your Name Here was like quite a fun thing for like a little bit of like a gag on sponsorship and stuff, which is obviously what it is anyway.
Yeah.
Looking.
You can't just do that when he's mid-flow, Hayden. Okay, sorry. Inside joke. Moving on. Looking at Mr. More Than One Ferrari at the moment. Pretty good battle for.
that's good. I like that.
Yeah. Have we lost Lewis?
I think we have, yeah.
Good stuff.
I'm back. I'm good. Oh,
You're holding it together.
I'm trying. I am trying.
Is this the sort of professionalism that is pretty typical of VC broadcasts? Do you reckon I've brought something?
I don't know. If we get Alan Hyde back.
Oh yeah, Alan Hyde. Or it was so nice if he did Le Mans again this season. I should talk to him.
We, I mean, for the Le Mans, which obviously last season, I think in season 12, we had a great run. Not obviously, you know, Alan Hyde, Jonathan Green, and various other commentators that joined us. We're gonna have to step it up. Ed's gonna lead the charge at Le Mans for sure.
Are we gonna get John Hindo, whatever his name is?
Hindorf.
Hindorf. I don't know. I've forgotten his name. Or Creelsy.
Ooh, playing with fire. We'll get Jack Nichols. It'll be fine. Throw him under the bus right now. We'll drag him along.
Shall we just say he's confirmed without asking him?
Might as well.
Let's do that.
I might as well. He's a nice guy, so you know.
He's a very nice guy.
We'll just get Ed to deal with all of it.
He's got his number.
I do. Anyway, there is a race on. Jimmy, where's the closest battle at the moment?
I mean, if you look at the timing screen on the left-hand side of the broadcast, it'll tell you.
But the thing is though, is what it will tell you is that after only 40 minutes of racing, this field has absolutely spread out. There is not too many close battles. It's just more of a fact of everyone darting and weaving through traffic. We focus on 14th in LMP2. Herman Stocky behind that for Setros Nitavelix. I think they've already served the penalty. They started 12th, worked their way up the order into 10th or 11th position, then dropped down from a drive-through. They've worked their way up a couple of positions since that point, but pace seems to elude the number 30 at the moment. I believe Rory McDuff is getting behind the wheel of that one after a couple of hours of this race, and see if that car can move forward. Obviously, they had an incident in the opening stint at NOLA. When they first came across the GTEs in the final sector, there was an ambitious dive in the final sector, because it was quite a thick pack of GTEs. It was hard to manage, but either way, it was not great, and so penalties headed that way. You do wonder for a lot of the teams, and I'm going to throw this one to Aidan rather than Ed, because I don't want to just throw Ed completely under the bus. But for two of the teams that we've got in this, in fact, actually for all three teams that won a championship last season, at the moment we had AAA Sports rebranded to RHE Sports, no longer in the championship. We have Setros Nitavelix.
Do we know why?
Was not actually exactly. But yeah, we had Singularity win the championship, obviously then rebranded to Setros Nitavelix. Not doing very well at LP2. And then the number 87, well, Zancho anyway, won the championship in GTE. Now not doing so strong. Aiden, is there a curse on the champions of the Virtual Endurance Championship? Because they're not doing well to back them up.
Well, when was the last time VEC had a back-to-back champion? Has it ever happened?
Vires did it a couple of times. Only twice has the number one won a championship.
Oh, really? Okay.
I believe so.
I'm still relatively new to this.
But the problem is with that is that doesn't actually tell you about back-to-back champions, because that's only the number one, which is only applied to the highest category. So that doesn't quite work. But I believe it's only like twice or three times that a team has defended a championship. A driver has, because Dennis Jordan did in season 10 and season 11. He won a championship, but he did do it for two different teams. So
it depends on how you define it then.
Yeah, really.
Lovely webcam. Is that a bit of damp he's got in the corner?
Oh, on the top right? No, I think that's just where the ceiling is. It is a great shirt, though. He's trying to channel his inner Steve Jobs, that's for sure.
Yeah, big fan.
A little bit of a turn on. He has been into the pit lane, though. That's why he's down in 10th position. Pit lane open for the LMP2s 40 minutes into the race, and we've got a couple of others into the pit lane. Michi Hoyer as well, jumping in.
A lot of pit stops at the moment, yeah. I like for his shirt. He's configured it so it's because his neck is cold, but his arms are hot.
So yeah, I did see that he re-rolled the sleeves up. You don't want to drive in particularly thick clothing, because as much as it's only sim racing and stuff, and you sat at your computer, it is sweaty stuff.
It is.
You almost want a dedicated branded team shirt, don't you?
I don't know what you mean.
No. So has Quakeall pitted yet?
No. This is something that I was wondering with how they were going to go, and there was some investigation in this between some teams looking at how they were able to push the car as far as possible at NOLA, because they went both Pinson Drillers cars went further than everyone else last time. And they've clearly found something to master the fuel, running it in lower mixed modes and stuff.
I was going to say, we're looking at this cockpit angle in the top right, and the camera's been pointed very decidedly downwards towards the steering wheel, so we can see the mixture. And I think there was a matter of some debate amongst some teams as to whether some people are doing funny things with the mixtures in order to get the most out of the fuel usage. So I wonder whether that's a little nod to that by Jimmy. Maybe he can confirm that, because Jimmy's quite harsh on stuff like this. I'm not saying they're doing it. But, yeah, interesting.
So I always.
There you go, controversy, Lewis. How you gonna deal with that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow on from this because
it's like set of exploits, isn't
they
it?
do pit after 43 minutes. The question for me is when you have teams that we know that are really, really good on fuel, like Burst Edge Esports and the like, that aren't able to push it as far as teams that are then also going quicker than them. There are some questions as to how they're able to push it that far. So I'm not saying they're doing anything dodgy, but I think that there are teams that really need to figure out what is happening in the Pins and Drillers esports camp, because they have figured something out in this LMP2 that they are new to, that other teams are yet to figure out. Battle on screen, 4th position at the moment, as the other Pins and Drillers esports car of Martin Hemmingson is trying to attack Arnold Scaveley for 4th position.
Indeed, I've just seen that actually it looks as if we've got a reasonably decent battle as well for 3rd in GTE. And those logos are very small and squiggly, so I can't read them. But
Williams
there we are.
Esports versus
It's
Wave
Williams.
Free.
Yeah. Malguera, I saw him coming through the SRCA. He was really quick. He was racing at the same time as, he was in the SRCA at the same time as Jarl Tynes. I think a lot of us know that he's a very quick driver. But yeah, Malguera. Good
Wasn't quick
driver.
enough to stay on the lead lap at Silverstone, though, was he?
Are there any drivers you like?
I like me.
Yeah, you're not really a driver though, are you?
Not anymore, no.
You like me.
I'm racing the odd bit.
Yeah, you do.
I was going to race the Daytona 500 this morning, but I thought that was a really dumb idea. So I'll race that tomorrow instead. So yeah, I'm driving. I'm just turning left.
Good stuff.
Now.
Is that on rFactor too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Using the new DLC.
4th and 5th battle at the moment as well on LMP2. Ojira Racing still defending from Pins and Drillers. Pins and Drillers esports looking a lot faster than
Yeah.
Arna at the moment.
Well, do we reckon that they have got new boots and Arna potentially hasn't?
No. Because
Although why would you at this track?
Yeah. So for 2 reasons. Number one, I would assume they're doubling or tripling around here, and for 2, that would mean that the Pins and Drillers esports pit stop would have been a lot longer than the Ojira Racing one, but obviously he wasn't, because they're still quite close on track. So I don't think that's the case. There is potential that Arnold did take a little bit more out of his tyres over the first stint, although I don't know about that one. I don't think Arnold's that aggressive.
Well, I've got a bit of a response for your point earlier about teams going back to back and why that's not happening so much. Well, so far this season anyway. Like the teams that won last season. I think there's one thing that correlates all of those teams together, which is that they are focused on quite a lot of different things at the same time, as well as the VEC. And the teams that are doing the best at the moment are the teams that are pretty much entirely focused on the VEC, or like that's their main thing that they take seriously, and other things just for a bit of fun. But with the eruption of the competition system and all these official rFactor 2, well, that was a bit of a moment, isn't it, for Borja Milan? With all these prize competitions and so on coming straight out of Studio 397, the focus is being spread with some of these bigger teams between the VEC and other things. Like, for example, the GT series is coming up again in next month, isn't it?
I think
Yes.
Oh, it's going around pretty quick.
That was a nice around the inside. Was that? Oh no, that wasn't an LMP2 who was passing by using the GT in the middle.
That is a dive from Arna trying to
that
clear
a-
traffic as much as possible.
Porsche sandwich.
Oh, don't start. I'm going to head to Aiden here, Zach. We had a change for the lead in LMP2 after
Yes.
that pit stop. So me throwing Burst of Esports under the bus and saying that maybe they've not figured something out, and that Pins and Drillers have found something in their rush into LMP2. Clearly not.
Well, we're not even an hour in, so it's a little bit early to call. So, you're saying this is the win?
This is it. Yeah, it's done.
All right. Okay. Right. Stop the count.
Yep.
They've won.
So Lewis, are you saying there's no point in watching this racing?
Well, that's not what I'm saying at all. That is not what I'm saying
But these guys, who were they Edge last year or was it 2 years ago? Well, anyway, they've come from Edge and they've transitioned over to Burst, as far as I can see, or maybe it's sort of like an understanding that they have. But they've always been really jolly good at fuel saving, and I remember again either last year or 2 years ago, they were using they were kicking in the clutch going into the chicanes at Le Mans on the straight just to eke out a little bit more fuel saving. They obviously rehearsed it a lot. And they made it work, and got it. Made it give them decent lap times. So I don't know. If anyone, I'm not surprised that they're up in front, because if anyone can find any little tricks or exploits, then they can. Legal exploits, obviously.
I think the thing with that group, like they were Edgy Sports last season, but they've obviously gone through various different outfits. The thing that remains the same is it's normally those three, Siebel, Dennis Jordan and Jenny Simoncic, that all kind of stick together. They all get along really, really well. And realistically at this stage, it's almost like they are, even though they're not really. But Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan are almost as near as makes no difference Burst Esports drivers without actually being Burst Esports drivers, because they work very closely with them. Obviously in this they are actually driving under the Burst banner with Edge Esports as well, part of that Andreas Waters' squad that have been fairly strong in sim racing at least a couple of years ago. They're struggling a little bit. You love a good hipster team.
Yeah, Edge Esports.
That's really, really good. That's terrible. That is terrible. I wonder if Yannick Simoncic is racing there. I didn't see him on TeamSpeak. I saw Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan sat there on TeamSpeak. Dennis Jordan looking for his third VEC title, I believe, because I think he did the two back-to-back in 10 and 11. They didn't win 12, even though they were very close to winning 12. They just didn't quite gel with the hypercar. But
arguably one of the best endurance drivers in too.
DJ.
He's jolly. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to give him that much credit?
I think he's jolly good at finding consistency and also at strategy as well. They're so good.
They're very good on strategy. The strategy masters. Right?
Yeah.
For me, they finished. They didn't do well at the Le Mans Virtual though.
I don't remember. I mean, that's weren't they illegally using the Le Mans name for their race?
No comment. Not going to go into the politics and that. No. You naughty boy.
No. Okay. Bianca Lilla.
Steen. Bianca Lilla. Battling with a speedy might and got some LMP2s going through. That should be quite an easy move. Sansano's dropping back. Was up in 14th and 15th.
Oh, that's contact.
That's...
Now, did
that was a
bit have much room to go left, do you think?
I think a little bit, not much. I think there was a little bit of a pocket there, but I don't know if Bianca Lilla was moving to the left. Maybe they came together.
It looked a little bit like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think, shouldn't we be saying Bianca Lilla?
Oh.
Well, it's Bianca Lilla, because he's Italian.
Oh, no.
If it was Bianca Lilla, he'd be Spanish, which he isn't. There you go.
In my opinion, they came together in that.
Yeah, Jack can tell us. There's plenty of Italians in chat.
Are you saying that we're under the scrutiny of most of the Virtual Endurance Championships viewers to get all the pronunciation absolutely spot on? What's happened to satellite racing? Let's go with that. They've been really, really strong in the opening stage. Or maybe they're doing a reverse strategy on normal, because they were always really strong and towards the front of the early part of most of the races. I think they've had a penalty. But they're now...
quite like that livery.
Back. Which one? The one that's on screen or the one on the bottom right?
The satellite livery.
Yeah, no, which one on screen or on the bottom right? Because they are two different liveries there.
Oh, that is true, isn't it? The one on screen.
Right. I did quite like it as well. It's almost like a coloured camo ball.
It's like the that thing that Red Bull usually do in testing.
But coloured. Aidan, what's the best livery on the grid? You're not allowed to say Sancho.
I'm not allowed to say Sancho. I quite like the John Lazy Esports one. But then again, that's my favourite colour in general. The Volante one as well. Again, similar colour.
Yeah.
I just like teal, sky blue, that kind of thing.
I didn't like the Volante when they were Allied Racing Esports.
With TCS off?
By TCS off. It's by TCS off, not with.
Oh, with. Okay.
But I didn't like those liveries just because of how they were balanced. However, at least on the Aston Martin in this, I do quite like that livery. It's all right. Obviously, we jump to Jimmy Allison's favourite livery on the grid, the undercover sim racing car, who's trying to chase down Williams Esports. He did jump to the Drillers as well straight away, so maybe he's a big fan of the Drillers, which I think was quite good. I thought the G-Drive, albeit obviously from real world anyway, but I thought the G-Drive livery that we had when the hypercar was a thing was quite a nice livery. Obviously, we can't have that.
I mean, the Williams one's pretty good as well.
The Orica. The Williams one's fine. The one thing that I like the two Williams that we've got in this. The one thing that I can't stand is when the Williams do the, and I'm sorry if Williams Esports are watching this, which I'm pretty sure they might be. I've not checked chat though. Is when they do the sky blue on the rear and then bright green on the front, and then have that fade into each other, because that is not a good look.
Hemmingsen's been stuck behind Sconfleet for quite a while now, hasn't he? And he's got a thrusty driver, so I wonder whether he'll get bored of that.
Reese's catching as well. The pressure from behind.
Maybe we're looking for a dive pretty soon from Hemmingsen.
But maybe to your point earlier in the broadcast, when you were asking me how well does Arne
About taking care of Italians?
No, how well does Arne defend? Apparently, fairly, although he did completely miss the apex of turn 1 there.
I was going to say we don't want to get into trouble.
Oh no. Jimmy will boot you from the channel in a second.
Yeah, Jimmy loves accents.
We have a rule in the Virtual Series Championship not to do accents, courtesy of the 8 hours with Malaysia last season, where me and Ed got a little bit carried away.
I do want to bring those characters back. I think they do.
No.
Well, Jimmy can post a message to the effect of whether he wants to hear a little bit of Alan Key and Phil Head.
No.
They bring. I think they bring a little bit. Je ne sais quoi to a commentary.
Wait. No, I think we have to avoid that. Like really have to avoid it, because otherwise we're just gonna get in trouble.
Jimmy says we won't be able to stop. I'm not sure about that.
No, I think we won't be able to stop. Let's focus on a battle though for 24th overall. Because it's dead close between this. It's 6th place at the moment in class. We've got a battle here as Drive Game CRT leave DX Droids, World of Sim Racing, IZM Performance, a little bit of part of this. Zansho, one of the first to stop to try and get out of this, was on the back of this line, but jumps into the pit lane. Does the number 87, so
I don't think they were. They were all the way back in the 11th, weren't they?
They were on the back of this train, because it was a bit of a train, so...
Yeah, it just went in through the back of the shot.
Yeah. Potentially think you need to...
Get your facts
start looking on the
should have gone at Specsavers, mate.
He's got some new glasses, he said. They're sunglasses, though.
Jimmy, Aiden just did an accent.
Oh, gonna dob him in. I will say the GT are taking tyres, at least Ibrahim Khan is, so throwing that set straight into the bin.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a high tyre wear circuit? I'm going to throw that one to Aiden. He's a driver, as we've seen, throwing a car around quite a lot. What do you think? High tyre wear, low tyre wear?
Well, Michelin's at Indianapolis. So history tells you that's not a good combination, but with that little sort of infield section towards the end, I don't think it's as high wear as probably the 2007 layout would be. But
there we go.
Again, I suppose it depends on how much you lob it into a corner.
Absolutely.
That was just Jimmy just going, yeah, you're wrong.
I really like considering he did say earlier that he wasn't... It's a bit of a struggle. He's gone a lap down, by the way, as Khan, on this group, so it costs a lot. But yeah, saying that replays and stuff can be a little bit tricky at the moment, but I love how he went out of his way and did free camera as well, just to be like, yeah, see Ed, they were close. That's the kind of broadcast producer that Jimmy Anderson is. We're not allowed to say broadcast director. He doesn't like it.
But he is a broadcast director.
No comment. I am staying out of that one. By the way, for those of you curious, the 451 Sim Racing for Holland are back in the race, so they are actually circulating 45th and last. We actually have everyone on track at the moment circulating, although if they score any points, I'll be impressed.
It'll be a miracle.
I mean, if they don't finish 25th in class, it will be a miracle. They have 3 laps to the next car. They are 5 laps down on the class leader. So, yeah, each to their own.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call this race a race of attrition so far, but who knows when people get a little bit more tired. Maybe we'll start seeing some cars drop off, and who knows what the weather will do. Do we actually know?
We don't know what the weather's going to do.
Okay.
Do you think
that?
I
mean, it's probably going to rain.
We'll see if Jenny can type himself.
There you go, Dennis. Yes, it's just about on the first hour where your 2 cars are next to each other on the track. Just for screenshots. There you go. That's for free. Just go down the pit straight.
I mean, I remember when they had a win in all 3 classes at Interlagos last season, did Singularity, and obviously being biased purely to success, I went to go grab a screenshot of it.
Oh, what's going to happen here?
Oh, here we go.
Oh no, come on, there you can't.
That's going to end badly.
Oh dear.
That wasn't smart. That was not smart.
But then again, how did the Nito Velux car come out worse? I suppose he was just fired by the curb. But I mean, it was actually the DX Droids car that had contact through that. So I mean, I suppose at least Stocky has an intact car, although perhaps less intact tyres.
I mean, you saw it coming a mile off.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of both there. Like Juan Carlos Fernandez was squeezing quite a lot there, but I do also think having Stocky, you're very much past the white line there. Let's have a look.
Oh, what a camera angle!
Oh, that's great.
There was a gap, so fair enough. And then just on the brakes too late, locks the rears, straight up and over the curb, and away we go.
One for the highlight reel.
It's not going well for them, is it? Kalikuri, by the way, is at the pit lane. He's last in LMP2. I don't know what's happened to the 444 Jira car, but obviously
that
something.
That car will come back though. I reckon. I mean, I don't think it'll be too long before they're on there. I mean, they didn't lose that much to the Fernandez car.
No, but
and there's obviously pace in that car.
Is there? Is there pace in that car? Are you 100% sure?
More because you know the guys quite well in that team.
No. I'm just saying that, like, in comparison to where they were in the previous season, whether you take it as Singularity or whether you take it as Hydra Esports, the 2 cars that they had in LMP2, they were both capable of winning races, as we saw, considering that Singularity won the championship, Hydra won a couple of races that season, including Le Mans. So there's obviously a disconnect. Like, you would assume that they would have pace. There's obviously a disconnect between the 2 seasons, because this season, I would say that they haven't showed they've got pace, and that's not just through mistakes. They just simply haven't had the pace to battle. I think they'll come back to the cars ahead and maybe get themselves. I think they'll get themselves in the top 10. I'd be very
you told
surprised.
Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis. But I don't think they'll be. I don't see that car. Knock on wood, because we're in America. I don't see that car challenging.
Knock on wood.
Not. I would. It wouldn't be.
That being said,
what are the other ones that I say a lot? Fill your boots.
Leverage.
Oh
my goodness me! You say that a lot as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Anyone? Anything else? Anything else? No, I don't.
In the pits.
I don't think
that's something else.
That car will be contending for a victory. Certainly not here. Certainly. Oh.
There's some skid marks on the exit of the chicane. Someone's had a wobbly there.
A wobbly?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually Kalikuri in a Wayfilm Esports Ferrari. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. But Kalikuri is like right at the back of the LMP2 category. Not that it doesn't matter, but
quite close between 4th and 5th in LMP2 at the moment, under half a second.
Still
it's the same one.
Still
It's the same one.
Hemmingsen.
So what's going on in Hemmingsen? So you know Hemmingsen as a driver reasonably well, certainly better than I do. So what's going on in his head right now?
Frustration, I would be.
Do you want to role play? Do you want to just?
What?
No. Not live on air.
So what's he saying?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is going to end well.
He's saying that this is my opportunity. Dives it down the inside onto the third to last corner, and there's the move done. Oh, but Arne!
Oh,
Drift.
Arne. No, that I put that one on Arne.
Yeah, for sure. I would. I mean, I said this on the Aurora Designs track guide a little bit earlier in this broadcast. That
is it by Aurora Design?
It was.
Isn't it Aurora Photography now?
Aurora Design still exists. But the final corner, with it being it's about 100 degrees to 110 degrees corner, it's quite sharp, and the wide entry into it just makes you think, oh, I can dive it in here, as we've seen time and time again, and won there. And I just think that in that scenario, he just didn't need to fight it that hard, did Arne? Like I say, it's always say it. I don't know how many times we have to, but it does take two to tango when it comes to overtakes on the road. And sometimes when being overtaken,
there was potentially an overlap in that replay that I'm sure is coming.
If it was, it would be mine. I don't think Jimmy's going to be a huge fan of you. There is a battle, by the way, in GTE for the race lead at the moment. Drive Game Seat Racing at the moment. Oh,
it's close!
Arne's not playing it safe at the moment, is he?
No, he's not. Cetros Need Developers, though, are battling for the race lead in GTE. Things closing up there, yet to stop, I believe. Aidan, maybe you know. I don't think they've stopped. Throw you under the bus. Off you go.
Yeah, I am under the bus right now.
I doubt they've stopped. We're right in the pit stop sequence. Although, to be fair, I say I doubt they've stopped. It would be very Cetros Need Developed to go through the first pit stop sequence and then appear at the front, as they have done a couple of times this season. Let's take a look. Replay top right of your screen. There is Hemmingsen. There is no overlap. There's no overlap there.
Donk.
No.
It's tricky.
That is a no overlap.
It's tricky because where do you measure the? They're both.
Yeah.
Where do you? I don't know how to say what I mean. It's like where do you measure the?
Where does the overlap start on the car?
No. Like the direction of the car.
Right, because they're turning and stuff.
You got the overlap. Yeah.
I think though the thing is from that point, when they've departed 12, that right-hander, there is a decent gap there as Christian Michel's going for the race lead in GTE. That one's not a particularly different move, although the Ferrari is going to be fighting it. There's the contact between the two. I was going to say it's not too difficult, but he is fighting it hard. There's a bit more contact as the Ferrari goes all boating with boat face. LMP2 going around the outside.
I mean, brave stuff.
It was brave, a little bit unnecessary, and Christian Michel gets the race lead and Cetros Need Developed. But yeah, with that move though.
As an LMP2, you're going past that. You go, oh right, I'll go on the outside where there's a massive sand trap.
YOLO.
It was very, very risky. Which one was that? I don't.
Hang on, are your name here a lap down, or are they? No, it's Speedy Mice in third, isn't it? Should we just call? Can we call your name here like Lulu Racing or something?
No,
since it's your name. It's
your name here. Oh, we should call it ourself, followed by racing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's going to take a little bit of memory trickery to do, but we'll give it a go. I think it was Mitchy Hoyer, by the way, who
into the pits.
Was that ambitious. There you go. I haven't stopped yet. But yeah, that was that LMP2 going around the outside of those two GTEs there was Mitchy Hoyer, who is currently in third position at LMP2. So the risk there seems a little bit much. These two are understeering off, so it's doubly risky. I've seen them understeer at this point, and then you think, I'll go around the outside there.
There it is, and gearing for it.
Oh my god.
He did go for it.
That was risking it for a chocolate biscuit. And
Ooh, now I'm hungry.
Yeah. So was Jimmy Allison prior to this broadcast. Had to run off whilst the countdown was on.
I might crack open an alcohol-free lager.
Oh, don't you start!
You'll still get drunk on it.
No, I know exactly
True.
why he's saying that, and it's not for the reasons you think. 252, who are currently leading the race, obviously yet to stop. That Zantra that's gone by was a lap down, and obviously on fresh tyres was Ibrahim Khan. Unfortunately for Ed, not taking the lead of the race in GTE yet.
Well, that is uncharacteristically optimistic of you, Lewis. Usually you've painted people into a corner by this point. I mean, well, it's not what you said about the sim racing for Holland car. Let's put it that way.
These centres sometimes are a little bit harsh on cars.
Not too bad.
They're intent at the moment. They're intent at the moment. Like, they're still, the pit stops to come in a cycle. This car, by the way, I believe being told that it comes from Division 2, naturally, with the large numbers. Anything that's just like a 50, or obviously that's LMP2, so that's a worthless point. 74, 69, 87, 51, all this lot. They are all drivers that started, or teams that started in Division 1. Anything with a number that's 3 digits are ones that started in Division 2 or worked their way up, with one or two exceptions. Being the 451, which is sim racing for Holland. Can't remember what the full story is there. They weren't originally supposed to start in Division 1, or maybe they were, but they've got 3 numbers anyway. They did start in Division 1 though, so there's a couple of exceptions in there. So
I like that team, Drive Game Seat. There's is it Tylen? I'm sure I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, but Tylen Horvat does very nice liveries. I think he did the livery for this car. But I've always wondered what Drive Game Seat sort of means. It's always fused my brain a little bit. Drive Game Seat. What does it mean, Lewis?
I think it's a
what
brand.
Does it mean, Aidan?
I think it's a brand.
Yeah? Drive Game Seat. So I can go out and buy a Drive Game Seat.
I don't know. Aidan, we'll throw Aidan under the bus.
Aidan.
All right, let me Google it.
Okay, right. Whilst that's happening, we've got this battle for 23rd in class. I thought it was 23rd overall, but it is not. Overall, indeed. And
What
not
a
much
great
between them.
name. Loic Meunier.
Oh, I thought you were going to start taking the nick from Ground Effect Sim Racing. What do you think of that livery?
I'm not sure it's for me, but I understand why. I can understand other people thinking it's pretty racy, pretty tasty.
Racy and tasty.
Yeah,
Wow.
indeed. I mean, it's slightly got the cocktail effect, hasn't it? It's that very long transition between the blue and the red. And the only reason why I think I've unfairly put myself against it is I think Bryce tried to do a couple of cars for us in that style, and it wasn't what I was thinking of. Got there in the end.
I think transitioning colours like that is actually extremely difficult. Yellow flag out in Sector 2. There was an ooh from Aidan.
It was for the yellow.
What was? Oh, you didn't see what it was?
No.
Oh, just jumping in my ear. Oh god, you're teasing me, mate. I think no. Going back to the point of making colours work in a gradient fashion.
Yeah, back
like
to liveries.
Yeah, straight back to that. Ignore everything that's happening on the track. It's fine.
Aidan, we're trying to talk about liveries.
I don't think there are many that have actually made a gradient work, particularly with red to blue, because red to blue is actually a really tricky one. I think the ones that I can remember doing it.
The implementation of that gradient is better than I've seen it. Probably all other sim racing team liveries.
Well, I actually agree. I'm gonna go back to one of my favourite liveries from last season, which was the Satellite, which looked really, really good. Also used the same. It was more of like a pink to a pinky blue type, but that gradient really, really worked. If you go back as well to 2014 in elsewhere in sim racing, no, we do not. GPVWC Super League, whatever. But in that, Vodball Racing. No, it's fine. We can say it really quickly this week.
GPVWC.
Yeah. Vodball Racing though, which ended up becoming. Actually, no, I can't remember which way they went. We'll back out of that one. They're back to Vodball now, anyway. Mike Pittman's team. They had
thanks for that great point, Lewis.
Blue to red, and it worked really, really well. The blue to red on that car. So it is possible to make it work. You just have to pick 2 colours that work really, really well, which in blue and red is really difficult, and find a way of complementing it on the livery with other bits. And it's very hard. I've made it work though on that NASCAR thing though, so it's fine.
We should really get you to do some liveries.
Nope. Battle for the race lead in LMP2, moving straight on. The number 28 and the number 8 now close together. Johan Quakel has closed the gap. It was 3 and a bit seconds, but Alex Seabor's pace seeming to drop off. Obviously, neither of these cars have taken tyres. And I think Seabor's just dropping back into the clutches of the Pinsim Drillers Esports. What are we asking Aidan to look up on Google? I want to find out.
Drive game seat.
What is it?
Rigs.
There we go. Sponsor. Told you.
It does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? Drive game seat.
It's probably a translation into its literal form.
No, you drive game your seat.
I see.
Seat.
It's a seat for drive games.
Yeah.
I see.
Because this is a game.
We are pulling everyone apart. This is horrible.
No, I'm not. I think it's. I like things being straight to the point. It's good stuff.
Nice. Can we do a rundown of the top 10? I wonder if we're because we've passed an hour now. We're approaching the second pit stop sequence for LMP2. We'll cue that one up. With,
I don't know.
with Jimmy.
Can you film?
No, don't start. Oh God. Christian McAldir trying to get by Sebastian Pfeiffer, Mr. Whistle, in 9th and 10th place. Only 2 tenths between the two of them. The Setras Nita Velix car that has won a couple of races this season. Oh, on the colour.
No, I it's nice and refreshing to see this on board. Love it.
So I'm going to throw myself out here with Setras Nita Velix. Livery's looking much better now. After
Isn't that one you did?
Nope. This is
no.
Not. It was. I did the previous one. This one's done by Nico Barkley. Either way, the order at the moment, as things stand, Alex Siebel leading the way for Burst Edge Esports, not too far ahead of Pinsim Drillers Esports, Johan Quakel. Mitchie Hoyer is currently in 3rd, a little bit risky around the outside of traffic, but still managing to hang on to 3rd, so it's fine. Hemmingson did get by on Sconefleet, as we saw a little bit earlier. He's now dropped down to 5th in class, but still all very close and ready to battle for the race lead later on in the race. Lorenzo Arisi, Black Hawk, Pescara, SRT, Wanako, Williams Esports, and the other Pinsim Drillers Esports in the top 10. Good to see 3 Pinsim Drillers Esports cars inside the top 10, seeming to match this LMP2 very nicely. Vargasim Racing leading the way again in GTE. Mikael Smidl behind that one. Juices Motorsports Club making it a Porsche 1-2. Jakub Brzezinski for Williams Esports marching their way back towards the front as they won back in NOLA. Waveframe Esports and Sancho round out the top 5 with 2 Wallace Racing iZone performance cars in 6th and 8th respectively. On the either side, not the Porsche World of Sim Racing iZone Performance sandwich. It is a DX Droid sandwich with World of Sim Racing iZone Performance bread, as he's in 7th. Christian McHale for Setras Nita Velix in 9th, and Your Name Here Racing dropped down into 10th just there. Ed, driver of the race so far after just an hour and 15 minutes.
Sebastian Pfeiffer.
I see.
For Lulu Racing.
Mr. Whistle.
Yeah, Mr. Whistle. Mr. Whistler.
Whistler.
Yep. No, I just... I think... Actually, I rather liked, as he was being passed just then, he just flipped the lights on, just to... I think that was a sort of like go-ahead. It's always nice to see that sort of communication between drivers during racing. You know, obviously, you're all trying to beat each other, but you're all trying to survive at the same time. So, jolly good. Nice racing standards. Maybe you didn't intend that at all. Maybe I'm giving you too much credit.
Yeah, maybe.
But
it was,
I do like the name Pfeiffer.
Maybe it was flashing to be like, how dare you pass me? You shall not pass. I tend to turn off my lights when I'm racing. Oh dear.
Well done.
Oh dear. Team Rookie Monsters there making contact with Kevin Yeager, who's now lost a position to drive game CRT. So that's not great. A little bit of a cheeky dive there into turn 12. I can't remember what point I was going with, so fantastic.
I think he's Michelle Pfeiffer's husband. That's why she got the Pfeiffer name.
I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Yeah, because he's
pretty
heard
sure.
that one before.
I press X to doubt that one. Oh dear, who are you married to with your double-barreled name?
Well, I don't know. It's been apparently an unfortunate thing.
Lord
To carry
Trevelyan III.
through sim
Got
racing,
so.
you get people who just see it and then decide to have me off every corner just because they.
Well, I don't know who did that. Oh, Lorenzo Risi!
Oh, don't do that!
That was not good. That was. I mean, everyone's
That's
alive.
all right. They got through it.
Everyone's alive,
No
and that's
contact.
fine. But it's just at this point in the race, we're still in the early days. That's just risky for me, making it 3 wide there. But Arna, though, pace-wise, 21 seconds to the leader. I'm concerned, Aidan. I am concerned about their pace.
About whose?
Arna. They're not looking particularly fast at the moment. They're looking to drop
No.
back.
Have they got some of the old damage or not?
Shame.
Huh?
Oh, damage. Oh, right.
Damage.
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 Yeah, I got it as well. No, I just, I don't know. I think they've had a little bit of contact with a couple of people. Obviously, there was that one that Ed said earlier where there was, it was a Ferrari earlier in the race. It was about an hour ago. And there was near contact. I don't think there was actually contact between the two. But they did pick up contact at some point. I distinctly remember. I don't know. I don't think it would damage the car that much though.
Well, we saw a car lose its rear wing through not
There's
much
a
contact
very
at
good
all.
point. That is a very, very good point. Mantis Ricus rear wing departing the Team Rookie Monsters basically from a little bit of wind, and away it went. So there is potential on that. Ed, you're a team boss. What's the damage like in the P2s?
Well, I mean, I couldn't really give our assessment of the damage away, since we are trying to get back into Division 1 in the LMP2. So yeah, just I'll play that one pretty close to the chest. I gave you some answers earlier, didn't I, in the in proper media relations style, so I can default to that if you like. I'm quite to be honest, Lewis, I'm quite upset that you didn't do the top 10 rundown in as Phil Head.
Oh, maybe next
about
time.
that
Maybe next time. I'll do it towards the end of the
I
race.
think
when we're
all the
in.
rundowns for the rest of the broadcast should be as Phil Head.
Well, I mean,
I think you should put it in your show reel.
I'm always tempted actually, but I can't do that. I don't think I'd be back on a VEC broadcast if that was the case. Smeedle driving through the battle that we were seeing there for 18th position as Lars Jeppesen for Rookie Monsters, Nick Westphal and Cameron Sansano were all battling it out 18th, 19th and 20th, so hitting the GT traffic himself as they're trying to work it through, and absolutely nothing separating second and third on the road. The Williams eSports car, it is absolutely flying at the moment. Doesn't seem like Adam Baldwin is going to fight that one at the moment. Lifts out of it as well. So playing very much the long game is Adam Baldwin. Saw them with good pace back at the Nürburgring. Didn't get the result that they feel they deserved in that one. But looking to play, just play it a bit casual, play the long game. And
it's never nice
try and
being
get it at the
passed, but I'm sure Baldwin won't lose his sleep over it. He's just got engaged.
Was he really? Congratulations.
Yeah, so that's nice for him.
Don't do it.
Speaking from experience, Aidan.
Yeah, when are we getting your wife onto the broadcast?
Yeah.
That's joining, yeah.
Female representation, equality.
Yeah.
Well, you're here.
He did not like that, did he, Ed? not enjoying the idea of being usurped by one's loved one.
Well, you know what she said when we were in that voice channel chat before.
Yeah. She said that you're a quality commentator.
Yeah,
she did.
Yeah,
she did. And that's why she finds you so attractive.
Yeah, absolutely. And is that why? Are we talentless then, Ed?
Well, I am, but I'm not a commentator. So there you go.
Let's see. When are you getting back behind the wheel? Might as well make it public now. Just
no.
No, go on.
No, I might do a Bailey and very quietly come back.
Has Bailey come back?
Well, he's not in the VEC, but he's doing other things.
He's always been doing.
Lopez.
Up there from Alejandro Lopez Ayona. That was risky. I think it's just pushing it a little bit too far on the brakes. There's a cut.
Don't you bully my 5 foot.
He likes going in deep on those brakes, doesn't he?
He does. He does indeed. Did this car receive a... No, it didn't receive a penalty coming into this round. I think they've just... they didn't qualify very well. I think qualified 18th and then has worked their way forward.
But he is on probation for the whole season.
Yeah. He has
so there is that.
Why's that?
Naughty boy.
Why's that?
He's been a naughty boy.
For that.
For just been a naughty boy.
He has been a naughty boy.
He has been a very naughty boy.
How has he? You can't just go on. He has.
He's been decisive with his attempts to pass people, noting the word attempts there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dear.
So not smart. And it was Andonovsky as well. That wasn't smart. The 11th placed LMP2, the number 7. But
Good defence, yeah. Excellent time to think about defending. Yep. Good stuff with a half-broken car too. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of inevitably what's going to happen.
Now it's a drift machine.
Exactly. If you drive, well, even before the contact, he did look as if he was driving it a bit like a rallycross car.
Yeah.
He's gonna. Is he gonna?
That is. Suspension.
Antonovsky versus
Kodati, maybe?
No. Let's rate this rejoin.
No, please, no.
It's fine. He's at least taking some attention.
Well, he's in VR now, so he's got that whole world of view.
Who'd have thought that those two would have made contact though? But
are you saying that this is a meme?
No. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying though that Pinson Drillers Esports car might be in a touch of trouble. Let's have a look.
Well, here it is.
Car might be in a little bit of trouble for not driving at a safe speed whilst having damage.
I agree on that side, but I mean,
that's what I was about to. I mean,
okay,
he's come back across.
It's a bit less on Antonovsky than I would have thought. He is literally just going straight for the apex, though. Although you must say that Antonovsky shouldn't be making a move there. Like, that's a little bit dangerous. But I will say Lopez Iona did literally go for the apex, and considering he's under probation, I wouldn't want to be karting with Coleman at the moment, team boss of Volante. Because that's looking like a sketch. Because they were
feverishly looking through his phone book for more drivers.
They were very full of belief that Lopez Iona was going to. Obviously, he's got a bit of a reputation, courtesy of things like GT Challenge and stuff. That he's a bit of a bad boy on track when it comes to his racing, and they were absolutely sure in Volante that that he was going to be tidied up, which is where it was a little bit hilarious that he almost instantly went into probation. But alas, he's survived this long, even with that reputation and being under probation and stuff. But that move there was not great. I would say it's not great from both of them though, and I give them both a slap on the back of the head.
Just noting that and I'm assuming that's the Siebel car, is in the pits. And this is quite a lot earlier than they pitted last stint.
No, we're about right. Because obviously their pit stops are about 40 minutes long. They are taking fuel and tyres on this stop. But I'm pretty sure this is about right. Kalakuri we're currently focused on, who's on the back of Lord Spaghetti Snapper himself, Rasmus Andreasen, who doesn't know how to be patient with cooking, and so he snaps his spaghetti in half in the pot.
Oh yes, so do I.
Unacceptable.
Why?
Unacceptable.
What's wrong with you?
Get a bigger pot.
It's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? VEC commentary talking about food. Their wheels look like pizzas.
Oh, go and take your alcohol-free beer, mate. Off we go. Yeah, absolutely. Battle for P5. Lorenzo Arisi trying to get up into the top 5, or even potentially defending from Moritz Mel. They're all on different strategies. I'm pretty sure Moritz Mel is on older tyres and is going a little bit deeper, circulating out to the race lead, Jerome Quakel. At the moment, we assume, or I know for a fact, considering they've got a lap lead, they have to stop. Burst Edge Esports, by the way, Alex Siebel out of the car, Jerne Simoncic into the car.
Yeah, I mean, so far this season, what do you think of Simoncic's pace? Because he's sort of in a car that's halfway in between the two extremes for him, which is like when they had that the Race All-Star Series last year, and there was some open wheel stuff. He was, I mean, I don't think there were too many people who could hold a candle to him on a good day. But in GTs, I think in the GT Challenge, I think he struggled a little bit more. So this is sort of halfway between. I'd be really interested to see how he performs in comparison to people like Siebel. Especially, I know they're sort of part of a club that sort of moves around between teams. So they're always they stay together, Jordan, Siebel, and Simoncic. But yeah, is this the first season they've all driven together?
No, good lord, no. They were all teammates last season. They were all also teammates ACR Zaxby, which, by the way, that was when I was bringing my point up earlier about what happened to Vodbull. Vodbull became ACR Zaxby, and then went back to Vodbull. So that's what happened there. So
I used to drive for Vodbull.
This is effectively. So did I actually. I did a race at St McGann's for Vodbull. This is the third season they've been teamed up together, all three in a row. It's also coincidentally the third different team technically they've driven for, because they started with ACR.
So I was very wrong.
You were very wrong, unfortunately. Then they moved to Edge Esports in LMHC last season, and now they're part of Burst Edge Esports, even though at least last season they were all basically a part of, well, at least they was a part of Burst anyway. So yeah, unfortunately, don't really mean to make you look so wrong there, but yeah, a little bit wrong.
No, it's fine. I'm used to it.
Martin Dillon, after dropping down to Division 2 for Jean Lacey Sports Academy a few rounds ago, I think it was after Nürburgring, or maybe it was Nürburgring. No, it was Nürburgring they were dropped down, and then they jumped back up again. 13th at the moment, I wouldn't be too impressed, but did they have a penalty? Aidan Millwood.
That's luckily I've still got that tab open. Who are we looking for?
Number 66. Did the number 66?
I was enjoying that little song you started. How does it go?
Yeah. Well, this is the new intro music for the Virtual Endurance Championship that Aidan's writing.
Yeah. Welcome to the Virtual Endurance Championship.
I thought you were going to go for something very different. That's
number 66 did get a drive-through.
Yes. So, yeah. I think they're doing all right to bounce back from that.
So what I'd be very interested in is how the Chinchip car has moved forward. Because they have got them to, I assume they're in fourth at the moment. But they had to take that drive-through right at the beginning. And then they went all the way to the back of the, is that the car in 12th?
Tinchik, they're still quite far down the order, I believe. Yuri Toman is behind the wheel. They're in 15th.
Right. Okay.
I don't mean to constantly make you look wrong.
No. It's my fault for being very wrong. But so there are 4 drillers LMP2s in this race.
No. So I thought you said no. You said Chinchik.
No, I said Chinchik, yeah.
Which is Vargason Racing.
It's a Varga. Oh, well, so I was extremely wrong.
Oh, no.
This is the sort of professionalism that I'm adding.
I was getting extremely confused there. Yeah, Vargason Racing was Chinchik, started from the pole, then 3 drive-throughs, now currently in 15th with Yuri Toman, very close to his wheel, mind.
Yeah. Where's Alan in the BS competition car?
Well, I don't think he's even watching, so he's not even going to pick up on your garbage today. In that sense, so I think he's pretty safe, and probably you are as well.
Yeah. Do you think I'm safe if I do the voice that I give him?
No. No, don't do that.
No. Okay.
No, it's a certain film of dependent on your taste.
No. Let's leave people thinking. Let's not define it.
Well, let's focus on this battle as Dimitri Brukska in Blackhawk Pescara SRT is trying to fight a new team to Division 1 here. Is Go Team. Obviously jumping up after a decent run. Look who that's behind them though. Ajira Racing. Nice gameplay. So a bad pistol. I wonder if they've repaired the damage on that car, potentially as an attempt to try and move their way back up the order. Trying to go either way on the Volante car. And Arna is now part of this. He's going to go around the outside of Moritz Mel. That's going to be pretty nice. To have the inside into 8, 9 and 10.
Gorgeous.
That was lovely stuff, yeah? Oh, a big bit of respect there to Moritz Mel for not fighting it too hard as well in the classic sim racing fashion.
Yeah, lots of mutual respect. Lovely.
Oof. Okay.
What's that?
No, I was just seeing them go either side of that GTE going into the snake bit there.
Yeah.
You've got to push it to the limit, right? You've got to go for the gap that doesn't exist. No?
I think that's what Senna said.
Yeah, no. If there's a gap that doesn't exist, do you want to roleplay this, Lewis?
No, I do not. No, you don't. You do not. For gaps that
do
are
the voice
close.
as well for that.
Yes. No. Just check out my show reel if you want to know what's going on. There you go. Tick.
Well, the one where you included me spinning at the end, that's the longest clip that's in the whole thing.
Was that the last time you raced?
Yes. In a serious competition.
I see. When are we going to team up together? Bit of a dive there from Jimmy Nasula on. Is it still the Whistler behind the wheel? Nice stuff.
It is.
Him. It is indeed.
The car Whistler.
Nice one. It was a good move, so you could give a wolf whistle to that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know, but
genuinely, he is my man of match so far.
Really?
Yeah. I like how he drives. Very nice and respectful.
Oh, Arna's just
he's hired.
Arna's just that yellow flag out in sector 3 is Blackhawk. That was Arna. And the Blackhawk just caught that one on the track map. That there was contact between the two. What has happened? I'm assuming turn 13, the penultimate corner. Was it a dive from Arna like we saw earlier, or was it the other way around though? Arna's come away looking pretty clean at the moment, which I would class to a bit of concern on that. I wonder how Nick De Silva's going to get on in this car.
Also, gap for the lead in LMP2.
0.4 of a second between the two Burst cars, Burst Esports Simplicity and Burst Edge Esports. Ed, talk us through this.
Well, how much team is that? I mean, how much are they actually teammate?
Oh, well done.
Yeah, I think that wasn't on Arna.
No, that was not on Arna. That was a car.
He gave him room.
The Blackhawk was off the road for starters, and then came back on, and then chopped.
Yeah. So I go back to what I was just saying. So are Burst going to work together, or are they, because they've got slightly different names? Do they not work together so much? I know Rocek can be quite a thrusty driver, so he probably won't want to be sitting behind too much.
I'm pretty sure they all work together quite nicely, because they've like, this is a thing with Rocek and especially between Rocek and Simicic. This is obviously not the first time they've been teammates. They've been teammates at Burst for quite a while, so much so that they were teammates back in ACR Zakspeed in 2019 in FSR. So they've been teammates for a long time. But obviously more so in a sister sense, driving different cars and stuff and being a part of sort of different splits inside the same team. But either way, they've raced with each other enough. They understand the status quo, I guess. Like, if David catches Yenny, I don't see Yenny putting up a huge fight to stop that charge.
Really? Well, I suppose it's early in the race. Sounds a bit like something from the Nordland just then. Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty early in the race, and they probably want to get on with their strategy. Try to. I mean, it's nice to have two cars together always as a team, because you can both cars have an advantage out of it because you can swap around and save fuel and stuff like that. But there needs to be an enormous level of belief in the team as a unit over oneself or one sort of the people one drives with in one's car. So yeah, I mean, look, something will inevitably separate them later in the race. So if I were them, I would be using the cars being next to each other as much as I could while we had it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It is. It's a pretty jolly good point, isn't it, Lewis? Thanks for giving it a yup at the end.
I'm gonna,
What's up in the chat?
Here is something up in the chat and a message directly to me from obviously my inside source in Burst Edge Esports, Mr. Dennis Jordan. They don't work together, but they won't be stupid. That's the rule. Just don't be stupid, which is, I think, pretty common with teams and stuff. Is obviously we know that rule number one is don't hit your teammate, but like at the end of the day, if you're going to battle on track, we're all supposed to be massively intelligent here because we're all great, right? Just don't be big-headed. Just don't force the other car off the track. Don't make contact. Just play it nice. That's always how. That's the Zancho guarantee. Oh, there's contact, there's contact, there's contact, there's contact, there's contact. That was a little bit
that was more contact
from Rochak, but
this is such a no-you situation.
It's like they were...
That was the Uno reverse card.
I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that, but either way, I could talk to what was happening there anyway.
Go on, let's have a replay.
Marocek was squeezing Juba into basically what was going to be a GTE, which you could argue is fine, kind of, because he wasn't squeezing him off the road, he was just leaving him in a dangerous spot, but whatever. And then Juba was like, no, I don't want to be in that scenario, so he's just like, I'm going to force this like a touring car. And then they just make contact even further past this point, getting that camera angle back as well that we saw earlier. Just a little bit too aggressive between the two of them, driving them like touring cars, not prototypes. But, rubbing is racing.
Please no.
I think you really need to upgrade yourself from a commentator to a driver next season, Lulu. Show him what...
I've already finished second in
real
the
driving
Endurance Championship, I'll have you know. I've already won my race, so...
Really? Was that at Sebring?
No. That is so horrible. Let's focus on the move on track as Nico Barclay's getting by the Blackhawk Pescara SRT after that spin and contact between the Blackhawk and the Azira racing car. Decent move from Nico Barclay around the outside. A little bit squirmy on the brakes, which I've seen a lot from the PTs. They do look a little bit unpredictable in the braking zone. Thoughts? Hayden?
It did look a bit wobbly, didn't it?
King racer, king driver of the three of us.
What?
Well, you're the one that drives the most.
Am I?
Me and Ed are too busy living our fullest life in retirement.
I've done 2 races this week. That's it. But yeah, that car did look a bit wobbly in the braking zone.
They all seem to be running a very rearward bias. Obviously, like through absolute fear of locking the front tyres and destroying them, but they just look a little bit too sketchy. And when you're pushing it that far, you can see a little bit of a trail there of someone who's locked up into turn one.
Those both cars are being separated. There you go.
What, by drillers?
Yeah. Well, how did that happen?
We saw it.
Were we looking at it? Whoa!
That was close.
It was the bit that we were looking at on the backstretch where Juba and Marocek were going side by side and pushing each other. That was the move for position. That was second.
Yes, no, yeah. Oh, right, okay, yep. I'm commentating this race.
It's just very good. It's very, very good. Tony Ukic as well, trying to get himself in the top 10. He's the next one to try and get on the back of the number 3 Blackhawk. Dmitry Butcher's not looking pacey at the moment. Not right now, anyway.
Top policy when Ed joins the broadcast. Now, Ukic came from Raijin, didn't he? And,
did he?
Yeah. I mean, they came from. I think they all came from another league somewhere, and I think it was it Mitchell Smith, who ran Raijin. And yeah, that's how they all got into VEC. And then I think Rajan left, and well, obviously they're not running in this race, and some were left over, and Ukic is one of them. Always very fast guy, always very consistent. One of the sort of machine drivers, I would classify him.
Well, the race lead, by the way, has absolutely disappeared. There is Ukic closing in on 10th place, but James Juba for Pinsim Drillers Esports has said, I don't fancy that gap to Jene Simoncic, so I'm going to do something about it. He's got by the 49 Burst Esports Complexity, has marched his way to the back of the leading car, the number 28, and where it looked like it was going to be a day for Burst Edge Esports to get one over on Vargason Racing and take victory, it seems like their closest arrival to put an end to that hope is Drillers Esports, and they're looking very, very fast at the moment. Great stuff.
Well, I mean, I thought that. Do you pronounce it Juba?
Yes, maybe.
Like tuba with the J.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so Juba, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's right, but I am not an expert on pronunciation. So.
Yeah, well, we can get it in the chat.
Yeah, right.
So are we back with Ukic now? Be quite. Can you see the lead?
They're not actually battling. This is a closer battle at the moment. They're not that close.
Sure.
So don't panic.
Yeah.
Here goes the
There we go.
lead for
Okay, pass down. Great. Can we go back to lead now?
Oh,
Ibrahim.
oh, there you go. Look at the
Ibrahim's
top
pan.
left
No, that was good.
there you go. What about the top left there?
Yeah,
Read
that's a penalty for Ibra.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a little bit dangerous from Blackhawk. There's the driver picking up a penalty for track excursions. That'll be at the chicane. What was your point, Ed?
Well, it's been so long now. Let me just recollect my thoughts. I think. No, I've lost it. Oh, there we go. Good stuff. There you go. Back to you, Lewis.
It's too easy to do. It is too easy to do. To completely forget your point.
I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
The most awkward moment when you're in the middle of something.
Oh, yeah. Just yell it like your eureka moment. I'll talk to Aidan for a bit.
I'll shout when I remember it. Right.
Absolutely.
When you're in the middle of saying something.
Yeah.
Cool. Done.
Half a second between those two. Nico Barkley, by the way, has moved up another position, up on Moritz Mel, 8th position. The Wanako heads. There's your race leader at the moment. Juba seems to have stalled out a little bit when he's got to the back of Jene Simoncic, the Slovenian, and doesn't seem to have the pace to pass at the moment, Aidan.
No, it's. I'm trying to look at about 10 different things at the same time. I've got timing, race, and all sorts of bits and pieces. Was that Discord going off on my ear? I don't know what's going on anymore. It's like Jene and James Juba up there at the front. It's close, but maybe Juba's just sort of hanging back in sort of the faster bits, like round here onto the final straight, or final straightaways because we're in America, just to save that extra bit of fuel in the slipstream.
I remember my point.
Oh, go on.
Oh, great.
Quickly.
No, he hasn't.
No. I have. So we are going back. What is it? 1 or 2 laps now. Yeah, it looks like Juba had the harder job with traffic, but actually he seemed to gain on Simoncic through that. So maybe Juba is a little bit better strategically through the traffic. I don't know, or maybe it's at the moment. Maybe Simoncic is saving a bit. We can throw out so many potentials, Lewis, that I'm sure you can do something.
Are you saying that someone is better than Burst Edge Esports in traffic?
But look how close he is.
A high and mighty call. I think my prediction is that Pinto Drillers are using more of their tyres than Jene Simoncic, and Jene is driving within himself.
Probably, yeah.
Look at that dive on the inside there. I think that's the Ramada Aston Martin. These two are extremely close after nearly 2 hours of racing. The pace does look better at present on Pin-Sim Esports, but we've seen a few times where Burst Edge Esports, particularly on that first stop where your own Quaker was leading by quite a bit, then they went through the pit stop sequence, and then Burst Edge Esports were leading. So obviously they're doing something when it comes to saving stuff in this car and pushing something to the limit. And we're seeing two teams, one of which is known for their strategic masterclass, being Burst Edge Esports, and one of which is fresh on the scene in LMP2, all things considered, after jumping down from LMHC, that seem to be going toe-to-toe with them and seem to be matching them.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, although I think you raise a good point, though. With the, it looks, just from looking at the body language of the two cars, it looks like Simincic is doing more of a sort of a Peter Perfect drive, and hitting his marks, but being very consistent and not stressing the car too much, not going over the limit of adhesion or anything like that. Whereas you can see, I mean, to me, it looks like Juba is pushing that car a lot harder, and making it look a bit more thrusty, maybe trying to be a bit more intimidating. Look at this. And this is the thing. I argue that it is more intimidating for you if you're the defending car, for a car to be the car that's behind you, that's attacking, to be directly behind you rather than showing his nose and everything like that in the mirrors, which he's doing right now. Oh look, there you go. Change for the lead, maybe? No. Good stuff for getting away without contact. But yeah, do you not think it's more intimidating for someone to be just directly
sat there?
You don't know what they're going to do.
Exactly. No, I am fully in agreement with you. If you're sat there directly behind something, you're not making any moves. You're literally just sat there. There is one of two things that happens. Either in this sense, Jane Simincic would feel like, where is the move going to come, and where is the Pin-Sim Esports going to go for a move? Even though if he's constantly looking down the inside, you're constantly aware that threat is there. What you want to do is you want to almost like sit there and you want to relax that driver. You want to make them feel that, oh, well, I'm not going for anything now. And then when you make that move, it's bang, straight through, no worries. Obviously, that's easier said than done, right? But
yeah, I would say that Simincic is probably a bit too much of a wily old fox too.
Yeah, for sure. But I would, if I was in this scenario, constantly looking down the inside of the braking zone doesn't really do very much. It just wears out your tyres, and realistically you use a little bit more fuel as well, because obviously you're punching a bit of a bigger hole when you pull out of the slipstream. If you're just sat in the slipstream, you're saving and you're putting the pressure on from a strategic point of view as well. Aidan, what are your thoughts?
I've been distracted by so many different things at the minute. It's
top left.
Top left.
Penalty for Alejandro Lopez Ayuela.
Oh dear.
There we go.
Track limits. Probably the chicane again.
It is easy to pick them up there. I remember in season 9, which was a long time ago, when I bailed because I couldn't do it anymore because I'm bad, that we came here and the track limits were enforced in-game, as we know and love today. And I remember a lot of drivers complaining about that track cut on the exit of the chicane, because it's what if a driver pushes you off there, what if this, what if that, what if this, what if that, etc. It is a very tricky part of the track, because it's high speed, it's very, very fast. You can pick up a little bit of understeer through there and run wide, and if you run all four wheels over the white line, you get a track cut. Kind of how it should be, but a lot of drivers still feel the need to complain about it. I'd argue the white line needs to be further across. Yeah.
I'd like to see you do another season as a driver in the BC.
Absolutely.
And then see what you say about that. I would love to see an onboard, a bonnet or roof cam of Juba.
Oh, well,
at the moment, I just want to see the two cars' body language at the moment a little bit closer.
It does seem. Oh, that's a
dive and a half.
That is a big, big dive. Nicely done from Jene Simincic. Around the outside, they're going to be side by side to the chicane though, and Jene Simincic hands on. Wow. These two are putting on quite a show for us here at Indianapolis. Got a drive game CRT Ferrari that's going to be dived by Jene Simincic, although he doesn't fully commit to that. He was just covering off the inside. James Juba going to go to the outside. They're all going to be a little bit more patient. That was smart. He could have made that a bit more difficult for Jene Simincic. fully alongside, goes across the inside at turn 10. Juba seems to have a better drive off of it. Yeah, absolutely, because the Burst Esports and Plexity car is a part of this, and Juba didn't quite realise that, diving it to the inside at 10. Here we go into the third to last corner. Wow, 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 Yernex.
What a mistake.
How did Simic
go off in that?
Wow, that is something that you do not see often. Driving it into deep at 12.
Especially from him.
Wow, that is, as they would say in football, a collector's item.
But he wasn't even. The two behind him were battling. He was off scot-free. How does that happen?
Just, I have no words. Now Marocek and Juba are going to make contact again, as we saw earlier on in the race, in a straight line as well. The easiest place to make contact as well. It's 4 ways. Oh no, it's not 4 ways. Oh, I'm looking at something different. It's fine. Don't worry. It's just because of how
you looking at
Burst.
this race?
No, yeah. This is how Burst
Esports
were behind.
The times you threw me under the bus.
I thought another LMP2 had joined me because I was like, oh, how's the Burst Esports behind this? And I was like, oh yeah, they went off. Gotcha. I'm with it. What a thrilling battle though.
But yeah, I mean, just sort of lazy contact.
It's
turn 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sort of immediately a different dynamic took shape when it was a different pair that were battling, and maybe they don't get on as well as the first pair. But yeah, but it's jolly close. Top 3, excellent stuff.
Oh, another one from Yernex Simic at 12 though. He's running deep there a couple of times. Not really with any pressure in behind as well that time. So
was that Lopez again?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Having a little moment in the midst of all of that.
But everyone as well sat there thinking you're only focusing on LMP2 because a 3-way fight isn't good enough for you, which could be a 4-way fight with the other Pinsim Drillers car of Timotej Antonovsky closing in. We'll give a little bit of a throwdown. But we don't need to see it, but still the top 3 at the moment in GTE. Vargason Racing still leading the way in the number 69, 490 Williams Esports behind that. Not closing in though, everything's staying fairly status quo. It's gone out to about an extra 4 seconds, now 14 seconds over this entire stint here, so not too much realistically. We'll see if Williams Esports can close that one in. Juice's Motorsports Club having a great driver as well in third place.
Chicane. Losing 1 second does not mean you lose the race, so some patience please in the chicane.
Hopefully that race director actually came through. I noticed when I listened back to around a little while ago that it didn't come through, but
the little graphic came up.
It did indeed, but it came up a few rounds ago as well. But don't worry, it's fine. I'm not going to throw Jimmy on. But no, saying about blue flags and stuff and respect. Ed, you're an expert in that scenario, considering the team you're a part of. What do you think of blue flags in the Virtual Endurance Championship?
What do you think?
How they should be respected?
Question. Just talk to. Why don't you just tell me, talk about blue flags?
Talk about blue flags and respecting them, and some drivers not respecting them.
I like the colour. I like the way they're waved.
You're avoiding the questions.
They're the same colour as our car.
What do I think about blue flags? Well,
about drivers respecting them and not respecting
them. Well, I think
some drivers do, some drivers don't.
It depends on the. Well, no. I mean, look. Obviously, as a competitor in a very competitive series, you want to take advantage of as much as you can. It's in the nature of competition. It happens in the Olympics and everything like that. So I think maybe. I mean, blue flags. The game can't give penalties for blue flags, can it? So it has to be a manual thing. And I think at I better not say anything more before I read this message, I'm sure, which has come from Jimmy. Right, okay. Well, I just want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn. Yeah, so I think they have to be reviewed. And, we all know that Jimmy is very thorough in the review process after these races. But there is always the chance that human error does exist, although it's a much lower likelihood with our friend Jimmy Allison, I'm sure. Yeah, but maybe there is a chance that someone's blue flags have been missed. Maybe they've been missed in past races in the season, and so maybe people are going, okay, well, I feel like I can risk it now. I can tell you for sure that the Zancho LMP2 in race 1 had blue flags for a ridiculously long amount of time. still really can't explain why that happened. We're still asking the driver about it. But yeah, no, we were rightly penalised for that.
That's all I wanted to hear. That's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah,
yeah. That was great. Here's Yuri Toman with Herman Stocky battling out for 11th position. You saw Yuri Toman there with his wheel right next to him, right up alongside him, not following the Jensen Button tactic of having your wheel half a kilometre away from you whilst driving. Saw that a few times, Le Mans Virtual as well, in that and various other things that he's done in rFactor. So he does like having the wheel a bit far away from him. Yuri Toman, though, obviously on the opposite side of things. Herman Stocky's pace not looking so hot at the moment, but approaching the... Oh, that's not up the gap! Woo. Approaching 2 hours complete, though. They'll be coming into the pit lane and potentially switching out drivers, though I would assume they're going to go another stint, because I think they're double stinting tyres here, maybe. Yes?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
I think LMP2 is double stinting and GTE is single stinting.
Battle for 6th in GTE, under a 10th.
Oh, it's very close as well. Absolutely. DX Droids with Wilderson Racing iZone Performance, and there's the move. And
done.
Oh, that was close. Oh.
Yeah. Especially he didn't need to do that.
No, he didn't.
I'm just going to go straight back in front of you right now, even though it was track space to the right.
It was David Serra who was like diving in, back and behind, literally smashing the rear diffuser off of the Porsche, the number 78, which we've seen involved in a couple of incidents trying to go around the outside.
Literally.
What?
Yeah.
Are we not allowed to do it?
You missed out.
It's from Dorset now.
Aye, absolutely. Well, we're nearly 2 hours complete. Let's take a look at this replay. Here is the dive straight back down the ins. Oh, it's so close. It's so unnecessarily close.
You are totally right. That was all Sarah, wasn't it?
I'm always right, Ed. Whilst we're approaching the 2 hours to go, I think we should just do a quick rundown and then we'll hand over to the next batch of commentators. We'll make sure that that Mr. Broadcast producer Jimmy Allison is firing up the buttons, trying to make something work. Is David Serra going to be going for a move into turn 1? He's very much in the slipstream, and you'd assume, based on how these raced at turn 1 last time, that he's definitely going to go for a move. He's looking to the inside. He's going to commit to it on the brakes. They're still going to be battling it out quite hard over 6th position, and it goes back the way of DX Droids. Yeah, better than last time. It was a bit unnecessarily close last time, but that's good stuff.
Oh, he's going to have a start.
Oh, the Porsche going back down there, opening the door. No, it wasn't. It was very close though, and they're going to remain in position.
Well, they're feeding right into the hands of
Zetros Nita Velix, who are right behind them. Very quickly then down the order, we'll at least do the top 5. Pinsim Drillers Esports, Burst Esports Simplexity, and Burst Edge Esports, who have been in that close battle for the lead and for the podium. Timotei Antonovsky in behind that, who's been involved in a couple of incidents with, I think it was the Volante a little bit earlier, and the Waveframe Esports of Lorenzo Risi. The rest of the order there you can see on your screen. The top 5 of GTE, Vargason Racing still leading the way. Williams Esports 14 seconds behind, with Jesus Motorsports Club, Adam Bolban behind the wheel of that one. VEC double champion Pryor. Waveframe Esports and Wilderson Racing iZone Performance, the other car that to the one we've seen, running up in 5th place. It's been a fantastic opening couple of hours. We've seen some great racing, and hopefully the battle continues in LMP2 at least. Joining us in the commentary booth, or replacing us rather, in the commentary booth, we've got Hugo Barrow, and alongside him the returning voice of a Mr. Neil Heatley. Hugo, hello.
Hello. Looks like it's been quite an interesting race so far. That top 4 in LMP2 is going to be horsing up during our stint, so I look forward to that. But,
You're saying earlier, Ed, that it's scot-free. Well, clearly the commentary booth isn't scot-free anymore, is it?
No.
Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, the race has been pretty thrilling. So I can't put I don't think I can predict what's going to happen with the top 3. It'd be quite interesting to see. I mean, it's nice to see that it's a team on team, 2 teams with 4 cars all up against each other. I want to see that top 4 come together a little bit more. It's been very exciting so far.
Yeah, definitely. And with those last couple of battles recently, don't want them to come together too much because that could end in tears all round. But the close racing will hopefully continue. And it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it's hard to predict who'll come out on top at the end of this race, but it'll be interesting to see how that battle all plays out. Because we have still got 6 hours to go.
Need 6 hours, a long way to go. A whole quarter of a day. Just think of that. But anyway, having a look at Arne Schoenvliet currently on screen as it stands in that number in the Agea racing car, currently at the tail end of the top 5 in the LMP2s. He's got 2.7 seconds to make it up to the next driver, and you can see a IRL shot of Schoenvliet at the same time there.
Yeah, he's in a deep phase of concentration. You can see he's going to be working hard to try and close that gap, because it's not going to be easy given the pace we've seen throughout this whole race, especially when he's coming close to traffic like that. But that gap, it's going to ebb and flow a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how he catches up and when he catches up though, because 3 seconds, it is doable.
There are a couple of sections here in Indianapolis though where these LMP2 cars can get really caught behind GT and really lose a lot of time. Having a look, Maurice Mail has got a penalty. I imagine that will be for track limits of some description, but yes, there's a couple of places here in Indianapolis where the LMP2s can lose a lot of time, particularly thinking the fast chicane on the back straight, and also just having a look at where Schoenvliet's coming through now. Actually, this turn 1, 2, 3, 4 complex, if you like, the LMP2s can lose a lot of time there, mainly because those LMP2s have so much more downforce.
Yeah, and we've seen already throughout the race how there has been a bit of controversy with respecting blue flags, and we had the race director just a few moments ago give a warning to all of the drivers. However, yeah, the traffic, it's quite a narrow track, and because of that downforce difference, we're seeing the effect. But along the straight there goes David Mroczek, sandwiched between two of the GTs in P2. He's got 3 seconds ahead to the leader, so he'll be looking to catch up as well, because that gap has increased a little bit over the last few laps.
Yes, that gap moving to and fro, as you're saying now. Having a look at David Mroczek on the in the Burst Esport Simplexity cars. Well, I was just having a look at corner eye. I think we just had a slight yellow somewhere. And look at that, those LMP2s battling, essentially nose to tail, pushing each other. Of course, the two Burst Esports cars essentially bump drafting down the back straight.
Yeah, getting very close, and of course, because they are teammates, they do not want to collide, because I'm not sure how happy their manager will be if they do. However, it's going to be interesting to see this race. Jene Simoncic in the Burst Edge Esports car just behind. That gap now half a second, but we've seen just how close he can get on the straight. The slipstream is going to be very powerful around here, and as he tries to keep up with the GT3 champion currently, David Mroczek, it's going to be interesting to see which of these two cars comes out on top, because as you just saw a moment ago, they can get ridiculously close to each other. I think actually one of them might have pulled into the pits there.
Yes, indeed it appears so, and I believe Mroczek has pulled into the pits in Simplexity car. You're correct there. So now it's Jene Simoncic on his own trying to chase down James Juba in that Pinson Drillers Esports car. But, well, goes to and fro. The gap increases and decreases. But you could probably say the average of the gap at the moment is somewhere about 4.1 seconds that Simoncic needs to make up for now. And of course, just before the hour turned, Simoncic with a couple of very uncharacteristic mistakes in that burst car.
Yeah, it's interesting to see actually Simoncic make those mistakes. However, he is going to be trying to just reduce those, and also with traffic it will be another problem just to add to him trying to catch up to James Juba. However, that pit stop between the Burst Edge cars could have been slightly tactically planned, because it was just as they were getting very close on track that stop was made, and the gap could be increased. So I think some good planning there on behalf of the Burst Edge team. But however, we've got Michel Rocon and Goran Djordjevic in the Zancho car just behind this Wave 3 Ferrari. So it's going to be interesting to see how this battle begins to evolve for position 18 in the GTE category.
Now, we'll try and tell what type of cars these are. I really can't, I'm not very good with them, but I think it's a BMW and a Ferrari. I can't quite tell though. but indeed Zancho, Djordjevic in that Zancho car, pulling up onto the back of Racon in the way through Me Sports cars. They come down the front straight towards one of the biggest braking zones in the circuit, turn 1. Djordjevic moves to the right hand side, which is the inside, but he's got to be careful of that LMP2 traffic coming out of the pits directly ahead. But Djordjevic has made that move stick for now, and now he has to go and try and chase down Martinez, who's about 4 seconds ahead.
Yeah, and you've got the Waveframe LMP2 car just moving ahead of his sister car in the GT category. But a good move there by Djordjevic, and he's already beginning to pull away, the traffic working quite well for him. But now we're going to move down to Herman Stocky and Filippo Virsi, the Armstrong Racing car P11, Cetres Nita Velix in P12. However, into the braking zone here, we could see a move. He's going to have a look down the inside. Under braking, he's going to have a slightly compromised exit, but he's just about gotten away with that move.
That's from a long way back, actually, that move. By Stocky. That's from a good distance back, but as you said, he did manage to make it stick, and he appears to be running away at a great rate of knots from Virsi. So Virsi just needs to see if he can hang on to that rear wing of the Citrus Niter Velix car. And look, he had to take such a tighter line into that corner just because the GT car's on the outside, but inside that he dives into the pits. So Virsi perhaps deciding not to fight that position as much because he knew he was going to immediately come into the pits. But indeed, that Armstrong Racing car is now in for what I would make perhaps its third stop of the day. Now having a look at Tiziano Brioni and Wojtek Polesny, the Musto GD eSports car trying to chase down the Varga Sim Racing car. 7/10 separate the two of them as they are coming back onto the oval.
Yeah, this is going to be a close battle, it looks like. That gap currently just a few tenths of a second, as we've got the pit stops now taking place around this 6 hour mark, so the order is going to be shuffled up a little bit. But yeah, Wojtek Polesny in that Vargas Sim Racing car, he's going to try and hold off Tiziano Brioni in the Ferrari, and it looks right now that he's beginning to pull away. That gap was about 0.6 of a second, now it's up to 1.4 seconds, so it looks like Polesny has got some serious pace in that Varga Porsche, and he's beginning to extend that gap. But as we've seen a lot, these straights around Indianapolis allow a lot of slipstreaming, and the slipstream can be really powerful, as we saw just a moment ago with Stocky. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays an effect on the GTs, but Polesny absolutely pulling away from Brioni right now.
Yes, you're saying about that draft. Of course, this Indianapolis road course is a roval, but wouldn't say it is quite a roval in the traditional sense, because at least for me, for it to be counted as a roval, it needs to at least use one of the corners of the oval. But of course, this layout that we're currently using does not do that. So in that case, I'd say it's more of a road course rather than a roval. But as you said, yes, these long straights that we had here allows for a good amount of slipstreaming and allows for that rear car to gain quite a few Ks over the car in front.
Yeah, and this track is pretty much just a normal circuit with the Indianapolis oval course surrounding it, because if you look at the track map, as you said, we don't use any of the main bankings, which does make for what I find with the infields of lots of ovals are that they're quite flat. However, this track has a bit more banking than some others, because on the infield of Daytona, perhaps, you've got a really flat track, and that can make racing pretty difficult, especially on the tyres. But we are seeing how the Indianapolis circuit producing some good racing, because it has got those two massive straights, that first one along the pit straight and the second one as well on the middle of the infield. But now we've got Nico Barkley racing Yuri Toman, and that's going to be a GT Corvette on the inside there. That's going to really compromise him, and they're both off the track. Nico Barkley is going to be able to pull away a lot, and Yuri Toman is not going to be very happy about that, because that's the P1 Corvette actually that's just had a collision. So neither of those two drivers are going to be too chuffed about that contact they've just had, because it sent them both off the track and cost Toman about 1.5 seconds to Nico Barkley and the position.
Indeed, yeah, there was a little bit of shoulder barging coming into turn one, and to be honest, I think that was, I don't tell them, but at least I think that was more on Toman, that move in turn one, mainly because he was going up the inside, which you can do, but he just took far too much speed and almost disregarded the GT car on the outside, and you can see there, look at that, just complete shoulder barge. Now, at this point, straight after coming into turn 2, the GT car saw both the prototypes behind in the rearview mirror side by side, and I think the GT leader in that Nigel Velix car, that number 60 car, just tried to get out of the way, but then Toman had the idea, okay, I'll use the GT car as a pick. I'll go to the right hand side of it and get the inside for turn 3 and get that position back. But I think the GT car just saw the two prototypes in the rearview mirror and just tried to get out of the way as fast as possible. And there was nothing that Toman could have really done about it at that point.
No, definitely not. I think that's just the trouble with such tight racing when you've got multi-class, and that's what happens. You just saw James Juba in the pits now. So this is Jerne Simicic, I believe. He's going to be moving up into P1 potentially, if that Pinton car is not out of the pits already. Although, there comes Juba just out of the pits now. So that gap still has moved just under 3 seconds. However, the overall gaps between these three drivers is still about 3 seconds. So not really closing up, not really expanding either, and you can see the gap between the two burst edge cars has increased since we last saw them right next to each other on the track.
Yeah, it's so easy just to lose a few tenths, especially when you're in multi-class racing like we are here in the VEC. But that gap down to about 3 seconds now. The next piece of traffic that Simicic is going to have, it looks like it's going to be fairly nice actually. We'll meet it on the run down towards turns 10, 11 and 12 at the very end of the circuit. So you shouldn't really be that encumbered by the GT traffic ahead. But as you said, yes, that gap approximately 3 seconds after the pit stop cycle. And if I remember correctly, that's actually gone down about a second or so from what it was beforehand, because I think it was about 4 seconds before.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. And the fact that it is closing down could be just a sign of the driving style around these pit stops. In fact, we're actually going to move straight back to Yuri Toman and Nico Barkley, the Varga car, will be looking to reclaim his 8th position, and he's managed to catch up again after that little incident just a lap ago into turn 1. But now you can see that gap under half a second. With the slipstream potentially along the pit straight, he could be in a good position to make a move into turn 1. Hopefully there won't be such a incident as there was last time. Luckily that didn't turn out too badly, otherwise we wouldn't have them right next to each other on the track now. But on the exit then, onto the straight, we're going to see the power of the slipstream now. You can see that gap 3 tenths of a second, or just over 3 tenths, but it's closing down quite quickly. Will he have a sniff of the inside line? No, he's going to tuck in behind for now. However, it's going to be interesting to see how he keeps that gap quite low, because it is just a quarter of a second now. And he's really clinging to the back of that Wanaco LMP2 car as they come onto the towards the second straight. Anyway, it's gonna be right over the curbs. Could have compromised his exit a little bit. Yes, it has, and that's going to cost Yuri Toman on the straight. He's not going to be able to make a move quite yet, but we have got a little bit of traffic coming up in front, so that's going to have an impact on this battle as well.
The traffic is the key here, and look at this, so much slower through so much slower through turn 7 there was Nico Barkley. But the thing was, because the GT traffic was right there, Toman was slowed an equal amount. And there you go, there's sim racing for Holland car. Toman looking for a move, but perhaps no, because they had to go too wide into the corner. There wasn't a third lane available right on the inside for Toman in that Varga car to make a move. Anyway, back onto the front straight now. And I think Toman's a little bit too far back. He's 3.5 tenths at the moment. And Barkley just moving ever so slightly left and right, just trying to silently break the slipstream. Toman, you can see, he's gained about 1/10 of a second down the front straight alone. There's not close enough to make a move into turn 1. Although turn 1 is actually one of the main braking zones here at Indianapolis, it's actually a very difficult corner to make a lunge at, mainly because turn 1 is a deceptively fast corner, and it's also quite narrow in the exit as well, so you've really got to make sure you're at least side by side when you get to the apex. And having a look at that GT traffic again, and look how Barkley moving immediately to the left-hand side, directly in front of the GT car to try and minimise the amount of slipstream that Toman gets down that back straight. Now, through 6 and 7, now coming through 8 and 9, back onto the oval again, and look how much closer Toman is this time round. If you don't catch GT traffic here, he might have a good chance of making a lunge. I say that though there is GT traffic directly ahead, but they're not going to get to it before the braking zone. And oh, look at that, almost touching right there in the apex of 10.
Yeah, and we've got the onboard now of the Varga car in the top right, and you can see there is a GT. I think can't quite tell what that car is up ahead. Yeah, it's a BMW. That's going to move to the outside, and Barkley's going to move in front of it, try and break the slipstream. He's weaving all over the straight. Yuri Toman trying to stick behind him as we head into turn 1. Once again, he's going to have a look at the inside line, but just not quite close enough to try and make that move, and he's going to have to settle behind Barkley for just another lap. But you can see how Barkley is really using this GT traffic to his advantage, trying to break that slipstream. As I say that though, Yuri Toman really trying to get his nose up the inside of that Wanako car, making his presence very known to the driver in front and showing that he really does want that 8th position.
He is much closer now though. Look at that gap going down to a 10th and a half, down to a 10th, moves to the left hand side, 3 wide into the end of the back straight. No, Toman again. It's Barkley using that GT traffic and positioning himself essentially in the middle of the track between where the GT car is and the very edge, and blocking off that 3rd lane for Toman. Very, very good spatial awareness there by the one Akko car, and again you can see how much that hurt the Varga Sim Racing car, just having to take that tighter line into the end of the back straight. But I say that, look at this now, they're essentially nose to tail. Barkley going ever so slightly wide out of 11, onto 12, back onto the front straight. Toman is going to be closing that gap. I think he might have a good chance this time around. Look, right to the wall goes the one Akko car. He's going to move all the way across to the left again for the racing line. Will he just stay in the middle? No, he's forcing Toman to go Buffalo Gals all the way around the outside. Toman's going to try. He's still there side by side. Has the inside for 2. We've got the side by side again for 3. And oh, a little bit of a shoulder barge there from the Varga Sim Racing car.
Yeah, indeed, but he has managed to get that position, so he's going to be quite pleased with himself. We're already moving on to another battle because Michel Rocon down the inside of that looks like a Porsche into the braking zone at the end of the back straight, not quite finding that room to get past. But we've got the other Varga Porsche now behind them, so Varga really taking up the airwaves tonight. But Michel Rocon for Wave 3 Esports is looking for a position. You can see a car flashing behind. This is P21 looking for P20. We've got prototype traffic as we go into the braking zone, very close there. That P16 LMP2 is going to be right on the tip of his toes. He's got to be very careful. He's between 2 GTs and he's got 2 in front of him, and he's going to move to the inside of Michel Rocon and take that place. However, the Wave 3 driver still trying to use that slipstream. We've got quite a busy part of the track right now. You can see the onboard in the top right. He's going to have a look at the inside line. Under braking, he is going to send it. You can see a lock up ahead. A car's run wide, and that could just mean the position, because that's going to block the Porsche, and that's going to be position 19 for Michel Rocon. In fact, I think he either overtook a car in the pits, or that Aston Martin actually lost a position there because he had a big lockup and that cost him. And you can see across the chicane then, because of a P2, this could cost him, because behind he's got the Varga car up the inside now. We've got quite a dramatic race in the GT category. Under braking, there it goes. I think that car might be a lap ahead, but we can see really, really busy on the track at the moment.
Yes, incredibly busy. It's essentially a 150 mile an hour traffic jam at this point. But as you said, Rocon has, in that 19th position, now has 18 seconds to make up to position 18. And, well, that's quite a distance range here. Well, especially for these GT cars, that's going to be the best part of a quarter of a lap, surely. Yeah,
most definitely. It's not the longest lap around this track. And with such a competitive field as well, I think we've got 18 or so cars in each category. No, that can't be right.
It's more.
Yeah,
it's
definitely
more than that.
I think it might be 18 P2s actually. Or, yeah, I don't know. I'll stop trying to do numbers because it's clearly not working. But yeah, 18 seconds. It's a long way especially in endurance racing. But with over 5.5 hours to go, it might not be the end of the race quite yet for this P19 Wave Frame car. And Speedy Mite, not quite sure how they're doing on the track. I think they're around P15 in that area. But yeah, this GT battle is going to evolve as the race progresses, and with these P2s, because it's both of the categories even that have got to be mindful of each other. And as I say that, we can see once more we've got Alex Brautigam in the Black Hawk Racing Porsche. He's currently P11. He's got 7.3 seconds to the next car, but he's still 74 seconds off the leader. So you can see how it is quite a spread out field at the moment in GT. However, there are individual battles that will pop up here and there. You can see he's already closing up quite rapidly. I think the car in front might even be in the pits at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it's leaving the pits now. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen. And that's going to be P10 then for Alex Brautigam.
P10 as it stands, but what he's got to be careful is the car behind just 3/4 of a second. We're between 6 and 7/10, I should say rather, to Liam Rance in that satellite racing car directly behind that Porsche as they are coming through turn 4 and onto the back straight now. And look at this, he's going to have to go side by side perhaps.
Well, yeah, you can see getting very close with the LMP2 traffic trying to squeeze its way through as the undercover car just ahead, but Liam Rance is going to be trying to close up to Alex Brautigam for that P10 position, because this battle, I feel, is going to close up quite quickly. It's only expanded recently because of the traffic, and you're just seeing the effect of that now. But the satellite racing car doing quite a good job. Now we've got Jose Berengoya here in, I've probably butchered that, but he's 1.3 seconds off the P5 car. You can see just ahead on the screen that BMW. He's going to have to close up that gap, but it'll be interesting to see what his pace is in comparison. Alexandro Lopez Iona, with not the greatest race so far, has got a drive-through penalty.
Yes, has got a drive-through penalty, as you're saying. But yes, Berengoya has 1.5 seconds at the moment at least to try and make up to the next car, which I believe is actually its sister car in P6 at the moment, if I have a look at the standings correctly. And indeed, oh sorry, it's Alvaro Martinez in 7th place, and it's Berengoya ahead in 6th, which is the sister car. So 6th and 7th at the moment for WOSR iZone Performance, as that 7th place car is just making his way through the chicane at the back. But look at this, Turkka Hakkinen right behind in that Cetres 92 Velox car, trying to take away that 7th position. Indeed, 3/4 of a second separate the two of them.
Yeah, so this is really becoming quite close. You can see Martinez closing up to his teammate. That gap just 0.8 of a second, but yeah, behind with the Nita Velox car. This is going to be really interesting, especially to see where they close up on track, because we've got those two Porsches leading ahead of the Callaway Corvette, driven by Hakkinen. And on the straights now, we might see the effect of the slipstream, because Hakkinen is just under half a second behind Alvaro Martinez. Not close enough for a move, and especially not the move you want to make when you've got those LMP2 cars going down the inside right behind each other. However, on the exit here, it looks like that's slightly compromised Martinez, and the undercover car now moving up the inside. That gap down to just 0.3 of a second. In fact, Martinez might have run wide, and this could be Hakkinen for the position. It looks like there might just be contact. Across the curb he goes, but he's going to take 7th position there with a fantastic move.
Yes, somehow there was not contact, and I'm always wary coming through. I was seeing people trying to go side by side through that back chicane, because it is so fast and it is so narrow. It's essentially a single line chicane. I'm always so incredibly wary, but indeed Hakkinen has got ahead of Martinez as it stands now. He hasn't got that far to actually make it to the car ahead of him now, as Hakkinen just 3.1 seconds separates 6th and 7th as it stands. But of course it's going to be a very familiar sight for Hakkinen when he comes up to the next car, because, well, the rear end is going to look exactly the same as the one that he's just passed.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he's already pulling away quite quickly from Alvaro Martinez. That gap nearly a second now and there hasn't been too much traffic to speak of. But yeah, as you say, he's going to be coming up to a very similar looking car. But we're going to go back down to Filippo Vizzi now, who's trying to defend from Matthias Stahrer, who we saw just a lap ago moving down the inside of those two cars that we just saw battling. But Matthias Stahrer, with the Go Team LMP2 car, he is getting really quite close, and he's going to go for a later apex. Can he get it on the straight? Has he got the acceleration? They are going to be side by side. The undercover car as well, making his presence known down the inside of Filippo Vizzi. Could we be 3 wide into the braking zone? The Go Team car gets just ahead, but he's going to be on the grass, and Filippo Vizzi looking for the gap that just isn't there, because now he's got a Nita Velix car on his outside, and the undercover car has made his way through as well. But Stahrer getting away with that quite well. Now already a second clear, but we're going to go back down to Tuukka Hakkinen. That gap to Martinez just 1.5 seconds now. This is going to be a replay of the move he made on Martinez, because it was quite incredible. From a different angle, you can see absolutely bouncing over the curbs, but he just about had the edge into the second part of the chicane to take the position.
Yeah, Hakkinen jumping that Corvette like a rallycross car across those curbs at the chicane. But yes, managed to make that move down. And always coming through the chicane, it's always a negotiation. It's almost all chicken between which driver will lift out of the throttle first and not cause a horrendous accident. But anyway, having a look, Liam Rance trying to chase down Alex Boydegum in that Black Hawk racing car. 4/10 separate the two of them as they're coming down the front straight now. And Liam Rance, I must say, 4/10 of a second, just a little bit too far back for a move into turn 1. There's one of the Pinson Drillers LMP2s coming past them at the moment, I believe. Indeed it is, and the Pinson car manages to make its way through nicely, but you can see how that gap has extended just because Rance had to make move for that prototype.
Yeah.
That gap went from about 4/10 to 1 second.
Yeah, you can see really the effect of the traffic, but because he's had to let that car go, this isn't the ideal place through this part of the track just off that back straight. It's not the ideal place to let a car through, and we might see that gap to Alex Boydegum close down a little bit again, because of that old saying, traffic gives, traffic takes away. But right now it's taken away a little bit from Boydegum, because that gap 9/10 of a second, it's ebbing and flowing. But they've also got to be aware of the car behind as well, because that gap is just over a second behind Liam Rance. So he's going to be looking at both forwards and rearwards, but aiming to go forwards as the race progresses, to try and take that P10 off the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin.
Yes, P10 wanting to be taken off at the moment does Liam Rance, but Rance is almost equidistant between the car in 10th and the car in 12th at the moment. You can see the timings graphics are programmed to have the closest gap, and they're having a little bit of a problem because of the equidistance of the gap at the moment. Now we look at Felipe Canio is now 1 second behind Liam Rance, but as we come into the braking zone at the end of the back straight, that could well change in a couple of seconds. But yes, that drive game seat racing car trying to take away 11th position from Rance in that satellite.
Yeah, this is going to be relatively interesting, because it is going to affect these gaps a little bit. But that drive game seat car driven by Felipe Caneo is closing up to Liam Rance, so that's actually going to be a little bit of a concern for him, because that gap, last lap Caneo was slightly quicker and he is still closing up. So Liam Rance, he was aiming ahead a moment ago. He's now actually got to be quite concerned about this Ferrari that's coming up behind him, because he's posing a real threat. Caneo actually having some decent pace right now, still closing up on all parts of the track. That gap 7/10 of a second, but it's decreasing rapidly, getting that distant tow along the pit straight. Into the turn 1 there won't be a move, but in the next couple of laps we can expect to see these guys battling it out.
It just all depends, not on their own pace as well. It also depends on how the LMP2 traffic reacts to the GT cars. Indeed, a whole lot.
Definitely, because these cars do have their own battles to contend with, and the LMP2s just want to try and navigate the traffic as quickly as possible, and that has effects both ways. But now we're seeing it once again, Martin Dryland now making himself present, so it's all becoming quite close here around P10 of GTE. Liam Rance very close behind Alex Breutigam. That gap 3.5 tenths of a second. He's closing up. Behind though, there are two cars that are making their ways closer as well through turn 1 into turn 2. It's all about the exit speeds as we head towards the chicane that leads onto the back straight as we go through this right-hander now into the braking zone. This is going to be a potential attempt at a move. So you can see in the top right, Liam Rance and Alex Breutigam heading along the pit straight now. Heavy braking they go. So that gap still just 0.3 of a second there. You can see riding on board now with the satellite racing car. Just on the exit, clinging onto the very limit of grip, and you can see slightly going over it goes Alex Breutigam. But we've now got a prototype coming up behind them. We've got a battle as well behind. I think that's Martin Dryland trying to take a position as well. But ahead we've got Jose Berengoya with Turka Hakkinen as well. So Turka now closing up to the next WOSR iZone performance car, trying to take that position. We've got the Burst Edge car making his way through the GTE field. This is what we were talking about earlier, but Martin Dryland has actually made his way past Filippo Caneo in the John Alesi Esports Aston Martin. So it is becoming really interesting down in this GT field at the moment.
Yes, Dearland, they are in that John Alesi Esports car, as you said, now 0.6 of a second ahead of Filippo Caneo in that drive game seat car. And you can just see, because he's now in 12th place, he's just entered the bottom of the timing column on the left hand side. You can see that he's got 1.6 seconds to make up to 11th place, of course being Alex Breutigam, as we were saying before. And having a look ahead, you can just see that battle ahead coming down the front straight, and it looks like that Liam Rance might have a move on Breutigam. Indeed, they're side by side coming into turn 1, and again a little bit of hip and shoulder between cars coming into turn 1, like we've seen so many times in just the 30-35 minutes that we've been on stream for.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Now we've got the Wave 3 LMP2 trying to cut his way between these drivers, but Liam Rance there, he has taken the position. Now Alex Breutigam is not only going to be looking ahead to that position he just lost, but he's got to be careful because Martin Dearland is just behind him with that P2 going down the inside. That could slightly compromise his next turn because Martin Dearland on an absolute storm of speed. He is really closing up to these guys. You can see in the top right we've got the onboard. He is almost within touching distance of Alex Breutigam. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a move into turn 1 on the start of the next lap, because he is closing up rapidly, and even through these tight turning sections, he's keeping that gap as close as possible, and even, in fact, he's closing it down where he should really be losing time because of the effects of dirty air from that car in front. But on the exit, this is going to be potentially where we see a move under 0.2 of a second. With the slipstream, we've got, I think, the Go Team car moving to the inside, trying to get past them. That's not the Go Team car. But into turn 1, down the inside goes Martin Dearland for John Alesi Esports. The two Aston Martins battle it out. Can he hold on to it through the exit from Alex Breutigam? It looks like he just about has. And that's going to be P11 for Martin Dearland's charge up the field. Next in his sights will be that car that just took the position from Alex Breutigam. So it is really hotting up. And once again, we move back up the field to Turka Hakkinen, who's also on a charge, trying to take Jose Berengoya's position of 6th place.
Yeah, trying to take that 6th place away. 4/10 separate the two of them as they're coming into the turn 10, 11, 12 chicane. And look at that, the LMP2 car, 330 car, just coming up the inside and breaking up this battle a little bit as it stands. But no doubt Hakkinen will be able to make that gap up again. You can just see how much that traffic that LMP2 car changed that gap. It was about 3 tenths before, it's now up to 5.5 tenths, so a full quarter of a second lost there by Hakkinen by just needing to allow that LMP2 car through. Coming into turn 1 now, half a second separate the two of them, and Hakkinen in that bright green and black Citroën Nitro Velix car could not make a move on the WSR iZone car as it stands. But here is Deerland, perhaps looking at Rance at turn 1 this time round. Can he make it 2 positions in 2 laps? A little bit too far this time round, but he's right there on the rear wing of the Porsche.
Yeah, he's on an absolute charge up the field. He's got so much speed. He's just taken 11th place, but he's already looking at P10. So, having overtaken the Aston Martin of Alex Boytigam, he is really close. That gap, you can see just the amount of speed he's got. Last lap, he was 7 tenths of a second up on Liam Rance into the heavy braking zone. He's not quite close enough to make a successful move, but you can see he is really clinging on to the rear diffuser, especially from that onboard camera, and you can see it looks like Liam Rance has gone slightly wide, really on the limit of grip. You can see just by the car's body language that he is pushing it to the absolute limit, and he could be pushing it to the absolute limit for his benefit because he is really beginning to pile on the pressure to Liam Rance. We have got a P2, but he shouldn't be an issue until the main straight, which we're about to come up on now. So that's not going to be an issue for Martin Deerland. For the Jean Alesi Aston Martin against the Satellite Racing Porsche as we head along the main straight now. This is where he made a position last time with a gap of 3 tenths of a second. He might struggle a little bit. Liam Rance getting the slight slipstream from the prototype as down the inside goes another prototype to separate them a little bit more, and we're going to have the effect of this on Martin Deerland that's shown on that timing board, the gap up to half a second as a result of that, as Liam Rance goes side by side with that P2 through the first section of the track.
Indeed, side by side through that first sector. Now Deerland really hasn't lost that much time. He's still only 3.5 tenths, I should say rather, behind Rance in that Satellite Racing car. Is making the way down towards the back straight, and you can just see a few of the cars are starting to put their lights on as dusk starts to fall here at Indianapolis. 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. And look, this LMP2 traffic behind is the car in 15th position in the LMP2 class, directly behind. And oh, that was a GT car off. Indeed, that was a Rance off at turn 8 for no reason whatsoever. Look at that. He's down into 12. That was a big off, and it almost seemed like an unforced error from the Satellite Racing car.
Yeah, that's cost him 2 positions. I think that might have just been an effect of the pressure that Deerland was putting on him because it looked like completely driver error. It'd be interesting to see a replay of that, but we're already going to be moving up to the other GT battle between Elias Fernandez in the DX Droids BMW and Turkka Hakkinen in the Citroën Nitro Velix car, who's continuing his charge. This is going to be a replay of a previous attempt at a move, I think. Oh no, this was the previous overtake from Turkka Hakkinen, taking 6th place there. Yeah, with the World of Sim Racing Porsche, and he's already looking to take P5 as they head into the heavy braking zone. The Burst Edge car getting quite in the front of them. A bit of a lock up there from Fernandez. But yeah, Turkka Hakkinen with a lot of speed. He's really dragging his Corvette up the field. Of course, when he gets past this car, it will be a 26-second gap to P4. However, in this championship, every point matters. And with these braking zones, you can see right on the edge of that braking grip of the tyre, locking up ever so slightly as he tries to just keep that gap to Elias Fernandez as close as possible. And we can see on the straight now, the slipstream could be quite beneficial. This is only 1.5 tenths of a second, but there is a LMP car right behind them. We could see 3 wide into turn 1. No, he's going to just about sneak past the fact he's got Elias Fernandez before the braking zone, I think, just as the power of the slipstream for him.
Yeah, I think Fernandez just lifted off the throttle there because he saw all of the traffic around him and saw all of the traffic essentially behind as well and decided, I do not want to risk the car at this moment in the race. So I think Fernandez just lifted off the throttle a little bit, and he would have seen the gap go down and down as the Nitro Velix car started approaching him. So I think it's part of seeing all the traffic around and also realising that Nitrovelic was so much faster. And speaking of Nitrovelic, here's Stucky trying to go up the inside of Ukic, the undercover sim racing car, to the end of the back straight. And there was a little bit of a rapid direction change there from Ukic at the end of the straight, and he keeps that position from Stocky. Here we go, Peter Berlak in the Williams Esports car trying to attack Lorenzo Risi in the Waveframe Esports. Can Berlak make a move? He is going to try and go all the way around the outside at turn 1, but no move, and I think he might have actually got a little bit of a touch from the Waveframe GT car there coming to turn 1 as well, and that might have just been my eyes deceiving me.
I'm not sure, but Berlak definitely finding himself in a Waveframe sandwich just for the moment though, because soon enough that Ferrari will be passed. But this is going to be an interesting battle. So we've had our GT fun. I think we're now moving up into the prototypes turn at taking up some of the screen, because right now it is quite close in a couple of places on the P2 scene. We just saw with Stocky taking P10. In fact, he's lost it again. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. But Peter Boljak now losing time, actually, it looks like, to Lorenzo Arisi. That gap now 0.8 of a second there. Hasn't really been any traffic since their last interaction.
Yeah, that Williams car starting to fall back 8.5 tenths and 9 tenths that gap now. Indeed, it's going to go up a lot more because that Williams to the pits. Anyway, having a look now at Goran Djerdjevic. Currently in 9th position. He's got 3.6 seconds to make up to the WSR car ahead.
Yeah, that's a decent gap. However, with 5 hours and 16 minutes to go, definitely not impossible, as yeah, there's quite a long way to go. But P9 right now up ahead though with these GT cars. It's the battle that we've been observing, I think, because those gaps, if he can close up, which he looks to be doing, we'll have to wait and see just as a few laps progress. But yeah, those gaps ahead of him up to P5 are still relatively close. But we are seeing now the second, another salvo of LMP2 pit stops. So that's going to shake up the order once again and disperse the guys on track as well. So we're going to see the result of that relatively soon. But yeah, Djordjevic just has to try and start making up time. And if those cars ahead of him start battling once again, those two WSR Porsches, he could be in with some luck. But right now, 3.3 seconds, maybe he's quite comfortable in his current position because he is still 7.5 seconds clear behind.
7.5 seconds, as you said, so not that much pressure from behind for Djordjevic in that Sancho car. He just needs to focus on the car ahead. And another driver who's focusing on the car ahead is Jose Berenguer in the WSR iZone Performance car. He's got 7/10 to the car ahead now.
Yeah, so we're once again seeing the GT cars having another attempt at moving up the grid, because we saw that BMW ahead, the Berenguer Goya, is catching up to that. 7/10 of a second could not be much closer. Of course, he's going to be looking to get ahead, but once again, he can't relax too much just sitting behind, because he's got his teammate behind to worry about. And if he gets too complacent, well, he's going to lose that position potentially as well. But we're going to move up to Felipe Caneo, who we saw earlier, now battling with Liam Rance, who had that off, which cost him 2 positions. It could be a third now, because the P13 drive game seat Ferrari really quite close along the straight. That gap 0.2 of a second into turn 1, having a sniff of the inside line. Just having to back off there though, as there wasn't quite the room on the apex that he needed to try and squeeze through. But once again, battles right around the midfield of this GT pack.
Yes, right around that midfield 30th position. Currently Felipe Canio we're looking at in that drive seat gaming car, and 0.4 of a second to that car ahead. Is a little bit too far back, I believe, for moving to the into the back straight. Indeed, there's one of the Pinson cars making its way up the inside at the end of the back straight, using that superior straight line and cornering advantage to make its way past the GTE car.
Yeah, and I think we've had a lead change as well. Probably or possibly at least a result of the pit stops, because we've now got a burst edge car, I think. Actually, no, I don't think that's right. We have got a non-Pinton Drillers car in the lead, but that might just be a result of pit stops. So we've got Alvaro Martinez now catching up to his teammate Berenguer, who is in P7. So the two World of Sim Racing Porsches right now, P7 and P8, working together potentially just to try and reel in those other cars around them. That gap though up ahead from Berenguer to P6, 1.5 seconds, so potentially he's losing a little bit of pace, or Alvaro Martinez and the other car are beginning to speed up a little bit, because I know that these two WSR Porsches aren't going to want to battle too much. They don't want to risk an awful lot when they are essentially the same outfit, and you can see P2s all over the place as well. So this could get quite interesting with the way the traffic affects these gaps, because we've now got the burst edge car behind Alvaro Martinez trying to find a way through, and he's going to find quite a good opportunity to let him pass and not lose too much time. Will it the same be said for the other WSR Porsche? It looks like it. That gap now just over half a second on the straight. It doesn't look like they're going to be quite close enough to have the full effect of the slipstream, but that gap definitely is gradually closing down.
It's something that we've got to keep in mind, because of course, as we said, these are two teammates, if you will. That of course they will be in communication with each other and they will work with each other. For example, Martinez in the rear of the two cars at the moment will almost act like a rear gunner for the car in front. If the Zancho car, currently in ninth position, eventually makes its way to the rear wing, Martinez will act as a rear gunner to allow his teammates to focus on the car in front and battle for that 6th place.
Yeah, definitely. And with the idea of rear gunner, potentially as well, Berenguer is a front gunner because you can see he is catching up. And maybe what they might do is swap to put the quicker car in front of these two to try and have a go at getting that P6, because that gap has been extending a lot recently. Now 1.5 seconds. We've now got Tony Jukic for the Undercover Sim Racing LMP2 outfit now pitting for P13, but Jerne Simoncic is in the lead right now. That Burst Edge eSports car taking that front position on the track, and you can see on the left we've got battles emerging all around the place, but I do think we've got some pit stops occurring, especially in the LMP2 field, which are switching things up a little.
Indeed, that LMP2 field, a lot of the LMP2 fields coming into the pits this time around to obviously take on fuel, and because they'll be going from the 3rd into the it's about 3 hours into the race. They might be going the 4th into the 5th stint at this point, so a lot of them might decide to take tyres at this stop as well, so it's going to be a longer stop than normal possibly for a lot of these LMP2 cars. Jerne Simoncic having a look in the lead of that LMP2 class, and indeed in the lead of the race as we go back down to Alvaro Martinez. Half a second between him and his teammate Berenguer, as we've been talking about over the past few laps or so.
Yeah, they are still quite close, and this battle evolving. Maybe the two teammates will go toe-to-toe on track, because it doesn't look like Berenguer is going to make it easy, or maybe he's just waiting for that gap to close down a little bit more. However, what this does mean is that the gap to the cars in front not extending too much. Of course, Hakkinen pulling away already, 2.5 seconds clear of P6. He's now got the task of starting the decrease of a gap, which is currently 24 seconds. With 5 hours to go, it's a maybe. It could be quite difficult, but you never know what can happen in an endurance race, especially in the VEC. And those cars in front, so potentially on for a podium. Who knows? Although at the moment, that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Yes, it might be a little bit of a stretch, as you said. But again, I'm just thinking about what Berenguer is doing here, and again, I'm not exactly sure. Well, I'm going to say I'm not exactly sure if these two cars are going to be driving 100% at the moment. Of course, well, you never really drive at 100% in an endurance race. You only ever really drive about 95%, I find, because if you try to do qualifying laps after lap after lap for How long might these drivers be in the car? 2 hours, for example. You're eventually going to make a mistake at some point. So generally these drivers will be driving at only about 90-95%. But I'm just thinking, is Martinez, is he kind of holding position at the moment? Is that 78 car actually faster than Berenguer, perhaps at this moment in time? And just starting to hold back a little bit, because we might think, right, if Martinez comes up onto the back of Berenguer, they might start, just because of the speed difference between the two of them, they might start to lose a little bit of time and therefore lose touch with the car in 6th place as well. So I'm just wondering if Martinez is really almost holding fire at this moment, right?
Well, yeah, that could be quite impossible. I mean, with the traffic, he's lost a second, but yeah, he might just be holding back. With, as you said, it being an endurance race, we're not even halfway through yet. So it might just be an idea to stick behind, because he's not going to lose an awful lot at the moment where he is. He's still got quite a safe gap to the car behind him. And actually, at the moment, Berenguer is closing up again to P6. That gap did decrease under a second just for a moment there. But yeah, as you said, Martinez might just be trying to hold the ship steady for the moment in the current position he's in, because there isn't a real need to push, especially with the amount of race that we have left.
Yes, 5 hours and 7 minutes to go. So having a look at Jack Keithley, that's a driver change actually, because that was Burlack in that car before, wasn't it, in that Williams Esports LMP2? I believe it's that one. Indeed it was. There's been a driver change in that LMP2 car. He's got 16.5 seconds to get up to the Pinson drillers ahead.
Yeah, he's hopped into a relatively difficult position, because he's also going to be wary of the Varga car. You can just about see in the back of shot a moment ago that he is trying to just keep that gap up and also close down to the Pinson drillers cars. And I don't know what the current situation is with pit stops, because you can see up ahead the other cars are also being to pit. So you've got quite a few different strategies that looks like that are running, people pitting at slightly different times. And as the end of the race rolls around, which still seems like quite a long time away, these different strategies could have quite a big impact on the final outcome. However, yeah, Keithley has got quite the task on his hands, trying to close up to the P5 Pinson drillers car.
And it's something we often see in endurance races because of these alternating strategies, as you were saying, but how almost every single team has a different strategy. We don't really see how they play out until the last 30 minutes or so, and really see what the true position, if you like, for all the cars is. Have a look at Nick De Silva now in the Ajira Racing car, 8th place currently in the LMP2s in that number 2 car. He's got 7.5 seconds to make up to 7th place ahead, which is quite a lot of a distance. Indeed, he might just see his rival at the end of the back straight as he's entering onto it through the chicane.
Yeah, it's quite a long straight. There you can see Arna Schoenfleet quite happy to be on the stream, waving it to everyone. But yeah, Nick De Silva in the Ajira car, 8 seconds is definitely possible to start closing up ahead as he's navigating a lot of traffic right now. But yeah, it's just going to be, at this point of the race, for him at least, just trying to keep it steady and begin to close up those gaps that have that are quite large around his car. However, behind him he's quite clear, so he's got the breathing room, I suppose, to get settled into the car. And as he goes past Liam Brance there onto the straight, you can see a sea of GTs ahead of him. He just needs to get consistent and slowly but surely chip away at that gap in front of him.
Yeah, slowly ease down that gap. Well, they say that since we've been talking about Nick De Silva, that gap's increased by about 1.3 seconds. So, yes, Nick De Silva in that Ajira Racing car, now 9 seconds down on the Varga Sim Racing car ahead. But speaking of that Varga car, it's only about 4 tenths behind the Williams Esports.
That's true, actually. So that's going to be quite interesting to hop up to. Yeah, because we said a moment ago that we could see him off in the background. I think he was 3 seconds behind at that point. Right now, he could be trying to make a move. As you look at that, it's going to be the inside line as they are side by side. And I think somehow he's managed to get away with that. But they are going to be closing up to the pit straight in just a moment's time. So can Jack Keithley try and get that slipstream on the exit? You can see quite a lot of traffic up ahead. That's the WOSR Porsche. I think the other cars were P2s. They're going to be passed quite easily, but you can see there goes the BMW as well, that it's meant to be battling. So that's another battle we're going to have to hop up to after we watch this. But this is not good news for Jack Keithley. Can he get past the BMW? I don't know. It might compromise his line into turn 1 slightly. It might, yeah, it's cost him a little bit of time trying to navigate those GTs. He's not been quite as fortunate as Marcel Shinchik, and he's now 1.3 seconds behind. Oh, and a big slide as well through there, really on the edge of grip, as you can see, just trying to close up that gap that he's already lost from that battle. And we're going to hop down to Elias Fernandez in the DX Droids car, who's currently leading Jose Berenguer, who we saw just a moment ago on the straights, getting passed by those LMP2s in a very similar position. Of course, P5 battling for P6 in their respect, whereas we've now got P7 fighting for P6 here. However, this is going to be an interesting battle between these couple of guys as well, because this gap has been closing down again. So I'm not quite sure what happened when the gap extended, but it is definitely shrinking now, and we could see a potential move from Jose Berenguer imminently.
Yes, a move could be coming in the not so distant future there, but have a look here. This is a battle for second and third overall. Currently having a look at Michi Hoya in the Burst Esports Simplex car. Of course, last week took part in the Formula E Accelerate series, replacing Kevin van der Linde. But here on rFactor 2. But yes, Michi Hoya currently 3 seconds ahead of Jeroen Kriekel in the Pin Sim Drillers car, and that Pin Sim car, 3 seconds, you know, is not really that much to make up on a track like Indianapolis, especially when you consider the traffic. But when that driver heads Michi Hoya, that's a much more difficult task.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see that gap actually. It's ebbing and flowing a little bit, as can be expected, but we have got the Burst Edge car, the lead car actually, exiting the pit lane now. So this could be quite interesting. We'll see where he comes out in relation to Michi Hoya and also to Jeroen Kriekel, because Alex Siebel there with the Burst Edge car leading his teammate, I think, through turn 1. Now that gap 3 seconds. So once again at the top of LMP2, we've got roughly similar gaps, because I believe these top 8 or so have all made the necessary pit stops. In fact, I think the whole LMP2 grid has now made them relevant pit stops, which puts them back on an equal footing. And this means that the battle that's about to ensue is the battle for overall position.
Yes, looking for that overall position, as you said, and yes, Michi Hoya 2 seconds behind Alex Siebel in the Burst Edge Esports car. And again, this could be something fairly similar to what we were saying before with the 2 WSR cars. That, of course, these 2 Burst Esports cars are teammates. What is their strategy going to be when they, well, almost inevitably will come nose to tail? What is going to be Burst's strategy then?
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because this is similar to what we saw with the WRSR cars, except the stakes are a lot higher, because this is for first position in the race. But that gap, actually, it looks like Michi Hoya, the insane driver that he is already closing down massively, and that's not, the traffic is not benefiting Siebel. But now we've got Marcel Shinchik closing up to Daniel Canistracci for the Wave Frame LMP2 car. This is the P5 overall. So off this, there's a 15-second gap to the Pin Sim Drillers in front. But with such a 9-round championship, I believe, every point is going to matter, because there are limited opportunities to get those points, and who knows how close the championship is going to be as we exit that final race of the season. So right now, Shinchik, with the pace he has, is going to be looking to close up, and it looks like he might just make the most of the traffic. We've got a Burst Edge car as well, so this could be very interesting. The Wave Frame Ferrari GT car getting involved too, or trying to not get involved, I think would be more accurate, because if he did, it wouldn't be taken too lightly by the prototypes. However, Alex Siebel now, he's increasing the gap to Michi Hoya. So either Michi is deciding he doesn't need to push or maybe Siebel has got some decent pace as well to match Michi Hoyer. So that's going to be interesting to watch progress. But Jose Berenguer with
Yes, that
Elias
pace
Fernandez
to match Michi, as you were saying.
Yeah, sorry. But now we've got the Elias Fernandez DX Droids car still holding off from Jose Berenguer. So I think these guys are relatively similar in pace. Unfortunately, Neil's quite disconnected just for a moment. However, this battle here, Jose Berenguer just doesn't seem to be able to get that pace advantage over Elias Fernandez. I mean, we've still got just 5 hours gone now, so we'll probably have a rundown for the hour moment quite soon. But yeah, we're seeing how this gap is changing as the race progresses. Now we've got Liam Rance ahead of Filippo Caneo as well. That gap half a second. We've seen this battle before since Liam Rance went off, and that cost him a bit of time. We've got the race leader who's now 3 seconds clear of Michi Hoyer. He's going to navigate these guys to just try and get that, get through that traffic as quickly as possible and avoid any major issues to his time. And it looks like he's gotten away with it quite well. Michi Hoyer, though, responding a little bit. That gap between those top two changing a lot. However, Michi Hoyer doesn't really need to push an awful lot. You can see it now. He's not been blessed with such an easy part of the track to try and overtake this GT traffic. And this is going to cost him a little bit of time because that gap now 4 seconds. However, you can see how there is no real need for Michi Hoyer to push an awful lot. He's got a teammate in front, albeit the other burst car who they are competitors with, but also behind the drillers cars, they aren't closing up the gap at a worrying rate. So all he has to do right now is just try and hold in his position with 5 hours to go and maybe try and take the positions that present themselves. We've got Goran Djordjevic here. Now, he's 3 tenths of a second behind Alvaro Martinez, and he's going to look to the outside, but he's going to have to try and sneak back into the slipstream because he's got the 2 World of Sim Racing Porsches in front. In fact, he doesn't take the opportunity to get into the slipstream. Instead, he's going to slide himself just behind and hold on for a better opportunity. Of course, he was a little bit far back on the entrance to the straight to try and make that move. However, with the next lap potentially all closed up, we'll maybe see some LMP2 cars. It all depends on where they pass as well, how the lap times are affected. But we've got now Filippo Caneo right over the big curb trying to get past Liam Rance. Just didn't have the room to get through there, and he went straight over. And I have to say, it does look funny when these cars, which are so rigid, go over these curves, which are absolutely huge. You also see it as well on this chicane here sometimes, as we've seen a couple of times earlier in the race. But yeah, Filippo Caneo there, he did have a look at the inside with his Ferrari, but just the curb and the space wasn't enough. And because you go over the curb, you upset the car a lot if you go all 4 wheels over, potentially getting a track limits warning as well, but also just upsetting the car and losing the momentum that you really need to maintain, especially in these GT cars, to try and keep those gaps as close as possible. Now we've got the Pinsim drillers making their way through these 2 drivers as we head back out onto the main straight, or almost anyway. It's a bit of a bait there with the way the track works, because as we mentioned earlier, we don't use any of the main banking turns of the Brickyard. But back onto the straight now, we've got Roman Jakubovic with the Black Hawk Pescara Sim Racing Team LMP2, a bit of a mouthful of a name there. Coming up to John Davies now in the Undercover Sim Racing LMP2 as well for P11.
Indeed, 6.5 tenths separating the 2 of them now as they're making their way onto the essentially the second portion of the oval on the lap that they take here at the Indianapolis road course. And look at how much more of a racing line Jakubovic was able to take through that long sweeper turn 9, as opposed to Davis, because Davis had to go around the outside of the GT traffic coming onto the oval, but Jakubovic, because he was just that little bit further behind, he could take an ideal racing line and cut that gap in half, essentially from 7 tenths to 3.5.
Yeah, but it looks like Jakubovic just does have a lot of pace, and it'll be interesting to see what opportunity he takes to get past John Davies as well, because at the rate he's going, he could come up at a rather different part of the track to the ones we've previously seen overtakes take place. However, we're actually going to move across the track now because we've got Borja Milan now in the Monaco car. He's replaced Nico Barkley as we head along the back straight. Matthew Beavis really holding that apex there, parking it so that there just wasn't the room for the Monaco LMP2 to get past, playing the traffic quite well and holding on to P9 for now. But how long he does that for, we'll have to wait and see, because it looks like Borja Milan is going to be trying to take that position as soon as he possibly can, really making his presence felt to that Rookie Monsters car.
Yeah, Rookie Monsters car, 4.5 tenths, well, 5 tenths ahead now. It's just going to and forth depending on what section of the corner they're in. But Borja Milan now accelerating onto the oval, onto the start-finish straight. But I don't think I'm not sure if he's that close enough to Beavis. He's only 3 tenths behind. That gap is closing rapidly. He moves to the right-hand side of the circuit to the inside. But that's just to show the nose, so Beavis knows that he's there.
Yeah, it's so hard to overtake. And also with turn 1, if you make the pass into turn 1, you've still got turn 2 to worry about as well. So it's all about managing that overtake, because you don't want to have a go every single lap, because it will be detrimental to both you and the car in front. You've got to try and find that opportunity. But Borja Milan is showing that he has got the pace to make a move, and he's going to have a go at making a move, is he? No, he's not. So once again, just making himself shown in the mirrors of Matthew Beavis with those quite aggressive headlights that are on the LMP2, just trying to make his opponent as uncomfortable as possible, and just to make sure that he knows that Borja Milan is on the prowl, trying to get that P9. As we head towards the main straight, you've just got these last couple of turns to go. We could see an interesting move. It all depends on the exit. We have got a Corvette in front. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. They should just be able to speed past as they exit onto the straight. But this is going to be the slipstream that Borja Milan needs. That gap 2 tenths of a second, dropping down 1.5 tenths to 1 tenth. He's going to look to the inside now. Under braking, they are going to be literally side by side, and he's going to hold on to the position, but he's going to have a slightly compromised exit. But the nature of turn 1 has actually played to his benefit, and he's been able to block any opportunity for Matthew Beavis to get past, and that's going to be P9 for the Monaco outfit. And you can see there as well that they've got to make their way as well past the GT cars. That's the, there goes my chair, that's the wave frame Ferrari that's made itself part of the event. I suppose that gap now 1 second behind. So Borja Milan already pulling away, as we have the Aston Martin there. Not had the greatest race, if that is the Aston Martin I'm thinking of, with a relatively unfortunate start of the race, and also the first driver having his first start in VR as well. But we've now got John Davis and Roman Jakubovic. Once again, you can see it's quite deceptive actually, the way that they've done their paint scheme, because on the one side it's red, like right now you couldn't tell from the bottom right that it is the Black Hawk Pescara car, but that is how they've managed to do the livery, because half of it is Black Hawk colours and half of it is Pescara, and you can see that the livery does work quite well. And we've got once again that wave frame Ferrari becoming part of the show, as Roman Jakubovic does try and make his way past John Davies in the undercover sim racing car, which has been making himself quite a decent race so far actually. 11th position as of right now, just holding on to his position. But you can see as well ahead we've got an absolute sea of GTs past the Volanti Racing Aston Martin GTE, and through the next part of the track, probably the most technical part of the circuit that they're going to be coming up to now. And at the same time they're going to be closing up to these GTs, and in the pits as well. I think that's P3 maybe of GT, I'm not quite sure. But now we are seeing the GTs potentially start making their pit stops. But Jakubovic really showing himself in the mirrors of John Davies, really just trying to put that pressure on, because we've seen how pressure can have an impact with Liam Rance's off earlier, pretty much unprovoked. But just as a result, I think of the amount of pressure that was being put on him lap after lap. But this could be the opportunity Roman Jakubovic needs. Along the straight, he's going to be right up against the diffuser, moving to the inside, the most advantageous line into turn 1. Under braking, he's going to get ahead, and he's going to be able to hold on to it, as we've got a Corvette coming out of the pits, but just about in time for them to clear it beforehand. And now we've got a Ferrari as well. But yeah, we're really seeing the impact of the traffic on the race, because already Roman Jakubovic is over a second clear of John Davies because of the way the traffic has worked. But that is going to be 11th position for Black Hawk Pescara, who are, I'm sure, going to be very happy with that. The number 3 car currently running in P11, 5 seconds ahead though to Rookie Monsters. And there are yellow flags in Sector 1, not entirely sure why that is, as we try and just get past all of the other cars that are on track. It is a very busy circuit here at Indianapolis inside the Brickyard. And I say inside because we're not really using the outside an awful lot apart from the main straight and a little bit of turn 11. However, we are just going to continue on now that that 5 second gap, it was 5 seconds, it's already 4 seconds. And he's pulling away from John Davies as well as Roman Jakubovic. That gap up to 1.6 seconds. But we've got Ollie McGowan now in the Speedy Mike car. Speedy Mike we haven't seen an awful lot of so far in this sim. We've got Goran Djordjevic in the Zansho car. However, the Vargasin Racing Porsche is in between these two. He's on the at least 1 lap ahead. So that's going to throw some extra traffic into the mix. And Ollie McGowan is going to have to let him through. And is that going to give Goran Djordjevic the opportunity he needs, trying to utilise those blue flags to his advantage? Sorry, not black flag, it's still in the race. But you can see once again that Djordjevic has closed down that gap as a result of traffic, and this time as a result of traffic from the same category.
Yeah, those blue flags are so important, and how you handle the blue flags is almost as equally as important as how you reach let me start that sentence again. How you react to the blue flags is almost as important as how you try and fight for position on track, because being able to negotiate round slower cars, as you said, in your own class, it's an entirely different kettle of fish as opposed to overtaking the slower class.
Yeah, definitely. And the way that you've got to be wary actually is we've got Goran Djordjevic actually trying to take that position, as we've got the WSR Porsche trying to get past as well, because he's on that lap ahead, and those blue flags will be waving in both of these drivers' HUDs essentially on their dashboards as well. But yeah, you can see there Goran Djordjevic taking 14th place. But as you were saying...
Yes, and as you said, McGowan half a second behind Djordjevic as it stands as they're coming to the back straight.
Yeah, but as you were saying as well, with the blue flags, especially within your own class, other drivers will try and take advantage as much as possible. And we saw the attempts made on the previous lap, but not to any avail. However, it can be very different on different parts of the track and in different situations, as there goes the undercover sim racing LMP2 car getting past Goran Djordjevic there, moving around the track as a result of the way that traffic works. And we've seen it ebb and flow. P14 now, but already 1.5 seconds clear of Ollie McGowan is Djordjevic. And we've got the Your Name Here car, the looks like a Porsche coming up the head, so now he's pretty much equidistant between P12 and P14. But now we've got Alvaro Martinez, who has made a pit stop behind Ollie McGowan. And what's interesting here is that I don't think McGowan has made a pit stop either, unless Martinez has made an error somewhere, which I don't think has happened. Otherwise, we probably would have seen something about it. However, yeah, we've now got quite a few pit stops emerging in the GT field. It's changed up the order a little bit, especially at the top. But the WSR cars, they've been on stream quite a lot so far during this stint, and they're going to continue, it looks like, because he's now very close behind Ollie McGowan. It might not be the greatest few laps for the Speedy Mite Ferrari right now, as they navigate round the track and just try and hold on to the positions that are seemingly losing at a relatively fast rate. However, once Martinez's pass, I don't think there's an awfully big gap behind them. But the way the race is developing, as you said, Thomas, is really interesting. Those LMP2s you can see up ahead, right at the top left of your screen, that gap of the leader to Michi Hoyer now 6 seconds. So it's increased by 3 seconds since we were last watching them. So that just goes to show the absolute raw pace of the Burst Edge guys, who are clearing the Pinsim driller cars as well with 4 hours 40 minutes odd to go. This is looking quite good for them. But now we've got Jose Berenguer, who's actually gotten past Elias Fernandez, and because of the pit stops, they're now mixed in with the rest of the GT field, which is going to have an interesting impact on the way this race is beginning to progress, because we can now see the battle for P12, and it looks like the Varga Porsche as well behind. And we've got, because of some issues, we've got Aidan Millward back in the commentary box.
Hi there. Apparently we didn't have enough Sancho by us, so I've been brought back for an hour or so.
Yeah, I mean, you come back at quite a good time, actually, because we've got some really interesting developments on the track with these pit stops beginning to take place.
Yeah, it's got really close here. We've got here's Sean Jacobs chasing down Manuel Biancalillo, obviously the other way around. I should really learn how to read, but Biancalillo throwing it through turn 9. Let's take it nice and wide, because you want to try and maximise the run through this fast bit and then try and get as close as possible to, well, say you try that, but if that's only if you're doing the old layout here at Indianapolis. But through the snake pit, let's see if you can get close enough. There's a bit of a slide there going into the corner for Jacobs, and then it's all to play for up towards turn 1 here. Yeah,
I mean, we've seen the effect of the slipstream so far, and with that, 0.4 of a second might not be enough for the Musto car, because we've seen that this just isn't quite long enough of a straight for that position to be made. And Sean Jacobs is going to be looking to defend quite hard for Speedy Mike, though they haven't made the pit stop. I don't think the Musto GD car has either. We've got the Wave 3 LMP2 and another one behind us as well, trying to navigate.
Don't do that!
Very close. I'm not sure if there's been a spin or not, because my stream has lagged a little bit.
No, he's through, he's safe. I thought that Ferrari was going around. I don't think Biancalillo saw that LMP2 making that lunge up the inside. A little bit of miscommunication there, but thankfully nobody has been speared off into a wall like we saw earlier with Alejandro Lopez at the chicane.
Yeah, that was slightly concerning. But I think it's sometimes just the rate at which the P2s close up. You can see there another example with the Pinsim guys. It's just the rate they close up. It can sometimes catch you off guard. And right now, though, we have got Elias Fernandez trying to take back that position of the WSR Porsche that he lost a few laps ago. But Wojciech Polesny actually overtaking Martin Dierland, who was on a charge, now losing a position to the Vargasim Racing Porsche. So GT once again battles up and down the field, and I'm not sure that Martin Dierland has actually done a pit stop. I couldn't tell you the same for Wojciech Polesny. I think he has actually, which would explain for the difference in pace. But actually behind Martin Dierland as well, we've got that Porsche and the DX Droids car too. So that is becoming quite an interesting development.
That's a lunge.
Down the inside he goes. Has he got the position? No, he hasn't. Dierland still holding on. In fact, the DX Droids car having a look round the inside. They are door to door. A little bit of contact, nothing major though. Oh, look how close they are at the exit. Oh, there is a bit of a turn in there from the BMW. The two German manufacturers battle it out. And I think that Berenguer could just about hold on. In fact, he's going to have the outside line for the next part of the turn. It all depends on who gets the better exit, with the two P2s behind really throwing a little bit of a spanner into the works as well. This is going to be 3 wide on the exit. Now I can't go down the inside. This is really some dramatic racing as they head along the straight. They're still side by side. And the Berenguer tries to use the P2s for the slipstream advantage. They're still alongside each other into turn 1 under brakes. I have a feeling that Berenguer could just get away with a move here. Oh no, I don't know. Fernandez is really just holding that outside, which becomes the inside. This is some really close stuff between the two drivers, but it does mean that Dylan's beginning to pull away again.
Yeah, and then he's got behind these two, you can see the Corvette of Goran Djordjevic closing up as well with the Your Name Here car in behind. I've sort of lost track of the race. I don't know if the Your Name Here car is a lap behind the slot, but still, 4 cars ploughing down the backstretch here up to the heavy braking zone. All nice and smooth. Bit of a launch over the curb. Shouldn't affect him too much. And then to the twisty bit. Still everything to play for as this is Liam Rance. Oh, this is a bit chaotic. Oh, that's Ollie McGowan onto the grass. That's not good. As Jojo Barros gets a penalty for probably track excursions.
Well, it's not every day that you see a GT making his way past an LMP2, followed by quite a big off-track, and now we've got Alex Breutigam as well, who's joined in. So GT has suddenly become quite a dramatic part of the track. In fact, all over the track there now, Strunas, Ollie McGowan not having a great time of it. He's got the Musto number 53 car behind as well. And you can see other cars trying to let each other through, but this is some really interesting stuff. And yeah, that's not going to be ideal for the Speedy Mite outfit. They've not had the greatest last few laps, and that's just going to add to their woes. Hopefully, though, that they can start making up positions again. And I do think the pit stops have begun to even themselves out again. Once
Williams
again in GT.
Esports DNF. It's showing on my screen.
It was Jack Keithley in that car beforehand, the LMP2.
Hang on, now it's saying you need to Velox DNF. Is that just a glitch in the matrix, or is that something else?
I'm not sure. I think Williams are no longer DNF. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, 11th. It's saying 11th place on the tower. DNF.
Oh, yeah.
And then Nita Velox. Oh, there it is. RIP.
Yeah, it's Jack Keithley in that Williams Esports car. So he swapped into that car approximately the 5-hour to-go mark. So he's been in that car for about 25 or 30 minutes at the moment. So definitely nothing to do with the stop. I very much doubt it's a fuel problem either, because these LMP2 cars can do about 45 minutes.
That is a really interesting development to the race. And I'm interested to see what the cause of that is. The only one I can think of would be a disconnection. And if so, they'll be able to get going again potentially. But it is going to cost them a lot
up the
of
inside
time.
of Berenga at turn 1. A lovely, clean move, a textbook move into turn 1. So the Sancho car up into 11th place.
Well, this certainly has become a lot more dramatic over the last few laps, trying to keep up with everything. We've had the battles in GT and the battles in the Le Mans prototype category as well, or rather the disconnections or the DNFs even. We're not quite sure what the explanation for that is quite yet. But Goran Djordjevic, they're taking that position off Berenguer, so that is now 11th place. The WSR Porsche dropping back a little bit. It looks like the Sancho car does have a fair bit of pace right now, trying to move up the order as we watch it rocket round the track. That gap's half a second, and it looks like even with a big lock up there, he's going to be able to start extending that gap, having taken the position, because he has got Martin Bierland in front though, who definitely won't be giving up his position without a fight.
Yeah, 2 seconds essentially to that Jean Alesi Esports team ahead, that number 66. You could just see it in shot as the camera shot moved there, and indeed you can see it. It's sort of like the turquoise rear end. You can just see a couple of seconds up the road.
Yeah, it's quite a distinctive paint scheme actually, and it looks really good on the Aston Martin, which is one of my favourite GTs. I'll be honest, it just looks very nice. But in terms of pace, Martin Dillon has been doing some really quick times as well. What will be interesting as well is to see where Turkka Hakkinen is in his Nita Velox car, because he made a charge earlier in the race, and I believe that he's currently in P1. However, I don't think he's made a pit stop, because that's the only explanation I can see for a 16-second lead to the Varga car in P2. But yeah, what's interesting is that Goran Djordjevic, he's taken the position, but he's not really extending the gap quite yet. It's still staying around half a second, so he's not quite in a stable P11 yet.
Of course, Hakkinen before, he was about in 6th or 7th place, I think we were talking about him about half an hour ago, wasn't he? So, yes, I do think he owes us all a pit stop at some point. But Djordjevic really hasn't been able to get away from Berenguer that much. Berenguer is certainly hanging on to that rear wing and hoping that Djordjevic can...
Apologies for the technical difficulties, but I think what Neil was trying to say is that Djordjevic is not really dropping Berenguer at the minute, but still the pair attempting to close in on the back of that Jean Lazy Esports Academy car up ahead of them. So we're still seeing this three-way battle for the final points-paying position in GTE. And it's we've still got just over 4.5 hours remaining on the clock, so it could go either way at the end of this.
Yeah, we're not even halfway yet, which is quite the thought. And got pit stops as well in LMP2. I think that might be a slightly out of sync pit stop in comparison to the rest of the cars. Don't hold me to that though. But yeah, we are still seeing these GT cars, and these prototypes now are going to extend the gap a little bit, I think, between these. In fact, though, they're battling cars, because that's Nick De Silva and Borja Milan. Borja Milan sending it down the inside, actually, which becomes the outside as Alejandro Lopez Iona gets another penalty. And actually, Borja Milan then somehow getting away with 7th place there, using traffic to the best of his ability and taking P7. So good move there from him on Nick De Silva and the Ajira Racing outfit.
See one of the Jean Lazy cars currently in the pit lane. Let's try to see it's Martin Dearland. He's in the pits. So I'll see what he does here. It's a full service, so he's taking tyres and fuel. Borja Milan seems to have bolted away from that. So yeah, traffic can be used to your advantage, but it can also really hamper you. It depends where you catch it, really. You look at tracks like Le Mans, you can get held up in the Porsche curves. Here you can get held up in this twisty section that they're approaching now. As we see Berenguer chasing down the world's fastest truck driver, Goran Djordjevic, as they come through towards the Snake Pit arena. Some would argue this is what Formula 1 should have been using on that weekend in 2005, but really helps get the cars bunched up a little bit. Oh, Djordjevic goes a bit too deep. Still maintains the lead, but he's starting to buckle under the pressure maybe a little bit, as there's now a yellow in Sector 1. And that's now cleared, so nothing too major there.
No, but we are seeing with Jose Berenguer, he's really putting on the pressure to the car in front. And I mean, we've seen earlier that you don't necessarily need to make a move to take a position, because we saw with Liam Grant, who was pressured so much that he actually went off the track, and that cost him not 1 but 2 positions. However, it's the effect of the effect of the GTs as well is just such that we have different groups of car going on as well, and when you have that pressure, especially when you're trying to keep an eye out for the other cars around the track as well, is quite difficult. And we've also got your Jerome Kvikul as well, who I think has DNF'd from the number 8 car.
Yeah, so, your own Kvikul out. That's
a Driller's car as well. I think that was P4 potentially.
Yeah, now down into 12th. As and Keith Lee's definitely dropped right down to the back of the field. So as it's a disco, you can get back in, but you'll just be laps down. We saw the Simracing for Holland car do that. So let's see if they can get back in and try and salvage something, but it's going to be a hard ass now with 4.5 hours on the clock.
Yeah, and I think that must have been a disconnection for Jerome Kvikul, because those Pinson cars were looking really good. In fact, yeah, he was P3, so that is really devastating for his team. With 4.5 hours to go, though, if they can get reconnected, if it was a disconnection, they will be able to rejoin the track, but the amount of damage done by them will just be impossible to regain after over 4.5 hours, as you said. But we have got Andrea Riccelli right now in the wave frame Ferrari, a car we've seen a few times right now, who's currently behind, I think that's Ollie McGowan in the Satellite Racing Ferrari. So equal cars. It all depends on the setup and driver skill now, and also the strategy that these guys are running, because the same vehicle means that is something to balance it out between them. So we're going to see some really close racing, I think, between these two drivers. That gap round half a second, but it is fluctuating up and down. He is going to try and get that 19th position though. And you can see along the back straight as well, the distant toe does have a little bit of an effect, and under braking as well, it all depends on how late you can brake and just how much speed you can carry through the turns, especially in these snaking S's, where if you get a slide on, you're going to lose a lot of time to scrub off that speed. However, you really want to carry that momentum through the turns to try and keep up that speed. And you can see right now, they're roughly matched for pace. That gap staying around 0.6 of a second. So we're going to have to see either one car make a mistake or the other one, or Riccelli push to see a move take place relatively soon. But of course, with 4.5 hours to go, there's no real urgency to push really hard and take unnecessary risks quite yet.
No, it's like you say, it's an 8-hour race, about half an hour away from halfway. The race itself doesn't really start until sort of the final hour and a half. Right now, it's just keep plodding along, be consistent, stay out of trouble, and then go for it.
Yeah, that's pretty much, and also, yeah, you should keep it consistent, because after all, over 8 hours, it is consistency that wins endurance racing. And when you're showing it between drivers as well, you've got to make sure that continues between them, especially when you get out of the car and the next driver gets in. There isn't too much of a deficit in the time lost, because of course one driver won't have been driving on the track for a while. He'll be hopping into a new situation, essentially, a race that's already halfway done, and he's got to try and get up to speed as quickly as possible. And we can see right now the Black Hawk Pescara car trying to make his way past Andrea Riccelli, and this could cost him a little bit of time, maybe a bit of dirty air, nothing too much in fact. He's let him pass in quite a good pace. Even so though, that gap ahead is now 1 second. Ollie McGowan, however, is going to have to try and let the Black Hawk Pescara car through. You can see that's compromised his turn quite a lot, and on the exit that leads to a relatively long straight, that can definitely not be what you want. However, he has had a decent top end speed, still keeping the gap to around 0.6, so they still are both very consistently matched in terms of pace.
Just trying to see what else we've got going on. Some pit stops being made in GTE. We've got Francesco Morante for drive game seat. He's currently in. Casper Stoltz has just made his stop. A couple of others as well. Sean Jacobs has just left the pit lane. But still, we've only lost Jack Keithley for Williams Esports and Jeroen Kwekel for Pinson Drillers. After 4.5 hours, that's still very, very, very good going. As Mitchie Hoyer's just brought his car in.
Well, he was running at P2, and now he hasn't got the threat of 2 Pinson cars behind him. It's only the one. And he wasn't quite matching the leader's pace, actually. So maybe it's just a regular pit stop, because those LMP2s, their pit stops are quite spread out, and you can see up in the top right there, he is getting his refreshments done, essentially, for their car at least. And you can see behind the Wave Frame car, and a little bit of a slide, and Turka Hakkinen as well. He's going to be looking up to catch up to Yao Barbosa. And now we've got Henry Sinnick in the Pinson Drillers car. I'm not sure if this was the one that disconnected, but he's right now getting a move done against him by the Rookie Monsters car, trying to find a way through. He's going to move to the outside and try and get that later apex and maximize the exit speed, which will be important when it leads onto the main straight. And you can see the onboard in the top right now. That gap nearly 1.5 tenths of a second. In fact, below that, 1 tenth of a second. Moving to the outside there, really blocking the inside line is Henry Sinnick. Just trying to hold that because it is extremely powerful.
Oh, contact.
with contact, trying to hang it around the outside. He has got the position. Can he maintain it though? Because we've got a GT that's gone round the outside of Henry Sinnick, which has boxed him into position and helped Beavis hold on to P11.
That was almost a bit of a Larry one going into turn 1. Could easily wobble the car off balance. He could have gone straight on at turn 1, but still managed to keep it under control. It's Nick De Silva for Giro Racing here, following Michi Hoyer. But Nick De Silva will probably have to pit soon-ish. Michi's just come out of the pit lane. And there we go.
Yeah, and it was a disconnection for Jack Keithley, which is really unfortunate because that's the one thing that doesn't happen in sim racing. That does happen in sim racing that doesn't happen in real life. But we've got Elias Fernandez now on the inside of around the outside of Goran Djordjevic. There's a little bit of contact as they head through the S's, hanging it round the outside, just about holding on to that and taking P6. Excellent move there.
No bias, but that's a great move.
But now we've got Wojciech Polesny as well. Martin Stefanko in the BMW is the car trying to catch up, but that's quite a cavernous gap. 12 seconds to P1, so it's going to take a lot of the race. I mean, we've still got 4 hours to go over that, in fact, but it's still going to just be a gradual chipping away from Martin Stefanko if he wishes to take that position. In fact, he's coming up behind Djordjevic now, so you can see at the number 41 Stefanko, who should be driving the LMP2 car, currently in the GT car, so I'm not quite sure what the explanation for that is.
Yeah, and Djordjevic is going to have to be careful as well because of blue flags. He's a lap down compared to Stefanko here. I mean, is it illegal for him to be driving that? Is that what Jimmy's trying to tell us?
I'll have a quick look actually.
That's not the car you're registered for.
No, that is quite interesting. I'll have a quick look at the rules to see if there's anything about that.
As Andrea Riccielli on Ollie McGowan here. Ferrari versus Ferrari. This doesn't quite make it through the gap. And then he's got the Porsche ahead, which isn't for position. At least I don't think it is. Can't see it on my screens here. There's too much information you need.
Yeah, but this is certainly turning out to be quite an interesting race. With the way everything is turning out. I mean, we've got Andre Riccielli with the Wave Freem car currently behind Ollie McGowan. So it's still trying to go for that position. We've got the Rookie Monsters car, I think that is, trying to just navigate his way through, which is always a little bit risky when you've got such a high density of other traffic on the track. But he has managed it, and I don't think he's lost too much time as a result of it. But yeah, we are just seeing the impact of these guys trying to move around the track. And yeah, it's also interesting to note what Sinnick did, because he moved quite heavily on the straight, so that might be one for the stewards if they're not too happy with it, but I don't think there was anything particularly wrong. Now we've got the other Wave Freem car behind Andrea Riccielli as well, however I'm not sure that they're on the same lap, but yeah, altering the racing line to prevent the following car from drafting is considered blocking and prohibited, so it'll be interesting to see how that's interpreted by the stewards. But Roman Jakubovic, who we saw earlier running in around P11, I think, in the in his standings in his category, has now got a drive-through penalty, so that's obviously not ideal. We've got now Turka Hakkinen has got João Barbosa for the Juicers Motorsports Club car right behind him, and that is going to be an interesting battle between the two of them, because we saw Turka Hakkinen make his charge earlier in the race, and I think there might be Sean Jacobs as well behind them in the Speedy Mike car, not necessarily on the same lap. But this is the battle for the podium position, which Hakkinen has done a good job to try and accelerate himself into, but he's going to have to maintain it now with the pressure from behind. He's got a prototype making his way through, and João Barbosa having a look up the inside. In fact, Turka Hakkinen's run a little bit deep, we could see a late apex cutback from João Barbosa to try and maximise speed onto the straight. That has benefited him. You can see him closing up rapidly right up the diffuser of Hakkinen. Along the straight now, it's going to be a drag race into turn 1. It looks like the Corvette has a little bit more power, but only slightly, because the Porsche will have the inside line. So it's all about who brakes first, and they're going to brake at the exact same time. Can Hakkinen hang it round the outside?
It's a great move.
No, he can't, and that is going to be... Oh, there's a bit of a gaggle behind the cars as well. The Wave Green car tried to make his way through the Speedy Mike cars, but that's a fantastic move from João Barbosa to hold on to that position, which is now P3.
Well, just going back to the whole Martin Stefanko thing, Lord Admiral Jimmy Allison has sent me a few messages for Rule 1.4.2, which is the deadline for a driver lineup change is 48 hours before the start of the event's official qualifying session as per the race's schedule. Now, that notification of a driver change was done closer to the event than 48 hours. So this will be reviewed. As Andrea Riccelli is going to be serving a penalty for presumably track extension again.
Yeah, I think we might have actually seen the track extension earlier, because there was quite a... You can see it's actually right behind us here, the very high density of GTs around the track. I think there's 5 or 6 behind Barbosa in the Porsche, but yeah, that's going to be interesting to see the steward's decision on that Williams infringement of the rules.
Well, it's happened before. They did it in GT3E as well, apparently. So, yeah, this will be reviewed.
Yeah, I'll look forward to seeing the decision on that, although I'm not sure Williams will be, because currently running in P2, that could compromise the whole 8 hours of effort and practice before that as well that they're currently undertaking. Yeah. Even more drama during these last 2 hours, more than we could have expected, I think, because we've had the DNFs, we've had the disconnections, and we've now got controversy with the Williams garage once more. And we've also got just the GTs, who have been putting on an absolute spectacle so far this evening, really becoming quite the highlight of the race. We've had battles all over the shop. I mean, Tuukka Hakkinen is not dropping back massively behind João Barbosa. Maybe he doesn't want to fight too hard. I mean, he has just been passed by a LMP2, which might have cost him a little bit of time. But Hakkinen just kind of needs to settle into his position right now. Well, I say that, he might not find that too easy, because he's got another car quite close behind him on the track. So that's going to be interesting to see how this battle for position 3 in GT develops.
It's still pretty close between sort of position 6 down to 9th in GTE, slowly spreading out. We're now looking at Ilias Fernandez and DX Droids into the infield section here. Difficult corner, this one, late apex. It's sort of like a mini Brooklands at Silverstone, and then you've got to get the power down and maximise it all the way out onto the famous straight over the yard of bricks. So a yard, it's 3 feet, whatever that is in centimetres for the metric crowd. But DX Droid's having a good run here in 7th position, just about 2 seconds behind Goran Jordovic's Corvette. But then he's got the 2 Porsches in behind him.
This is, yeah, the battle in GT is developing consistently. I mean, now we've got Jose Berenguer again trying to get past that DX Droids car. Now we've got the Cetros Nita Velux LMP2 trying to make his way through as well. It depends where he passes Fernandez, because if it's an inconvenient point on the track, it will cost him a little bit of time. Just like that, he's squeezed through, and that's cost him 2-3 tenths maybe for the DX Droids car. However, we've also got a P2 going up the inside of Jose Berenguer, but that P2 has managed to avoid making too much of a impact on these guys' race, and that gap now half a second. So the WSR iZone Performance Porsche once again trying to battle the DX Droid outfits. Obviously two German manufacturers, but two very different looking cars. We've got the Pinsim Driller MP2 as well, making his way past the traffic. But it is interesting to see how this battle has developed and how it's still going, because they just don't want to give up, either of them. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the battle between these two cars, and also the third Porsche as well for World of Sim Racing, goes on right up to the final hour, because we're not even halfway yet. But so far in this race, these guys have been battling, and as the race carries on in the future, I reckon they will continue to battle. And as I said as well, they've got the other Porsche, which is now actually looking a bit more behind than it is ahead, because he's getting a little bit of pressure from P10.
Yeah, it will only take one mistake from that DX Droid's car to... well, taking one mistake from both of them to really ruin this battle. I'd like to see how close they are in terms of their pit stops as well. Because if they are nose to tail and pitting on the same or one lap apart, really throws into... throws everything up. As we now cut to Christian Malgera. Almost close enough to read the part number on Turco Hackenen's rear wing here. Down the back stretch. Slipstream might just be enough for him. He's probably going to make a little bit of a look. Yeah, he just has a look, doesn't try to throw it up the inside. Makes Turco know that he exists. And these two speedy bike cars in behind aren't part of this battle. And this one's going to get really tasty really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we had Turco Hakkinen. He's now found himself in quite a difficult position, because he did push so hard earlier on in his stint. He's now facing the other drivers, which are going to try and retrieve those positions that he maybe got past, and also those that are really quick, like this Wave Frame Porsche. Of course, the other one not doing quite so well. I think it's in P19 or P20 at the moment, but Christian Malgera has got a lot of pace, and he is going to be piling the pressure onto this Corvette. Just try and not necessarily force Turco Hakkinen into a mistake, but just make sure he's keeping his eyes in his mirror, which means that he's not looking forward, and he'll struggle to pull away quite as quickly, especially with the pace that Malgera's got. I think that would be difficult enough in normal circumstances, but now he is right up behind, and as they head towards the next turn, that GT could throw a little bit of a spanner in between these two cars. In fact, no, he's backed off quite well, but down the inside goes Malgera. There's a bit of contact on the exit. Almost onto the grass goes Hakkinen, but that is going to be P4 for the Wave Frame car.
Great overtake. Probably didn't want to do it with the contact, but still he's on the road. As we now have Casper Stolzer up the back of Alvaro Martinez here. Sean Lacey Esports Aston Martin GTE. And Casper Stolzer, an unbelievably fast driver. Did very, very well in the GT Challenge Series in the GT3 cars. I think he actually won promotion to GT Pro for the new season that starts in March. I haven't got the data to hand. Oh, that's a wobble from Martinez. Can Casper Stolz make something of this? He's going to try and go around the outside and then get the inside for the next left-hander. A little bit of a slide. Still around the outside. He's going to get squeezed a little bit. Left plenty of room. Uses the curb to get the power down. Oh. And now still trying to go around the outside. Into the infield. Oh, a bit of contact here. He's going to have another look to the inside maybe for the late Apex left-hander. And there it is. He's through. Just. But it might kick off again into turn one. Slipstream from the Porsche on the back of the Aston. Bit of defensive move to the right-hand side. He's got to be careful not to weave too much. Forces Martinez to the outside. Martinez could try brake late and swing it around the outside, but no. Oh! Stolz goes a bit too deep. But that puts him on the inside for turn two. But his tyre won't like that. It's going to end up looking like a 50 pence piece with that lockup. but he's managed to make that move into ninth place stick.
Yeah, I mean, not the first lock-up between these two guys. They've been really going at it that last lap, and I don't think the battle's quite finished because Alvaro Martinez still trying to find that gap through because he hasn't let Kasper Stolzer run away with P9, as you can see by that gap, and in fact onto the grass a little bit goes the Jean Alesi car. However, he is pulling away now with the I think it's just the raw pace of the driver at this point that's going to help him increase that gap to a safe distance. But yeah, along the straight, back to
the other one. God, this world of sim racing bias. God. As Beringer is going to try and slipstream Elias Fernandez wide boy, big boy M8 down the straight. We've got to make at least one reference to how big that thing is. It's not close enough. Shows the nose, but you'd have to be ridiculously stupid to try and dive bomb there. But if you could pressure Fernandez into making a mistake, just to get that gap down a little bit more, then he'll be licking his lips as they come back onto the front stretch or even onto the back straight after the chicane. Because they look close here. It's all about the launch off the chicane. Try not to get the wheels too much in the air. You get Gold Coast 600 vibes going through there with the V8 supercars up on two wheels, but slipstream not quite enough. As they're now coming to the twisty bit. A little bit of a sniff. Try not to make too much of a Larry move into some of these corners. Through turn 9. Short blast round. Around this long left, right-hander. Can't get my left from my right here. But he's just not quite close enough. It's all about through here. Just one mistake, not getting the power down early enough, and then it messes you up through the front straight here. Gap's about half a second. I think that's too much. Yeah, it's too much, and then he's just gonna have to sit there for another lap.
Well,
or you could send it. Just send it. But Fernandez knows that might happen again, so
yeah.
You might think that Beringer's got him spooked.
Well, that was certainly not what I was expecting, and I don't think you were either.
Oh, here it is. I went to look at the rest of the live time here, and I just saw that. I mean, almost. I mean, didn't make any contact either, so even though it was quite the aggressive move, it was still done quite respectfully. Yeah,
fair play to him, and that's going to maybe set Fernandez on edge a little bit, because he came from quite far back, at least on the exit at least. Either way. he was relatively far back when they entered the main straight, so he managed to close up quite quickly. So Fernandez is going to have to be careful about that now, knowing that into turn 1 he is not that safe. Not as safe as he might have thought he was. But Kasper Stolzer on that. This is the other WOSR Porsche of Alvaro Martinez now, trying to get a position. So both of these cars are on the attack, and they're both currently having battles, and it looks like on the straight they're just not quite the exit speed he needs, and slightly too far back to even really get the benefit of the toe that helps just drag him along the straight and make that move. So it'll be interesting to see whether the Jean Alesi car begins to increase that gap to the Porsche, or whether the gap stays relatively the same. But at the moment, it does look like Stolzer is going to slowly but surely start pulling away from Martinez.
I think Beringer might have made a little bit of a mistake as well, because that gap's now gone up to around 0.8 of a second. So that one looks like, that battle looks like it might be over relatively soon. Maybe took a bit too much out of his tyres trying to get by. I mean, it was quite a late lunge. It was quite a desperate lunge to try and get through. I think he's just going to try and hold station for a bit and then try again maybe a bit later. And it also looks like Stolzer's started to drop the other one. I can't remember. Anyway, it's almost like this isn't easy, but we are just getting close to the 4-hour mark, and it's all kicking off.
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting as well is definitely to see how that GT battle progresses, especially as we enter the last half of the race, because there has been a lot of change in that order, and I feel like it's far from over. I think even the timing board tells us that much. Whereas in LMP2, it does seem to have expanded a little bit since the Williams and the Drillers disconnections, which have really taken out a few of the vital elements trying to go for that first position. So yeah, definitely it's the GTs that are looking to produce quite an interesting spectacle over the next 4 hours. This is the leader of the race, Alex Siebel, who has had a lot of speed. He's pulled away from Michi Hoyer quite considerably at the start of their since their last pit stop. I think it was 2 seconds again, or since they last got in at least. The gap was 2 seconds. That was about an hour and a half ago. Now it's 14 seconds. That just goes to show the raw pace of Siebel in this lead car. And looking quite comfortable at the moment. Don't want to jinx anything though, because we're not even halfway yet. There's still a long way to go for him to hold on to that position and just make it to the end of the race. Even if he lets off the pace a little bit, that could be enough for the other drivers to try and make it back up again. So we're going to go through the standings in a second as we enter the last half of the race, approaching the 4-hour mark now. You can see the onboard here of Alex Siebel. This looks to be a slightly butt-clenching moment along the back straight because he's got another car on the inside of him. And yeah, you can see him turning in there, holding onto that quite nicely and just heading through the snaking section. And this is just a static shot. And you can see the speed the cars can carry through there. But the current standings now with 4 hours to go, it's going to be Alex Siebel in first, followed by Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Complexity car second, Marcel Shinchik third with Martin Hemmingson fourth, and Danielle Canastracci for Wave Freem in fifth. Borja Milan with the Wanako car sixth, the Undercover Sim Racing car with Davies at the wheel in seventh, followed by Roman Jakubovic, Matthew Beavis and Rory McDuff to round out the top 10 in the Cetres Nita Velox LMP2 car. You can see already that the lead cars are quite far ahead. The top 10 of GTE though, Wojciech Polesny in at first with the Vargas Sim Racing outfit, then Martin Stefanko with the Williams Esports and that controversy with driver registration, followed by Yao Barbosa in the Juicers Motorsports Club, Christian Malguera with Waveframe Esports and Turka Hakkinen, Cetres Nita Velox dropping back ever so slightly over the last 20 or so minutes. Then Goran Djordjevic with Zancho, Ilias Fernandez and DX Droids in P7. P8 is Jose Berengoya and WSR iZone Performance. P9 is Casper Stolzer and the Jean-Alaise Esports Aston Martin. And to round out the top 10, Alvaro Martinez with the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance Porsche. And yeah, that's going to be the standings. So I'm going to leave you now and hand you over to Cameron Roger and Ewan O'Leary. Hello.
Hi Hugo, hi to everyone at home as well, and thanks very much for the last few hours of racing, both Hugo and Aidan, and Lewis obviously a little bit earlier on, along with Ed Trellian Johnson who is here. But yeah, welcome along to the 8 hours of Indianapolis, the second half of this race that is going on right now. 4 hours to go, just under. And yeah, as Hugo said, it's me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Cam Roger for the next couple of hours. Looking forward to it greatly. Lots of stuff going on so far. Cam, obviously we've just been through the orders. We tick over the 4 hour mark right now. Yeah, we've got a lot of battles going on. It's getting a little bit. The top orders is getting. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted at the moment. So the top orders getting a little bit more selective. With fewer cars in contention, few cars have dropped away, and so on and so on. But we've still got a lot of battles going on, including this one. This is for third place between Juicers Motorsport Club and Waveframe Esports, two very good teams indeed, and just showcasing to us that we have a lot of interesting battles to be watching over the second half of this race.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's one of the more interesting tracks on the calendar. Hasn't been used too many times in VEC in terms of this layout specifically anyway. But now we do have Waveframe in the slipstream of Juice's Motorsport, but I don't think they're going to be able to quite get them just yet. But that battle is, I'm sure, going to go on for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, probably. Side by side, actually, into turn 1 here. Waveframe on the outside and Juices on the inside, but nothing doing there. João Barbosa stays in front just for the moment. These two are 52 seconds behind the battle for the lead, which is separated by 1.6 seconds right now. Wojciech Polesny, who is sometimes a Juices Motorsport Club driver, but sometimes isn't, is for Vargas in Racing here today, number 69 car ahead of Martin Stefanko in the Williams eSport car. So that'll be one to monitor throughout the rest of the race as well, of course. But the battle for the final podium spot is also a very interesting one. Barbosa ahead of McLaren at the moment. And still a very, very busy track. Got a couple of LMP2s behind and still 45 cars in this race. We were talking just before we came on air here, Cam, about how this circuit does present a couple of dangers really in terms of the traffic and lappery and so on. But it's been very good so far. I can only think of two notable instances really. That could have been one of them there, the LMP2 just driving off the circuit, but getting out of the way nicely. Lappery's not been too much of an issue around here. It's been pretty decent from these drivers. It's a testament to the standard of driving in the VEC.
Yeah, certainly. It's not the easiest track in the world. It can be very tricky with some of these curbs on the insides of the inside apexes of these corners, such as turn 1, as we're coming down to here as well. But then obviously you have for the GTEs as well, you've got the LMP2s coming past them. It gets it very tricky. Oh, the LMP2 goes off once again. I think that was the same one we saw off in Sector 3 as well. And you have just instances like that come up, and it can be very tricky, especially with those inside apex curbs. If you do hit one of them quite badly, it will send you off. But fortunately, so far, seems to be the most drivers are getting it fairly well, but then the practice server has been open for a whole month, so you'd hope by now they've got a decent amount of knowledge with the track.
Yeah, that was Arm Sim Racing, and they're still behind the battle for third here. It's Andrea Martino who's currently driving that car down in 14th for the number 14, but struggling to get through at the moment. A bit of grass being kicked up, a bit of dust as well from the Italian in front here, driving for Waveframe, number 99 of course, and now it looks like Martino's going to get through at least on one of them, maybe both, here into the final couple of corners. Turn 12, this is the 90-degree right-hander that leads into the final couple of chicanes, or the final chicane, excuse me. Barbosa just dealing with the traffic quite nicely there, and he is a very, very experienced GT driver, so you'd expect him to be accustomed to this kind of situation. He's been in contention for many race victories in the past here for the VEC, and no doubt he will be once again this season. Maybe not today, the Racewing getting up the road from them a little bit, but he has been in these kind of situations for a very long time. Holding off Waveframe for the moment, and these two are pretty much on exactly the same strategy. They've got almost identical tyre wear, almost identical fuel load, so it really is a man-on-man fight at the moment. There's nothing to separate them.
And that is exactly what we want to see. Two different chassis, two different manufacturers, and obviously two different teams as well. So it's great to see that BOP as well is being fairly balanced as well. But it's a bit difficult to overtake sometimes when you are you have these such fine margins between the two teams. But it looks like Waveframe are setting very close, and it would just take one tiny mistake from Juices, and then this battle will be swapped around.
Yeah, it could even come in these three LMP2 cars, which are right behind this battle at the moment. A couple are going to slip through into turn 12, you might imagine. That's the Ajira car going through, I believe. Very close. As round the outside goes one up the inside for one of the burst cars. Rookie Monster's in there as well. Very, very busy. Just look at this. Barbosa getting his ears boxed completely at the moment. Doesn't know which way to go. Trying to get down the inside. Another one of those LMP2s. It is one of the burst cars. I think it might be one of those running in the top two at the moment, but Barbosa's not going to be worried about that at all. He's more worried about the Ferrari in his rear view mirror at the moment. Getting a great slipstream is Christian McLaren. Barbosa has to go defensive, not quite quick enough though. That Ferrari is down the inside against the pit wall at the moment. He's got the inside line into turn 1, which is going to switch to the outside for 2, so he's going to have to get it done early, and he does indeed. Shoulders off the Portuguese driver now in his wake, and that was a pretty decent manoeuvre there for the Ferrari driver to get himself onto the provisional podium with still just under 4 hours to go. Nothing is settled, of course, but that was a very good move there by McLaren.
Yeah, very nice. Now we need to see if he can pull away. He's already got that little bit of a gap, and maybe he can try and secure himself into that third place. But there's quite a big gap, 54 seconds in front of him. But there is just under 4 hours left, so I have to see if that team, the number 99 car, can get anywhere near closing that. But 54 seconds is a huge amount, especially on this track. That is pretty much 2/3 of the track that he needs to make up. So that's a lot of time. So maybe they're going to have to try and do something. But it certainly looks like he's got this place, as he seems to be pulling away a little bit from Juices.
Yeah, he does indeed. That's good news for Wave 3 Motorsports, of course. And Juices Motorsport Club might be looking over their shoulders before long, because Naito Velix is only 6.5 seconds behind at the moment. That's Turka Hakkinen driving that Corvette, I believe it is this season. Either way, we've got 3 different cars in the top 3 spaces at the moment in GTE. Varga Sim Racing driving a Porsche, Williams Esports driving a BMW, and now Wave 3 onto the podium as well in a Ferrari, which is great news. The BOP seemingly doing its job, but I know that's opened a can of worms, or will continue to do so throughout the season, throughout the races. The less said about it, the better, really. No, it's certainly very, very close in GTE at the moment, as we've come to expect. And coming into the day, actually, in terms of the championship, it was Sim Racing for Holland on top, but they've had an awful day at the office, I'm afraid. They are many, many laps down at this point. They've only completed 157 laps. Varga Sim Racing currently completing their 175th. Sim Racing for Holland 17 laps down on the class leader. Just not their day. Early disconnection for Bert Knops, and that's set them back right from the off. I believe they've had more issues along the way as well. It would be very surprising to see them scoring any points inside this particular race, because they've just had such a bad one, I'm afraid. But there are still 4 rounds after this one for them to make up some ground, and they are going to have to do exactly that if they want to get back in the championship fight.
Yeah, fortunately for them, the gaps behind are actually fairly big, considering they did so well in the first half of the season so far. So even though the gap to Naito Velix is only 4 points, it is then pretty much 30 points or 25 points to the cars just behind them as well. Although I think we now got João Barbosa getting quite close in Juices, trying to get that place back, but he's now going to have to go round the outside, which is definitely not the easiest, especially when you've got an LMP2 in your mirrors as well. But it looks like he might just make it. It's got a bit of a lock up, but that'll give him the inside for turn 2, and that is a nice move back there by João Barbosa, and he's got himself up into 3rd place. But I think this battle's going to go on for quite a while, as it seems they are so closely matched on pace.
Yeah, maybe even until the pit stop cycle, which is not that far away now for the GTEs or the LMP2s. They've kind of synced up on this particular occasion. It does happen every so often where the LMP2s and the GTEs end up pitting on the same lap. João Barbosa came in last on lap 134, doing roughly 45-ish lap stints there or thereabouts, which would mean another 5 laps, and Barbosa should be in. McLaren is coming in 2 laps later often than the Porsche in front, we may expect to see that again, but we're not that far away indeed, about 7-8 minutes away from another pit stop cycle in GTE, and something similar can be said for the LMP2s as well, which are about to visit the pit lane once again. But it's going to get quite busy down there really in the next few minutes, because a lot of cars are going to need pit stops. The 52 is in there. We did briefly see a yellow flag, by the way, out there on the circuit that lap. It was the number 71 Speedy Mike Racing car with Ollie McGowan, but I'm afraid they've had a little bit of a poor race in this one. Another spin for those guys down at turn 7 has set them even further back, I'm afraid, but they are still going and have all of their bodywork still connected to their car. They're still in one piece, I believe, so that's all okay. As we go back into LMP2, here's Henry Sinnick driving the number 227 Drillers Esports car, now the second of the Drillers Esports cars actually, because one of them's out of the race and one of them is in 4th place just up the road. Your own Queekle, I'm afraid. I'm not sure what happened to him. He was completely still at turn 2. I don't know if it was a disconnection or if he manually DNF from the race or what's gone on there, but I'm afraid that has taken one bullet out of the gun. The number 8 car, which was running very, very long. I was excited to see how the strategy would work for those guys actually, but yep, your own Queekle out of the race, I'm afraid, and that's going to do their championship charge no good either. They were right up there coming into this race as well.
Yeah, the one fortunate thing for Drillers is that they do have 3 LMP2s. So that is certainly a bonus for them, that they still have some teams to try and get points. But obviously, in the championship case, you obviously want it to be just one or two cars that are getting the most points. But they've spread their talent across all of their cars, and now Henry Cynic is trying to get this 227 up the grid. He is only 1.5 seconds behind the next car, so maybe position 8 is going to be for him very soon. But obviously the way traffic works, sometimes those gaps can go up and down, but he's certainly getting closer and closer, and we have to see if he can try and make an overtake on the Knight of Velix car for the number 30.
Yeah, that's Rory McDuff driving the car in front for the moment, and a bit of traffic in front as well as we go to GTE, because there is a lead battle on here between Martin Stefanko and Wojtek Polesny. Bit of GTE traffic, incidentally, as well involved in this one right now, as they go into turn number 1 once again. In the second half of the race now, of course, they'll be very, very accustomed with their braking points at this stage in the race. And probably will have been from the start as well. A lot of practice going into this race for all of these guys, and if you want to get a good result in the VEC, especially in Division 1, you're going to have to do exactly that and practice quite a lot. Obviously, these guys have been doing that. Varga Sim Racing at the moment are in the lead ahead of Williams Esports. That's one of the Ferraris pulling over to the left-hand side of the circuit to let them through, or let one of them through. He's going to be nice and let 2 through there, which is very, very courteous of whoever's driving that Ferrari there. As they make their way through the final sector at the moment, and Stefanko just slowly reeling in Polesny at the moment. As you say, the traffic is probably letting the gap fluctuate a little bit, but Stefanko did take 4 tenths out of Polesny on the last lap, and it looks like he's continuing to show that he is a little bit quicker than that Porsche in front.
Yeah, and the main thing, especially for some of these, always that Polesny was going into the pit lane there, but Stefanko and a number of the other Williams drivers, they're also obviously doing the Formula E competition at the moment and some other things that are going on. So there's all these different things that they got to balance, and the fact that they can still come here, get enough practice to be competitive is obviously showing that they are doing a really good job. As once again we turn back to this P3 battle between Waveframe and Juices, and once again they got the LMP2s coming past them. And that will ever get a little bit awkward for the GCs in certain corners, especially these sort of medium speed corners in sector 2. Now coming into sector 3, it gets a little bit tricky. But this battle is certainly not over, as it seems. Now Christian's getting all on the back of him once again, and we might see another move into turn 1.
Yeah, we could do. It's a big slipstream going down that front straight, very, very long, of course. So. And a big braking zone as well, which often helps as Juices come into the pit lane. Swinging wide there, João Barbosa. So not quite able to go as long as he did on previous stints. He's been doing, most of these guys are doing 45 lap stints really. And Barbosa normally comes in a lap later than the Varga Sim Racing car, but he's coming on the same lap time this time. So not quite able to squeeze out as much as he did on the one before that. As number 7, Martin Hemmingson, is also in for the lead of the race. So as we mentioned, the LMP2 pit stops and the GTE pit stops are synced up, and that means that we are going to see a very busy pit lane on this particular occasion, which is quite exciting, but also quite stressful. If you're trying to get into your box and out again, you can't phase through other cars like you can in other sims, so it can get a little bit tight and a little bit stressful in these particular moments in the race.
Unfortunately, the pit lane is actually quite long here. But it also means that they does, as you say, have the potential to have so many cars on pit road at the moment. They need to just look in their mirrors and make sure they're not coming out into anyone, because getting any sort of unnecessary damage is bad. Not only because you may end up getting a penalty from that, but also you've still got over 3 hours, almost 4 hours left of this race. You don't want to be doing that with damage, as your lap times will suffer from it. And it's always those little situations like that where just saving a second by letting someone go ahead of you in the pit lane is always better than having 1 second per lap of damage to the end of the race.
Yeah, you can see on your screens right now, 6 of the LMP2s are in the pit lane. A couple of them are exiting, of course, and we can already see that one of the GTEs is in there as well. So that's just the ones we can see inside the top 12 of each class. So there could be even more further down the order. So that's what makes it so busy in this particular moment in the race. Yeah, it just tends to work out like that on some occasions. As we go back to looking at Michal Smidor, who's got into the Varga Sim Racing number 69 car. Now actually a lap down on Williams Esports, because that's the way things go. It's such a short circuit around Indianapolis that you do lose a lap pitting in both classes. And that's exactly what Varga have done right now. Schmiedel getting in for Polesny, who's just got out, of course. And Williams Esports I'm predicting them to come in on this particular lap. Normally, they're in 3 laps after Varga. So we'll see if that rings true again here on this particular occasion. But Stefanko is still out there with a minute's lead at the moment, nearly, to the Waveframe Esports Ferrari. Schmiedel in a bit of traffic at the moment as we go back now to the battle for P12. DX Droids versus the number 247 has got a yellow flag in sector number 1. It's the 252 Drive Game C GTE Filippo Caneo off the road out of the chicane. That is one of the sketchiest corners, especially with traffic. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was an LMP2 intervention going through that particular corner.
In this battle for 12 and 13th, it's quite interesting how the liveries actually look quite similar, but it is 2 different teams. DX Droids and Go Team Racing now coming on to the start-finish straight. We've got a penalty for Rory McDuff, currently sitting in 10th place in your LMP2 category, so a little bit up the road. And we're going to see a replay now of Caneo going over the curb, just loosening up the rear end. He actually hit the wall twice, front and rear, and then a third time as well. So there's going to be a little bit of damage on that Ferrari, and that's just when you hit those big curbs, it can unsettle you, and it seems he just slightly lost the rear, overcorrected, and unfortunately ended up in the barrier. So that may need some damage repairs at their next pit stop.
Yeah, maybe, because obviously that is something you have to factor in, and so that wasn't an insignificant hit on the wall, really. It will have done a little bit of damage, I would expect, at this point. But GTE race leader Martin Stefanko is into the pit lane, expecting Christian McLaren to follow him in as well, as this battle for 12 is continuing to close between Juan Carlos Fernandez and Moritz Mel in the Go Team Racing, going towards turn 12, and this incredibly difficult final section of corners here at Indianapolis, but also arguably the most important because it spits you out onto the front straight, the best overtaking opportunity on the whole circuit. Bit of traffic involved as well for Fernandez, which is not going to help him, but he's going to get a nice slipstream from the Burst Edge Esports car, race leader at the moment, and this is really going to help him. Is he going to try and unlap himself here? He's down the inside of Alex Siebel, so he's actually through. Not going to be pleased about this is Alex Siebel, because he wants to get on with his race, go as fast as he possibly can, and he doesn't need this kind of these people unlapping. They're entitled to if they are faster at this point, but Siebel is not going to enjoy this.
Yeah, this is a very awkward situation because he knows that Siebel will know that these guys are battling as well for their own position, so he doesn't want to get involved at all. And just as we speak, their rivals, Varga Sim Racing LMP2, are also in the pit lane as well, probably going to be leaving very shortly. And that is also going to be a battle that we're going to look at towards the end of the race because Varga are coming back very strong, but we just need to see if it's going to be enough for them to challenge either of the burst entries. Now, this is not nice for Alex Siebel, but as a VEC champion, he obviously should know what to do in these certain situations, and sometimes just letting those drivers go is the best and safest option, especially when you have a somewhat comfortable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what Siebel's got right now. 18 seconds to his teammate Michi Hoyer, who's driving the 49 at the moment, expected to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Is Hoyer, and Siebel will be carrying on for another 6 or so. He's been taking this stint very, very long indeed, and did 34 laps on his last particular stint. Everybody else doing around 33, but for some reason they're able to go a little bit deeper as Siebel, as Hoyer does indeed come in. We go back to GTE though, because there are battles going on there once again. As expected, there seems to always be some kind of action going on in this category, and it's showing here once again. Kasper Stoltz in 6th place at the moment in the first Aston Martin of the order right now. He's looking for any which way through on Ilias Fernandez now. DX Droids BMW defending into turn 12 just on ever so slightly, and going into the pit lane actually. Kind of fooled Kasper Stoltz, who was following Fernandez, but realised he didn't need to go in the pit lane, so he overshot that final corner ever so slightly. But that's just broken up that battle ever so slightly there. Kind of fooled Stoltz for a moment as he gets past the Waveframe Esports car as well. Carrying on for another lap though, and it is a little bit of an interesting pit lane here. Not the worst I've ever seen, but it can be a little bit deceptive when you're following somebody and they suddenly go in the pit lane. You realise you're just following them. You can kind of slip into that mode of following somebody if you're behind them. and that seems to be what Stoltz did ever so briefly just there.
Yes, it's an awkward little pit entry actually, because the final apex sort of curves away from you as well, so you naturally take this really wide swooping line, because it's actually more than 90 degrees as well, so you've really got to get a nice line to come back on yourself, and it does get a little bit caught up with the pit entry, but fortunately that was just Casper going a little bit wide and no incident to be had there, because sometimes that can get a little bit awkward, but fortunately all good as we see Ground Effect in 19th place. And now we'll go to Ibrahim Khan in 12th place. He's on the back of Filippo Caneo, who was obviously the one to have that little bit of an accident, but he's now going into the pit lane as well. As you said a couple of laps ago, this is sort of the pit window for a lot of people. It's going to be opening both LMP2 and GTE, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of changing in the next few laps. And it actually seems DXDroids have swapped positions here, have they? I believe that Go Team Racing have actually got past here for this 11th position now, as they still have Alex Siebel getting involved. So obviously they've probably had to unlap let themselves get lapped again, and now they're going to try and unlap themselves once again. So this is getting very awkward, especially when you're talking about the leader of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Siebel's not enjoying this. As I said earlier on, he's managed to get back through again because he was unlapped by Fernandez, who unlapped himself from Siebel, but now he's been overtaken by Siebel and Mel, who have both got through, and the battle continues on here for what is now 11th place, because we've seen a pit stop from one of the LMP2s. Might have been Arms Sim Racing who have swapped out Andrea Martino for Mariano Callo, who is into the car now. Big dive from Fernandez there. That was a late one into turn 7. Not quite made that stick for the moment. They're coming up on another GTE car, and I think the Go Team Racing car will be able to get through a little bit easier here than DXDroids. Might have to wait a corner or two. Nope, all three of them get through on that Aston Martin. The Black Hawk car driven by Alex Broughtingham at the moment, going into turn 12, and that was all okay. So they close again, but no way through for Fernandez at the moment, and he hasn't got the greatest run onto the front straight either, so Mel is going to be safe for the moment.
And just looking at the standings page, it seems that this number 28 is the only one to stay out at the moment. It seems the 49 has gone in as they are a lap down, but only 6.5 seconds to Varga as well. So Varga are definitely coming at them for that second place in LMP2, and we just need to see how long the 28 stays out for. How long can they stretch this fuel? And considering they are stretching it, they're probably trying to get some sort of fuel number. So maybe this is putting them into a better place later on in the race. But certainly for now, they are losing a bit of time having to worry about this battle. And obviously it just puts you off a little bit as well. So I'm sure the rhythm has gone a bit. So maybe they might even think about doing some sort of driver change as well to freshen it up in that cockpit.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's that kind of part of the race. We're not quite at the part where we're seeing the final driver swaps, where we know who's going to be in the car to the end. But yeah, you never know if somebody's going to do a heroic final part of the race to see them go to the end. But battles still continuing up and down the field. Got one for 5th in LMP2, and this one still for 11th as well, between Mel and Fernandez. Going around the outside of one of the, I believe it's Casper Stoltz still driving Jean Lacy Esports Aston Martin there. Going down towards turn number 1 here. Fernandez gaining. The Go Team Racing car has to just defend ever so slightly, but Fernandez doesn't brake late enough to go around the outside through turn 1 and give himself the inside for turn 2. So he just has to wait behind for one more lap.
Yeah, sometimes it gets to that stage, you have to sort of work your momentum up, and if it doesn't quite work, you sort of have to build that up again, as it's not always easy to get a pass into this back straight. As we got this chicane coming onto it, it can be a little bit awkward with that GTE, and then that could always open you up, as we're now seeing kind of strike it. Now we're going side by side into this sector 2, which is going to be very difficult because you've got 2 fast corners. Massive load of bumping between these 2 drivers, but DXDroids have come out on top. Fernandez has got ahead there, but that is not the cleanest bit of driving that we've ever seen in the world from both of these drivers. Bumping and bashing as we come through into this sector 3 now. Once again, there's more opportunity for this, but I think this is going to go onto the front straight again, as these guys are really starting to push and trying to get this P11. But they swapped a number of times now, and I think this battle's going to keep on going.
It was a little bit aggressive, I think we can say that for sure, but these two are so evenly well matched at the moment, or evenly matched, that you kind of have to be a little bit physical to try and get through at this point. There is still 3.5 hours to go, so maybe it's a little bit early for using the chrome horn, but you know, these guys just leaning on each other a little bit. Battle also going on for 5th here in LMP2. Daniele Canestrazzi now is in the number 26 Waveframe Esports car. I believe this is his second separate stint in the car. That was a big slide from Matt Beavis, going through turns 4 and 5, and now through chicane as well. Load of GTE traffic in front, but Canestrazzi might not even have to use it. Goes to the outside now and see if he can just brake later. He's got a little bit more grip, it seems, but not quite enough to go around the outside through there. He stays behind, and through this chicane, or this sweeping section of corners, he's never really going to get through, so Canestrazzi has to stick behind for now, but he's going to want to get through as quickly as possible. You have to feel like he's losing a bit of time now, stuck behind Beavis.
It's so difficult to get through in that sector 2. As you say, there are these really sort of medium speed corners where you're really balancing the car, and now it's all going to get a little bit awkward there actually with some GTE traffic. I think that's the Rookie Monsters car, and this could give an opportunity now for Canestrazzi to get up the inside of the final corner. We've got Ibrahim Khan as well in that Zancho car, who's getting in the way a little bit. Now Canestrazzi is trying to wiggle left and right, but he got to be careful not to do that too many times because he could be said to be blocking. But now Matt Beavis down the inside on the brakes. Can he defend that position, or is Canestrazzi going to get in? I think Canestrazzi has got it into turn 1 and 2. So using the traffic to his advantage, and now Waveframe have got that position. But that just shows you how the GTEs can be used both not just in a disadvantage, but to your advantage. You can make it work in certain situations, but now I think he might lose coming down the back straight as well.
Seeing a yellow flag in sector 3 right now. It's for the number 45 car, LMP2. Team Spirit Racing, I'm afraid, have not had the best day in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Crash on lap 1, or at least incident on lap 1, has set them back, and now they're going slowly down towards turn number 12. I don't know what kind of danger they're going to pose, but they're nearly in the pit lane anyway, so I think they'll be okay here. Just getting towards, and these two LMP2s are actually not that far behind as we switch to GTE. Adam Baldwin now getting in for João Barbosa, and they've actually continued their hold of what's going to be 3rd place in GTE. Obviously, we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment. Some guys like Sean Jacobs in the Speedy Mike Ferrari taking it a little bit longer on this stint, so they're interrupting the battle at the moment. But Adam Baldwin's got an in for João Barbosa, and we've got the Waveframe car in behind here as well, the number 99. I'll see if there was a driver change for those guys as well. No, there wasn't. Christian Maglera is still in that car, so we have a free car battle going on for 6th place, but it's not going to be 6th when by the time everyone comes in. This pit stop window for GTE is massive, really. Seen some cars going upwards of 50 laps in a particular stint, which will mean they're still 10 laps away from a stop. So it's really hard to tell when they're really actually going to be in the pit lane. But what I do know is that we've got a great battle between Michał Schmidl and Martin Stefanko. These two likely to be the race winners at the end of the day at the Indianapolis 8 hours. And now they're going to fight it out on the circuits with the LMP2 cars flying through as well. Just separating them for the moment. Schmidl has had quite a rude introduction to this stint, actually. No easing yourself in here. He's straight into a really, really intense battle.
He certainly is, and as this will eventually become the battle for the lead as well, this is so important to get these opportunities. And Stefanko is certainly in a good place right now. He's getting very close now, within half a second of Schmidl, and this could be a very good opportunity for him to get this position. Obviously, Schmidl is a very successful sim racer himself, so he knows what is going on when it comes to these sort of battles. But Stefanko has been lightning fast on recent months with rFactor 2. So he's certainly going to be read up and ready to go. Although I believe this is his first appearance in the GTE, as he has moved from the LMP2, obviously, as we mentioned before. So maybe he's needs to get a little bit used to that sort of battle. But once again, he's getting close as we get towards this back straight, and he's certainly closing in. And I think when we get towards the end of this lap, he's certainly going to be looking for an overtake.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's been on form recently here in the big events in rFactor 2. Won a couple of races in the FSR Indy Pro Series that went over the last part of 2020. and put in a decent performance in that. And we know he is a good driver indeed. Michael Schmiedel as well is an accomplished GT driver. There's another one of these battles going through at the moment. Big dive from whoever's in 13th in LMP2 at the moment, and it might open the door for Stefanko here. Outside line into the final corner, has to swing wide to let Wanako through though, and they're not quite able to get the run they would have liked. Varga are not going to be able to get the run they would like either, really, because Wanako are going to hinder them ever so slightly through the final corner. Now, what's the slipstream like? What's the straight line speed like for the big BMW going down towards turn number 1 at the moment? Is there going to be a dive, or is it too early for that kind of antic? I think it is indeed. Stefanko sticks behind for now, but LMP, I really thought he was going to go for it there. But when I saw that traffic, it just interrupted his flow ever so slightly, and he's got to try again. It ebbs and flows around all endurance racing, so he's just got to wait for his opportunity, and he's just got to know that it will come. He's just got to be patient.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think it's going to that battle's going to open up as we get further down further into the race, and it's certainly going to be very close as we get towards the latter parts of this stint. Tires start going off and that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, it is indeed busy track as well, as we mentioned throughout the day. It's very difficult to get any free track space at the moment. Lots of battles going on up and down the order though. Second place in LMP2, second place in GTE, sixth place in GTE. It's all going on. But this is the one where I think there's going to be a change of position the soonest. They're both catching. Turkka Hakkinen, actually, who's in the lead of this race at the moment in GTE. I'm not sure when the last time he came in to the pit lane, actually, but I know they're running an extraordinary long stint here at the moment. The shortest stints are 43 laps or so from most of the cars, or some of the cars at the very least. But Turkka Hakkinen, or at least the 60 car, even on the first stint, did 49 laps, and that's with the formation lap. So they could still be going another 8 laps here in this stint, and that will be truly remarkable. Maybe 5, but yeah, they're trying to save a pit stop in this one. Normally in GTE you'd expect 7 pit stops, with the last pit stop being ever so slightly shorter than the last, maybe fuel only. But yeah, it seems like Nitro Velix are going to try and do this on 6 stops maybe.
Yeah, that's one benefit of an 8-hour race over a 6-hour race, because you have those extra 2 hours to save fuel. You can spread your saving over the course of the race. So at each point, your average saving is obviously a bit less, which therefore means you can go a little bit faster. So generally, an 8-hour race is a little bit easier, especially for the GTEs, where they're pretty much limited. In maybe like a 3-hour race, you're pretty much limited to just like 3 1-hour stints. But when you spread that over 8 hours, and you can maybe go an hour and 5 minutes, you then add 5 hours up, or 5 minutes up over 8 hours, and then all of a sudden you're looking in a nice position. So that's obviously what they're trying to do, and those little gains can be what makes or breaks an overtake. And it looks like Martin Stefanko now is going to be right in the slipstream of Michael Schmiedel. Can he get down the inside of turn number 1? He's looking, but that Varga car is looking very good in a straight line. And once again, Stefanko closes under the brakes but can't quite get an overtake.
Yeah, I did notice that while we were watching the battle between Barbosa and Malclara earlier on, Waveframe versus Deuce's Motorsport Club that we saw earlier on. The Porsche does seem very good in a straight line. That doesn't make it impossible to get through if you're driving one of the other GTEs, but it's difficult, and you might need a bit of traffic intervention. So Stefanko might have to wait for that. I can see a couple of prototypes in the background, so maybe some relief is going to come for him in a moment. But yeah, interesting battle going on for second, and Stefanko might just have to be patient, as we mentioned earlier on, and wait for his turn to get through and then really strike when it matters. Meanwhile, in LMP2, we've had a change for second place. I think David Mroczek has been off the road somewhere, because his last lap was a 1 minute 23.4, and that's approximately 6 or 7 seconds below where he should be. And so the Varga Sim Racing car, driven by Yuri Toman at the moment, has indeed got through into second place. A remarkable drive from those guys today. Varga nearly a lap down after 20 minutes because they were serving 3 drive-through penalties, but they've almost completed their run back to the front of the field. They are in a different league at the moment with this LMP2. Clearly the fastest team on the grid right now, and arguably in rFactor 2 as a whole.
Yeah, that is quite incredible. As you say, 3 penalties at the start of the race. But once again, there was a very quick Enola as well, so we know they have got the speed. But 3 penalties to come back from that is a very, very good effort. Even if maybe they don't win the race, to at least get on the podium is good. But at the moment, they are sitting in that second place. But they need to chase down some of the best drivers that there are in VEC. We've obviously got Joni Simoncic now in the car. He's taken over from Alex Siebel, both of them, including their teammate Dennis Jordan, VEC champions a couple of seasons ago. So for Varga to come back from this will be quite amazing, as Joni gets in between those 2 GTEs very nicely there. But can he hold on this 18-second gap for the next 3 and a bit hours? Varga have obviously gained best part of a lap over the last 4.5. And now in the next 3.5, can they gain 18 seconds? That is really the question.
Now, Joni Simoncic earlier, I know you weren't watching, Cam, and I know you won't believe this probably, but I saw, and we all saw on the stream, Joni Simoncic made a mistake.
What?
He did. Down into turn 12, there was a big fight going on between the 49 and the 28 in one of the drillers' car as well. And Simoncic was leading at the time, just went straight on at turn 12, went into the grass, lost 2 places. Couldn't really believe our eyes at the time while I was watching at home, and yeah, I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. I know, I think it was Lewis and Aidan and Ed on at the time, and they couldn't really believe it either. So yeah, that was quite a remarkable moment. It shows that he's not bulletproof and he is human, which is some relief to us all, I think, because he has been a bit of a robot recently with regards to his driving, becoming a 2-time FSR World Champion and winning many races in all kinds of different categories in rFactor 2. Yeah, it was quite a thing to see. But he's got an 18.5-second lead at the moment, and there's 2 of the best in rFactor 2 at the front of the field right now. Yuri Toman versus Joni Simoncic. That is quite astonishing to see, really, and those 2 are going to be trading some fantastic lap times throughout this stint, I'm sure.
Yeah, Yuri Toman especially is so quick in this LMP2, and it's good to see that he's come back on the scene. He was around a few years ago now, maybe about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, but yeah, he's come back and certainly doing very well indeed with that Varga sim racing team. The cool thing about Varga as well is not only are they battling for the lead in LMP2, but they're also still battling for the lead in GTE as well. So it's been quite a remarkable few months for this Varga team. They've really got up to speed with these cars, and because it's not just in this championship either, in other championships as well, Varga are doing well. So it's great to see that they're performing in both classes. They're not just a one-class wonder, as some teams are, such as Burst. They only do LMP2, which is obviously fair enough. They're doing well in there, but it's good to see the Varga are spreading their talent across the different disciplines.
Yeah, they are indeed, and performing in both, which is quite rare to see, really, as Martin Stefanko gets very close to Michał Schmiedl now. Battle for second in GTE, but nothing doing there for Stefanko. Very late on the brakes there was Schmiedl. Did a great job to get it all slowed up in time, and yeah, good driving from him so far in this race. Brief yellow flag there, but I believe everybody's still running all okay up and down the order. While we were talking about Simoncic a moment ago, Nico Barkley in the Monaco car did get through on Matt Beavis in the Rookie Monsters car, and he's not too far behind Daniele Canestrazzi either at the moment, but it's kind of hard to know where to look because there's so many battles going on up and down the order. It's still Juices versus Waveframe in GTE as well as this one for second place. This is for fifth in LMP2. Could become a free car battle maybe if Matt Beavis indeed puts the pace on here in the next few laps, but we can't be that far away from another round of LMP3 pit stops if they're pitting every, or just under every 35 laps, let's say, or roughly, let's say. These guys are going to be going, okay, maybe they're not quite as imminent as I thought, actually. It might be another 15 laps away, so we'll park the pit lane talk for the next few moments' time and start talking about the on-track action, because there is a lot of it at the moment, going one way of the GTE, and Nico Barkley goes the other, going down towards turn number 1 at the moment, but Barkley not quite close enough to get through for the moment. Is he going to be able to get the World Racing car into turn 1? Yes, just about. Overshoots the corner ever so slightly, but late braking from the prototype, and you can get away with that when the car doesn't weigh that much, as is the case with these LMP2s. You can brake quite stupendously late, but that doesn't mean that there isn't very good battling that can be had but in the LMP2 class down in towards turn number 1. It's obviously the best overtaking opportunity for it. And I would say, this might be, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I would say, in my experience at least, the LMP2s kind of, they get affected by slipstream a bit more than the GTEs. So I feel like you can come from further back and still make a dive and still make a position.
Yeah, it certainly can. Obviously, each of the different classes has slightly different characteristics. As you now see Kevin Yeager come down the inside of Sol Sanchez, but there's all sorts going on here. We've got LMP2s coming past him. That is the Varga car that we were just talking about as well, and he manages to make that move down the inside despite having those LMP2s coming past him. So Blackhawk there, the number 81, up into 12th place, but it seems that World Sim Racing are going to be coming back at them very shortly as well. But that is, that move for 12th place. But that just shows you how hectic it can get sometimes with the traffic.
Yeah, 3 wide, heading down towards turn number 7 there, and big moment for both of those GTs. I'm sure there was some very, very nervous drivers there, or some nervous drivers, should I say. None of the cars behind, by the way, are actually involved in this battle. The Aston Martin and the Porsche in behind. It's Your Name Here Racing is one of them. And it might be, well, I can't quite work out which is the other car, actually. It looks like a Blackhawk car to me, but I might be wrong. No, I'm wrong about that. It's too grey on the front to be Blackhawk. A couple of pit stops for GTE, so there are a couple of positions made up by those cars. But it's all changed in GTE, and we get into that stage in the race where really there isn't a defined moment to come into the pit lane. So Turkka Hakkinen is in, by the way, on lap 198. That would suggest that he's done another 49 or 50 laps. And so, given that he came into the lead there, and he is going to be making 3 more pit stops, including this one. Everybody else is making 3 more pit stops, including this one. So you could say he's actually in the net race lead. I don't think he's going to hang on to that, because the final pit stops for Varga and Williams are going to be shorter, but Nitro Velix have strategized their way into a great place.
Yeah, they certainly have, and strategy is a huge part of endurance racing. So if you get that right, as we've seen, for instance, with the Birthday G Sports guys over the years as well, it can just put you in such a good position where you gain time that you don't have to gain on track, because gaining 5-10 seconds on track is very difficult. You know, you're talking multiple stints of gaining that time on the driver ahead of you, whereas with strategy you can easily gain half a minute or even a minute if you save a whole pit stop. So that's why getting it right is so crucial, because that could save you literally hours of hard work on track. Yeah,
absolutely. You're absolutely right. If you think about how hard you have to work to gain those kind of seconds on the circuit, and you figure how easily you can make them up in the pit lane, it does start to figure with you how important it actually is. There is the Corvette sat on the pit lane, and briefly there we did continue to have 3 different cars inside the top 3 there, with Corvette, Porsche, BMW all involved. We've got Ferrari in 4th as well. There were, lots of different cars up towards the front, which is great to see the variety in the VEC. But this is the fight now, which is for the lead of GTE. It was in the last stint, and it is once again here now, with Turkka Hakkinen getting out of the way because of his pit stop. They've got more than a minute to the cars behind us. Actually, Christian Maglera has just got through and Adam Baldwin there, away from our cameras, but the Ferrari now into the top 3. That must have been down into turn 7, just on the brakes. Nice and, well, I wouldn't say nice and easy, but certainly one of the best places to try and make that move stick. But now we might get an illustration as to how quick that Porsche is on the front straight, because we saw last time Juices actually came back at wave 3, even though they didn't look quite as quick.
Yeah, certainly that battle has ebbed and flowed, which is a bit different to how this battle has gone with Schmidt and Stefanko. Certainly seems Schmidt is strong enough to hold on at the moment, but Stefanko's getting very close. It's just, you've got to get just those extra couple of tenths a lap, although he's got a bit wide here, probably to help facilitate that move with the LMP2. But yeah, sometimes you need just those extra couple of tenths a lap advantage to really make an overtake. You mentioned it a couple of minutes ago that the LMP2s definitely have a lot more slipstream and a lot more gain. You can dive from a lot further back, whereas the GTEs, you really have to be a bit more sort of momentum based and get yourself into a position. And once you're finally in that position, you really have to take the opportunity.
Yeah, you can't miss those chances. As you say, you've very brief yellow flags coming up at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what they're for. Yeah, I go to look and then they're gone. So there can't be big issues at the moment. We've had a clean race so far, as I keep mentioning, kind of tempting fate by the fact I keep mentioning it. We've had a couple of retirees, I'm afraid, from this race. Pinsim Drillers number 8 in the LMP2 class are out, and Williams Esport number 441 are also out. Believe they were both connection-based, actually, and don't think it was particularly due to... now, why is that car in again? Christian Michel has gone in, and he's done one lap. So, what has gone on there? Because that was a one-lap stint.
Let's see if it's 10 seconds. It might be a stop-go penalty. You can see on the side of his car. No, it's more than that. So maybe there's another issue there. That's a bit weird. As you're right, that number 60 was just in. We were just looking at them, and this is a little bit strange. Only 20 seconds. Maybe they forgot to add fuel or forgot to change tyres, but it's a bit... It must be maybe fuel related, because it's a bit weird to come in for only 20 seconds.
Turkka Hakkinen's back in. It was clearly an issue with Christian Michel, or Mikel, whatever you want to say. Oh, that was... God, that was close. Nearly came straight out into the side of the wave-free LMP2 car. And Turkka Hakkinen is not exactly driving that quickly at the moment either. Very, very understeery. He looks... Wow, that's a very strange-looking Corvette at the moment. And I believe he's got suspension damage, has he? He goes across the chicane. And this is terrible news now for Naruto Velez, putting themselves in a great place earlier on. But now all of a sudden, the race looks like it's slipping through their fingers ever so slightly. This is a very odd... That car's not tracking straight.
Maybe that was the yellow flag that you saw. Possibly. Maybe they had a bit of a spin. That is a bit of a weird situation for them to be in. There's certainly something going on there. It's interesting that they only then changed driver because they can't have pressed the repair damage, because repair damage would be minutes. And that looks like some sort of a wheel issue. This is a bit weird, and unfortunately for them, they were potentially looking at getting maybe even a race win or a podium, but it's gone, well, as you can see on the side of their car, down to 14th now.
Yeah, this is looking quite disastrous now, and into the pit lane again comes Turkka Hakkinen for the third time in 3 laps now. This is... Oh goodness, it avoids the wall on the left-hand side. You see how much he's having to turn. Yeah, he's having to go 90 degrees to the right to go straight here. That's an outrageous amount of suspension damage, because we have got a yellow flag in sector 3 now. And that is the number 3 off the road. Black Hawk Pescaro, Dimitri Buska briefly off the road. Rick Van Eyl gets into 7th place. So a bit of something going on there. Down the inside it goes Buska into turn 12 of the Arms Sim Racing number 14. But very strange moment for Turkka Hakkinen. I thought you were right, actually, about penalty initially, because Christian Michel's lap time was actually not there, which indicates a lap time that has had a corner cut within it. But clearly that wasn't the issue, and there was a quite ridiculous amount of suspension damage for that car. So that's really, really unfortunate for them, and a real shame to see, but they're in the pit lane again, and they're going to struggle to score points out of this one.
Yeah, they certainly are. That is the one actual disadvantage, I should say, of the GTE field, is because it's a bit bigger, you do end up running out of points to pick up. So you've got to be very careful with that. But unfortunately, they've had some sort of issue there. Unfortunately, we can't get a replay right now. But yeah, they had some sort of issue. And yeah, that's not what you want, especially when you're in that position to get a podium, because they are where the big points are. They are where you can get the recognition that you deserve for your efforts. But unfortunately, there's been an issue, and that is no longer even on our little tower here.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's the top 20 now for the points. So it used to be very, very harsh on GTE fields, which were often bigger than 20. The other ones... so when we had only top 10 getting points, that was a late going to the pit lane, wasn't it, for Dimitri Buska? Someone's just told him very late. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what was going on down there at the number 3 team. So pit stop cycle now open again for LMP2. Yeah, I believe now the top 20 get points in all of the classes because of that issue we had in GT. And now I guess it's kind of fixed an issue in LMP2. Some cars, even though they would get to the end of every race, would just never score any points because of how big the fields were. But we are going back up to the front of GTE now, because that's where the action is. Michał Schmidl versus Martin Stefanko. Flying into the pit lane goes one of the Ajira Racing cars. Don't know if that was the number 2 or the 227. No, not the 227. Sorry, the 235 maybe. That could have been. That's not even. That's not Ajira. Sorry. Getting the car numbers mixed up now as we continue to go down towards turn number 1. And my Discord is completely frozen, so I've no idea what's transpired down into turn number 1 there. But let's hope not a pass, and I hope I've not missed it. Yeah, that battle's still going on. They don't look like being separated at the moment, Schmidl or Stefanko. Yeah, apparently Cam's is frozen as well, so we're doing a bit of radio at the moment without actually seeing what's going on. But we do have a track map, which you can also see on the simracing.club website. You can see where the cars are out on the circuit, see all the live timing as well. And it is very useful for commentators and viewers alike, so well worth visiting. Yeah, 69 and 490, very close, running down towards turn 12 at the moment. But I'm afraid we're not going to be able to tell you much more detail on that at the moment. We'll try and monitor the race from here. A little bit difficult, but it's still we can manage for the moment. Schmidl's still in front of Stefanko. And these guys just a little bit away from a pit stop, still 45 laps of the stint, and about 15 laps away, let's say, or 25 maybe. But Stefanko doesn't quite look close enough down into turn 1 on this occasion, I don't think. Although he is gaining, big slipstream down into turn 1, of course, kind of shows the nose down towards the inside, but once again, not quite close enough. He really does need to wait for a bit of traffic. That BMW just doesn't look good enough in a straight line, really, to be able to actually get down the inside.
Yeah, it's so difficult to make these overtakes work. It's something that you really have to line it up. So it's one of those things where if the driver ahead is just doing absolutely everything perfect, it's going to be difficult to try and make something work. It's going to be difficult to try and get that overtake. So you really have to work hard, and this is why sometimes it takes a number of laps, even a number of stints sometimes, to get up close and personal to someone, because that's going to be quite a difficult opportunity if the person ahead is just doing absolutely everything perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the LMP2 going through at the moment. That's third place, David Mrozek, who's really not having the greatest stint. Had that little incident, let's not forget, but he came out about 5 seconds behind Yuri Toman. He's now 16 seconds behind, so 11 seconds lost in this stint alone, which is not great news, it has to be said, for Bers T-Sport. Number 49 came into the day quite a way down in the championship, not had the greatest start to their season, but having a decent race as it stands right now. Is there going to be a move from Stefanko? No, it's actually separated Stefanko and Schmidl there, down into turn number 1. But as we're looking at the track map right now, it really is quite remarkable the way that the GTE class, almost the entire field, just clumped together. They're all heading through turn 7 at the moment, if you're a GTE car. And the Juices Motorsport Club and Waveframe Esports Battle is involved within it. So I'd say that's about 10, 12 cars all going through within 10 seconds of each other. That is an LMP2 car's nightmare heading towards turn 12 at the moment. And David Mrozek's going to be there before long.
Yeah, David Mrozek obviously had that bit of an issue earlier, so we need to see if he can actually try and do anything about this, because that car, the Evar car, is also closing into Jene Simičić, so you've got to see if Mrozek can try and come back and somehow help defend their sister team, but it does seem that he can't quite keep up, and soon he's going to be actually defending from Andonovski. Their pace is looking very similar, actually. Not just Mrozek and Andonovski, but Barkley and Kanastraki behind as well. So that LMP2 field is looking very close. And it does seem that Toman is definitely closing down on Simičić in the last few laps, and Mrozek just needs to try and hold on to that third place for the number 49.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 5 seconds actually he's only got over Timotes Andonovski. I got a bit of stick actually after the last race for saying Andonovski's name wrong. I can't remember doing it, but I must have done throughout the whole of the last broadcast. So I apologise to Andonovski for that, because clearly it's wind him up a little bit, or wind somebody up anyway. So I apologise, and I'll try and get it right but I'm not great. So yeah, I apologise for that. But he's closing in to David Motec at the moment, and it's now nearly 3 seconds, really starting to get his skates on. Go Team Racing into the pit lane at the moment. That's LMP2 pit stops kind of beginning at the moment, although they shouldn't quite be yet. So got a little bit of time to wait yet, as there's a yellow flag in sector 3 for Speedy Mite again. Ollie McGowan, is off the road, heading down towards turn 12, and he's not moving. He looks like he's on the racing line as well. Looks like a disconnection, I'm afraid.
Back to
that's quite there we go. Look, it was quite a precarious place to be in for a moment, though.
Yeah, that is not the nicest thing to happen. As we see, there's a load of traffic here coming into turn 1, loads of GTE traffic of various different laps and positions here. But yeah, not the nicest thing to happen for a disconnection, but it certainly seems that that Speedy Mite, what number is he? The number 71 is going to be out of this race. Obviously, when it's a disconnection, you can join back, but by the time you've rejoined, you're going to lose a couple of laps, and then you basically have to go and start that lap again. So you effectively have to do an out lap, then you lose another lap from that. So not a nice position.
Yeah, it isn't, and it really does penalise. It's good that it's not a long lap around here. When you go to places like Le Mans, where it's nearly 4 minutes for a GT, you really do get punished. But no, that's absolutely fine around here. And the very short circuit is producing some very good racing for the moment, very close racing for now. Going down towards turn 12 at the moment, it is Christian Malclera ahead of Adam Baldwin. It's 1.2 second gap between the two of them. Stefanko looks like he's closing in quite rapidly now onto the back of Schmiedl. Is there going to be a move? No. He's very close though, and they're catching this GTE traffic. There's not going to be that much time until they're really making their way through here. Lots and lots of cars to be getting involved with, and I'm sure they will do at some point in the near future. How much slipstream can Stefanko grab now from the Porsche? He's much closer than we've ever seen him before, really. Going down towards turn number 1, it gets now towards 2/10 of a second and below. Is he going to send it down the inside here? Schmiedl defends. He realises the threat, and he just pulls it to the left-hand side as we look at it. But no move actually made there by Stefanko, choosing to stick behind for now and being incredibly patient, I have to say. This is good driving from Stefanko. He's not forcing the issue, but you have to feel he is slightly faster at this point.
Yeah, he certainly is, and this battle is getting very close as we come back down towards this back straight up towards turn 7. Is he going to look down the inside? Oh, he's going to have to swap back there as Schmiedl moved a little bit late, but he managed to defend there. Stefanko having to back out of that one. So this battle is definitely swaying towards the Williams Esports team. Number 490 is getting very close now. It's been a little bit of a stalemate for the last 15-20 laps, but it certainly seems that Stefanko now is really getting this momentum and coming here towards turn number 12. It's a little bit tricky here to overtake, but if he can stay nice and close, he might be able to get in that slipstream bubble and get himself down the inside towards turn number 1. Although the Varga cars come off this final corner very well, but is it enough to defend?
I think it will be. At this point, he's getting even slipstream help now from one of the Ferraris in front. I can't quite tell you which one that is for the moment, as one of the LMP2s getting through, and it's going to slip by nice and easily. Stefanko might try and use that LMP2 to get through, but not quite for the moment. Greg Hall, by the way, in the YouTube chat has informed us that it's the second screen freeze of the 71 cars race. So Ollie McGowan and the Speedy Mite racing team not having a great day. And Turka Hakkinen also down there now, and saying that they were going to be in the fight for P3 at the end, but while swapping the driver, the game decided to give them 90 degrees bent steering, which was nice of them. So I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I'm afraid that's a driver swap gone wrong for Nitro Velix, and that is a shame.
Yeah, it's interesting that it then kept that for the other driver. That's a weird one. Unfortunately, that's what happens with sim racing. You obviously have hardware and software issues every now and again, and unfortunately that cost that team there. Now Martin Stefanko's looking once again to the inside of Schmiedl as we are coming up to 3 hours remaining, just 3 seconds to go, and now we are at 3 hours remaining which means we are 5 hours done. So it's going to be getting to that point now where you're going to start to look at your final stint. You're going to start thinking what you're going to do. But right now, all Stefanko can think is, how do I get past this Vargas Sim Racing car? He's been here for pretty much this whole stint so far. And once again on this lap, he can't quite get past.
Nope, not for the moment. But yeah, just under 3 hours remaining in the race. And we're in the middle of, or we're kind of starting the pit stop cycle for LMP2, so it's not the greatest time to run through the order, but Jone Simoncic is leading from Jiri Toman. That much is it's certain for the moment, but whether David Mroczek or Timothej Andonovski is going to be in third place when this cycle is done is kind of up for debate at the moment, and that debate is going to begin in a few laps when Mroczek comes into the pit lane. He normally comes in 5 laps after Andonovski, and it has been 5 laps, so he should be in at the end of this lap. We'll see if that does indeed stay true to form, though. We're focusing in GTE, though, because it's a much more interesting fight. We've got good strategic racing going on in LMP2, and I'm sure it is going to converge towards the end of this race. The fight between Burst and Varga is going to be fantastic, but GTE, for pure on-track racing in the last hour, we've seen a lot more of it in the slower class than we have in the prototype class.
Yeah, certainly. It's always a bit of a difference between the two categories as well. And just on the screen, it seems actually that Stefanko's dropped from Schmidl this time. So maybe that bit of momentum that he had has been used up, and now he's got to try and eat in those tenths of a second once again.
Has indeed, as Jiri Toman is into the pit lane actually a lap later than scheduled, but he's able to stretch that out for a little bit longer on this occasion and wasn't really catching Jone Simoncic towards the end. Certainly he was very, very slowly reeling him in, but not that quickly. Yeah, that was it's going to be an interesting fight between Burst and Varga, and we'll park that for a moment because I'm sure we'll be talking about them a lot throughout the remaining parts of this race. But Burst, number 49, carry on 1 lap longer than they would normally at this point, but they're able to stretch things out a little bit longer, it seems, right now as well, as we continue to look at Schmidl versus Stefanko. And the battle for third in GT is not too bad either, so it's all going on, really. I feel like, though, Marcin Stefanko gets closest to Schmidl down into turn 12, and it might be worth throwing it down the inside there instead of waiting for turn 1. Because it almost feels like he's braking early to account for Schmidl into turn 12, whereas he can't really do anything down into turn number 1. So I wonder if it's worth him having a go one of these laps into that right-angled right-hander into the final chicane of the lap.
Such a difficult corner, that one. You definitely do have that curved straight of turn 11 before that. However, the curb on the inside of turn 12 is so big that if you make any sort of mistake, you're probably going to put 2 cars off. So that is a high-risk, high-risk, low-reward situation. As we see Stefanko taking a really different line, actually, to Schmidl there, coming out onto the back straight. And is he going to be quite close enough? He does have the Ajira car getting in the way as well. Is that going to hold up Schmidl? Unfortunately not for Stefanko, but that gap is certainly closed down once again. And it does seem, as we saw in that first sector, he is trying to do some sort of different lines, but it's not the easiest when you are this close on pace.
No, it's very, very difficult indeed. Going down towards turn 12 now. Definitely not close enough this time. It would be a almost suicidal dive bomb at this point. It's getting a little bit difficult to see, I have to say. It always seems to set going through that oval corner. I remember when we were here a few years ago, not even using this final chicane. It was very difficult to see. The sun really just set in your eye. Yeah,
it was really, really difficult. I remember I was racing that season, LMP2, and trying to judge where the cars were you're coming up against. It's really difficult, actually. As Stefanko's looking once again, just showing his nose, so he's still definitely thinking about it. But Schmidl didn't see the need to do any sort of defending. But as you say, this sun is now starting to set, so I do think, especially as we have almost 3 hours to go, we're going to be getting some darkness here, maybe in the final hour.
Yeah, it did get a little bit dark at Nola, actually, when I wasn't expecting it. I thought it would stay light for that one, but I believe it did get, if I remember correctly, it got a little bit dark. So I think we're going to see something similar here today as Fernandez on Buska. This is now. I think Fernandez owes us a pit stop, but it's not going to stop him having a go on the Black Hawk Pesca. Oh, he didn't even need to, because Buska's just drove off at turn number 1, looking in his mirrors so much. Sometimes you can miss your braking point, and that's exactly what Dimitri Buska did just there.
Yeah, I think someone needs to maybe tell him just to turn it down a tiny notch, because we've seen him about 3 or 4 times in the last 20 minutes, and I think he's been off track in each of those, or at least having some sort of issue. So maybe he needs to turn it down just a tiny bit, because it's those issues that lose you those positions, and then you get frustrated, and then those things generally snowball into a bigger issue. Whereas obviously if you just kept it a little bit calm to start off with, then that obviously wouldn't happen. Easier said than done. Everyone knows how you get in a racing situation. Drivers get very heated and very determined, but that's good, because that is why we get such close racing here in VEC and rFactor 2 in general. As we now see Nico Barkley coming up towards Canastrecki. He's been there for a little while now. Actually, they've left the rookie monsters behind them by some 40 seconds now. So certainly, I think it's Matt Beavers who's in that car, is not quite able, though they have actually done a swap now to Mantis Rekus in that car, and once again GT's getting in the way a little bit. But can Nico Barkley get close enough to Canastrecki? It's going to be quite a late dive if he's to do it right now, but he's certainly trying to line him up maybe for the back straight.
Yeah, possibly. And I think these two, the Waveframe car has been in, so Monaco car, I believe, also been into the pit lane. So I think this is an actual position battle. David Mocek, by the way, has been into the pit lane now for Burst Esports Simplexity, and I've got to the bottom of why he wasn't quite as quick as those around him. I think he was on a bit of a fuel-saving run, because that's a 35-lap stint from him, which is the biggest stint we've seen from for quite a while in LMP2. He might have lost in 3rd place though. Andonovski's coming down the pit straight right now. Mocek out of the pit lane. He just about holds on by 1.5 seconds. But yeah, Mocek's going to have a lot of defending to do in this stint now. And we'll see if he continues on that fuel-saving run that he is on at the moment. And that's what happened earlier on in the race. Him trying to get the move on Lopez, it was driving the Volante racing car, trying to get through the Andonovski they kind of met in the middle really, and Lopez was out into the wall for Volante. Andonovski got away with it on that occasion. He's got away with it again, but that was a very close moment into the chicane.
Yeah, fortunately there is that little bit of tarmac to the right side of the chicane, so the that Porsche, the Juices car, was able to get past us. Now we're having a bit of a lapping battle situation here, as Mantis Rekus is going to go off just a little bit, manages to keep it on the track. But yeah, Andonovski there, it is difficult, because obviously he did get himself there, but that chicane is so tight, sometimes you do have to sit behind them. We're going to get a replay, and I think it's going to be not the nicest thing to watch if we do get a replay of that, because that was very tight and very close to a big accident. As we now see Rekus come down the inside. Is that going to be more contact? No, they managed to avoid that. But these two are getting very feisty, especially considering they are not on the same lap.
Yeah, Mantis Rekus really wants to get through right now, and he hasn't got bad pace. They're just out of position, Rookie Monsters, because of the incident they had earlier on with the Zancho car, with 3 wide going into turn 10, which is not really what you want to be doing. And Ibrahim Khan on the outside didn't quite realise it, so turned in, and the rear wing came off of the Rookie Monsters car. There's more contact going into turn 7. And as you say, these two aren't even on the same lap. They're both costing themselves a load of time. A lot of contact between the two of them. Mantis Rekus really wants to get through. Andonovski really doesn't want to let him through. And they both have to get through the Your Name Here car. We'll see if Rekus goes for this into turn 12, maybe on the outside line this time. Not quite, but it's costing them both time. You can see Andonovski's already lost 2 seconds since Mocek came out of the pit lane. And none of it is really because of his doing. It's just because of this fight that's going on.
Yeah, this is what we were saying earlier with Alex Siebel. Remember when he let the DX droids and the Go Team racing car through? That's getting so close. These guys are going to have a big crash soon if they do not calm this down a little bit. This is getting a little bit too out of hand, and Timo just needs to let Mantis go, because otherwise this is going to get very feisty. I know it's very frustrating when someone's coming and unlapping yourself, but now just let Mantis go away into the distance. That's the smartest thing to do, because having an accident here is not good. There's still almost, or just under 3 hours left of this race. Don't need to be doing anything crazy like that. But I think Timo was just defending that way too hard, especially seeing as now Mantis has gone way off into the distance. That's, yeah, not the smartest thing to be doing there from Timo. He's just cost himself a few seconds and probably got some damage, because there was a number of contacts there in the last 3 laps.
Yeah, it was very, very feisty indeed. And now that those two have separated themselves a little bit, they can calm down a bit and get on with their own race, really. I think Wreckers has got newer tyres. I don't know why I couldn't think of that phrase then. Newer tyres on that car for the moment. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit off cycle because of the damage they had earlier on. Race leader into the pit lane. Jurnej Simicic, after 237 laps, makes his way on to the pit lane. That's a 34-lap stint from him, which is good. He has managed to stretch out a little bit further than a couple of stints ago. They're normally doing 34 laps, but ever so often they do a 33-lap stint, which shows their fuel saving didn't quite go to plan. But with 2 hours 40 to go, would you say there's 4 stints left in this race for them now?
Yes, I would say so, because normally 2 hours is 3 stints, and then obviously an extra stint on top of that would get us roughly to where we are at this stage. So I would assume most teams are going to have 4 stints from now, but obviously some drivers have only recently made a pit stop, so maybe they'll have to do a splash and dash at the end, or maybe they're now going to do a bit of fuel saving to try and get themselves within that window. We'll have to see how that one works out, because obviously that final pit stop is really the most crucial time. Sometimes the whole 8 hours builds up to that final pit stop, because if you can save half of the time in the pit lane, you're going to be saving 30 seconds, and that is a lot, as we mentioned earlier on. To get 30 seconds on track on pure pace is very difficult.
Here we go into turn 7. Bit of a battle going on between Bushka and Moritz Mel at the moment. The Go Team racing car trying to get through. Contact going through the sweepers at turn 8 and 9. And yeah, it's getting a little bit physical down the order as well. Dimitri Bushka involved in a little bit of contact, I'm afraid. Buckhawk Pescara SRT. He is driving for hit today, of course. Going down towards turn 12 now. The 252 in the way. Getting down the inside, Moritz Mel into the final corner. The final real corner, anyway. Just not quite close enough to make a move into turn number 1, but showing that there are battles going on up and down the order. Simicic gets out in the lead then with just under 12 seconds of a lead. Yuri Toman chasing him down, and it shows that Burst Edge Esports have had quite a good pit stop cycle there, because they've almost doubled their lead.
Yeah, they've certainly done pretty well, and they are the strategy kings. And as you say, 4 stints to go, and especially with there only being a couple of minutes extra, I would definitely assume that is 4 stints. So now we're really looking at when are Varga going to pit, and when exactly is it? Because obviously if they have to do another extra pit stop, as we mentioned, that might lose them that 30 seconds we were talking about, and that can really change that battle, because as it looks like at the moment, there's still potential for Varga to come and win this just on pure pace, but then again, if they have to do something different on the strategy, then that could turn that battle around.
Yeah, they're often pitting 7 laps before Burst Edge Esports at the moment, and I just wonder if that means it's going to be 4 stints including this one for them, or if they're going to have to make a splash. Because if they do have to make a splash, then it's going to really hamper them in this race. Big traffic here for Moritz Mel and Dimitri Bushka, who are fighting quite hard now for P11. Oh no, sorry, that's not Bushka going wide. I think that's the Arm Sim Racing car again. In the walls a little bit, I'm afraid. Stefanko and Schmiedel have been separated ever so slightly because of this fight, but Dimitri Bushka is now going to have to do a bit of defending with Moritz Mel down the inside now. Is he going to break late enough for this? Oh, he's broken 2 late slides into Dimitri Bushka, and they're still going side by side through turn 2, and just pushing him out there. The Black Hawk Pescara car continues on in 11th place, but both of those cars pushing themselves very, very hard, pushing each other very hard indeed as well.
Yeah, this fighting is getting really feisty between quite a few of these cars. And once again, we're going to have this battle now. Mel is going to go down the inside at the end of the back straight. Can he make it on the brakes? He's going to have a nice tight line So Bushka is going to round the outside, but once again they're going to go side by side into this really fast chicane-style section. There's really 3 corners back to back, all medium speed, and it looks like Bushka's managed to hold that. But then Mel once again gets a very good exit off, coming around turn 11, coming down into turn 12. He's going to have the inside. We never really see overtakes here, but he's made that work if he has not locked up, which he has. So he's going to have to go around the MotoGP hairpin to rejoin, and unfortunately he's going to have a few other cars come through as well.
He's let 5, and this is crazy at the moment. There's so much traffic in this little portion of the racetrack going down towards turn number 1 at the moment. 6 of the LMP2 cars. This is 1/3 of the field still running down there, and we've got a battle. Nico Barkley trying to get Daniele Canestrazzi into turn number 1, and Wanako are indeed through. That is the race leader Jone Simoncic, who's just made his way through 5 of these prototypes as well. What a crazy part of the racetrack this is at the moment. Nico Barkley capitalises on the chaos, and he gets up into P5. Great opportunistic driving from him. And yeah, this is just crazy at the moment in LMP2. You wouldn't like to be a GTE car in front of these lot at the moment.
They're definitely not, as they're all fighting for their own position as well. Obviously, Jerne, he's now just under 10 seconds, so Varga coming into them, so he can't hang about. Then we've got Barkley and Canestrazzi, and fortunately Canestrazzi did think about that coming into turn 1, and he was smart, decided to back out of that one to allow it. But then obviously we've got Bushka and Mel having a big battle as well, so this could be very crazy, as we've got the Musto car now is coming under attack from all these LMP2s coming into that final sector. And Canestrazzi there getting maybe a bit of contact actually on the Ferrari, and now it's getting really awkward into this final corner. Bush is going to go round the outside, and now Mel is going to have a really good exit and potentially have a run down into turn 1.
Yeah, potentially, if he can get this right. He's going to have a big slipstream, and he's already very close indeed. We have that battle for 3rd in GTE in front of this battle at the moment, and it's going to become the battle for 2nd here. As down the inside goes Moritz Mel. Is he going to be able to get it done on the brakes this time? Is he going to be able to pull it up in time? Not quite. It's still side by side. Turn 1 and 2. Contact! And Dimitri Buska goes around. Bit of contact between Black Hawk and Go Team Racing. And Dimitri Buska goes around, spins actually, trying to recover as well. Loses another position to Rory McDuff, and his torrid stint is continuing, I'm afraid. It's not been his greatest stint in a prototype car, and there was the spin that we thought that was coming actually between those two. It was getting very close, that battle between the two, and I'm afraid Dimitri Buska has indeed gone around.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you say, we saw that one coming. That was just building up, and unfortunately, as soon as they turned into that turn 2, I was like, one of these two is going around. And unfortunately for Bushka, it was him. He was relying on the front end, and then that got pinched on the Go Team Racing's car. So that's why he got sent around as the back was all loose. But yeah, he's going to have to try and make that back up. As we now see Adam Baldwin here from P3 in the GTE category. Obviously, that'll be P4 once all the stints work themselves out. Coming in his Porsche, obviously only a couple of seconds behind Wave Freem as well, as we now see Schmidl come through. Already made that pit stop, and we'll see him retake the lead eventually, depending on how it works out with Marcin Stefanko, who is still out there and doing a bit of an overcut.
Yeah, 44 laps this time for Michal Schmidl, and Adam Baldwin managed 45 that time, so he's managed to save a lap of fuel compared to what he's normally been doing. Which is good news for Deuces Motorsport Club. They were battling with Waveframe for most of that stint, let's not forget. Christian Maglera ended up coming out on top in their little fight, but there's still 2 and 41 minutes to go in this race for that battle to be settled. And the other Waveframe esports car in this field right now is actually in another fight, of course. Daniele Canestrazzi trying to make his way through on Nico Barkley, trying to repay the favour that Barkley paid to him down into turn number 1 a few laps ago. That's not going to help him though. Wheel on the grass, going a little bit wide through turn 12, and he's lost about 7/10 of a second doing so. So that battle just extends once again. But yeah, GTE cars in the pit stops or into the pit lane at this point, and we're really seeing a front 4 kind of form themselves in that class, with the absence now of Nigel Velux, number 60, who are actually running outside of the top 20, not going to get any points out of this one for their position. So it seems to be between Williams Esports, Waveframe Esports, Varga Sim Racing and Juicy's Motorsport Club for the race win here, and maybe we could even narrow that down to 2, just Waveframe and Varga, Williams Esports and Varga in contention for this one, because when the pit stops take themselves out, there's over a minute between the 2 pairs of cars.
Yeah, indeed. We're seeing these little battles work themselves out, and we're trying to work out where they are going to end up. It is quite a bit difficult, especially for these LMP2s, as obviously that pit stop situation is getting quite tight with the time. And as we've seen, all their kind of stretchy having to swap to go round the outside there in turn 11. And that can obviously affect his speed, but it does seem he's dropped off a little bit from Nico Barkley. So Nico Barkley made his way through the Rookie Monsters, and now made his way through the Waveframe. And I do wonder, it's a little bit far, but I do wonder if that 45-second gap to the Driller's car can come down, as we did see Antonovsky having a few little issues.
It would be a big effort, but yeah, it'd be good to see the fight continue on there between those guys. Gap for the front of the race, still 6.5 seconds separating Jone Simončić and Jiri Toman, trading absolutely qualifying lap times at the moment. Strutzy makes his way through on the DX Droids BMW, currently running in 6th place in GTE, having a decent run today, but kind of in that battle for best of the rest, 5th place, which is currently held by Jean Lacey Esports, Casper Stoltz in their Aston Martin. So I believe we have 4 different cars in the top 5, which is not bad at all. And when we had the Knight of Alex Corvette in there as well, then we had all 5 in the top 6 places or so, which is great to see indeed. But I believe this is the closest battle on the circuit at the moment, but in LMP2, Monaco versus Waveframe. Although in GTE, Speedy Mite and Zancho are not too far away, but Zancho had enough screen time in the first part of the race, so we'll give them some more now. But Zancho Bias is in full view again, I'm afraid. But they're actually in a fight this time. Ibrahim Khan, who started the race, got caught up in a bit of an incident, and they're on a bit of a recovery drive, it has to be said. But seems very quick at the moment. Andy Dixie under a lot of pressure already.
And Khan in general has been getting very quick in the last few months. Side by side here. Sorry, excuse me. Side by side isn't going to work into that chicane, but Khan, he's been getting very quick in the last few months, or the last sort of 6 months to a year. And he even led the race in NOLA, I believe, in the early stages last time out as well. And once again, he's going down the inside here. That will turn to the outside. So that move actually came out of nowhere. So Andy Dixie maybe went a little bit wide there. That seemed to just spring up. Khan very opportunistic to make that move. Obviously, LMP2 coming through as well. And Khan used that to his advantage, because he's now almost a second ahead already. So Dixie there making a little bit of a mistake. But yeah, I was just saying that Khan's done so well. And it's interesting to see that they're down in this position. Obviously, I missed the first pass. I didn't see if they had an issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if these guys can work their way back up into some of these places. But unfortunately, they do have a 40-second gap ahead of them now. But now Khan is free, and he's going to start trying to at least get that gap a bit closer than it is.
Yeah, Musto Racing in front of them at the moment. They're battle for 8th place, separate by 40 seconds, but yeah, not the smoothest ride for Zancho this particular season, this race either, as Williams Esports are in the pit lane at the moment. We'll see where they come out in relation to Michal Schmidl. But yeah, for those who weren't here, down into turn 10, free wide moment with 2 LMP2s going down the inside of Ibrahim Khan, and Khan didn't realise there were 2, thought there was only 1, and turned in as if there was only 1. And so there was a bit of an incident, got a bit of damage, had to make an early pit stop. And so they've been off cycle a little bit ever since. But no, it's still been a good recovery drive from those guys. But let's go to GTE, because Martin Stefanko is making his way out of the pit lane now. Christian McLaren is now in the lead of the race, and he'll be going around one more lap time here. He'll be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, I think. As Michal Schmidl there on the right-hand side, there goes the Varga Sim Racing car, there goes the lovely sound of the Porsche. And the BMW is behind, just releases the pit limiter now, and that is a bigger gap than it was before.
Yeah, so the overcut strategy in terms of speed has not worked. He has lost, let's just call it about 7 seconds, maybe 6 because he did drop a little bit before. So about 6 seconds he's lost during that time staying out. However, this might give them a bit of a fuel advantage. The issue is now, they've got 2 hours and 35 minutes left. I'm going to say there's a little bit too much for 2 stints. So there might be a bit of a splash and dash, which therefore means they might have a shorter splash and dash compared to the Vargas sim racing car, and that could be where it's at. So that 6 seconds now might turn into more than that later on. We'll have to see how that one works out. But for now, he's got to try and get past this Ferrari and then see what he can do and see if he can close this gap down, because he was very close to Schmidl before, but now seems there might be a bit of a strategy game that could play into this battle.
Yeah, I think Varga may have realised that they're never going to be able to make this on 2 more stops. So, sorry, 1 more stop. So they've decided they know they're going to make it on 2 more. Why not shorten some of them now and short Phil just a little bit? We'll see when they get to the end of this stint if that is the case. And it looks like Waveframe have actually gone around at 1 more lap time here, so they're going a little bit longer than they were before. It was 46 laps from them last time, so I'd be astounded if they managed to get 47 out of this car. But Night of Alex were getting 49 and 50 out of their car, Corvette admittedly, but yeah, staying out 1 more time. Waveframe, speaking of Waveframe, the other car, the LMP2, is right on the back of Nico Barkley again. Got to have been a bit of traffic maybe interfering with Nico Barkley's day and slowing him up ever so slightly as he dives down the inside of the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette and really on the rear brakes again. I'm seeing a lot of these LMP2s on the rear brakes for some reason. I don't quite know what. I don't really remember that being the case for the first 4 rounds, but around here they're really squirming sometimes when they really hard down on the brakes. Some of the LMP2s really struggling to stay under control.
Yeah, that's just really what the car's like a little bit. I would assume most of that is from the rears locking a tiny bit when you hit the downshift and go really high up into the RPMs, especially when you get down sort of 2nd and 3rd gear. You can sort of just lock the rears a little bit, and especially for these corners, especially in turn 1 and also turn 7, they're really hard braking zones, which we don't necessarily see, especially in NOLA. The 2 corners at the front, on the front and back straight, they're more sort of sweeping corners, whereas here they're really tight, a little bit more than 90 degrees with big curbs on the inside, so you really have to brake and slow down. And I assume that's really the technique that most of the drivers are using, trying to use that engine braking to help them slow down. Now we got Kenneth Strachey has got the Vargas Sim Racing car behind him, and he's going to be letting them through because you do have blue flags within your own class. And now Varga are within 8 seconds of Burst Edge Esports. And remember those 3 penalties early on, they've come back from that, and now they are almost within touching distance of that P1 with still 2.5 hours to go. This would be an amazing comeback if they can get this lead. And there is Yuri Toman on your screen. He is the picture in a picture, and he is chasing down Simoncic very quickly.
I don't know about you, but I was looking at this shot we had of him earlier on, and I could have sworn he had a more circular wheel last time we saw him. But maybe I'm imagining things. Yeah, so I think he's got a new wheel. Yeah. Yeah, new wheel. It's clearly not slowing him down. If anything, it might be speeding him up ever so slightly. He's still remarkably close for what I would like. As we've got a DNF actually for Wanako here. Don't know why. Has it been a disconnection, or has there been something a little bit more sinister in the garage at the moment? But that doesn't tell us too much. I don't know if they've had an incident or if they have just disconnected. But that is a massive shame for Nico Barkley and the Wanako team. Not the smoothest race for them, not the smoothest season either. They've not really had great results at all. And I'm afraid this might be another one to chalk up on the list. It might be our 3rd retirement of the race, depending on whether they can get back in or not.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was Nico Barkley having a disconnection. Unfortunately, he's had a few issues this season, also in the GT3 Endurance Championship, the sister championship of VEC. They've had a few issues in that race as well. So let's see. Or is this going to be a bigger issue? We'll find out as Nico Barkley comes into turn 1, turn number 2, and yep, his car has gone from the server, and therefore they will have a DNF. I believe, as I said earlier, with a disconnection you can join back, but you will be many laps down, so that's going to be quite difficult to get back towards some points.
Yeah, it's as you mentioned or alluded to a little bit earlier on. It's not only the laps you lose reconnecting, but the one you go out on doesn't actually count. You've got to start a new one to get laps ticking again, as you mentioned earlier. So, yeah, big penalty for them. And I'm afraid that's going to put them out of contention for a top 5, which they were really fighting for in this particular race, and it's just not been their season, really, has it? They've just not had the greatest season whatsoever. Battle for 10th going on at the moment. So some very small gaps going on around the 7th to 11th kind of area. DX Droid's only 8 seconds behind the Driller's car. It's the second Driller's car. Still driven by Henry Sinnick, I think. Unless he's got out. No, sorry. Matthias Muss has got in that car. So never seen him drive a Driller's esports car before, I have to say. I don't know if you have, Cam, but no, I've never seen him in a Driller's car before. DX Droid's just behind them. Go Team Racing in 9th, just ahead of Rookie Monsters and then Nitro Velix. But yeah, some very, very small gaps further down the order here in LMP2.
Yeah, indeed. And Matthias Moose, you were saying, I've seen him before, not for Drillers, but I have I've seen him about before, and he is very decent driver, very good pickup for Drillers, and I'm sure he's going to be doing well over the next few races. As far as I understand, he's been a fairly new signing to them in the last few months. So hopefully he will get on. Obviously, them being down 7th place, not ideal, but then they are car number 7, so that works out pretty nicely for some people's OCD. So, so that's quite good.
Yeah, it is. It certainly makes me a bit happy, I have to say, having these matched up. So yeah, still close battling going on. I believe this is the closest actually in LMP2, side by side in GTE for a brief moment there for 11th place. See, that was between Black Hawk Racing and Satellite Racing. Kevin Yeager getting through on Yimi Nisula, I think that was. Or maybe Yeager was defending from Nisula there. Satellite Racing have had a decent season so far. Quick team, has to be said. And they're 12th in the standings at the moment. Had a decent race last time out at NOLA. But not particularly fast here today, I'm afraid. Yimi Nisula seems to be the fastest driver of that team, and I don't think, with all respect to everybody else, I don't think they've quite got the pace to keep up with him. As the 14 Arms Sim Racing car goes around again, Mariano Callo, I'm afraid, having another spin, that's not their first spin of the race, it has to be said. They've been in the walls today.
Yeah, going back to our last point, yeah, some teams, obviously, they do have these more unbalanced driver lineups where they potentially rely on a different driver to get themselves to that extra lap time. That's why you see teams like Varga and Burst Age Esports up the front, and even Varga and Williams in GTE as well. They've got a very high average level, high average ability in their teams, and that is why they are so often at the front, because it doesn't matter what drivers they put in, doesn't matter what stints they do or what drivers physically attend each race, they're always going to be at the top. And that is really how you get towards the top, especially when you get to a Division 1 of VEC. Obviously, those teams a bit lower down that maybe have one standout driver that could potentially, on a good day, be fighting for the lead, but then you give the car to someone else, and all of a sudden you're half a second or a second a lap slower. Then obviously you end up starting to lose quite a bit of time, especially as we have the driver stint length rule. So you can't just rely on one driver to do the whole race.
Yeah, 70% is the maximum, I believe. It's done on laps, which you do need to be careful with if it's going to rain. It's not going to today, so you don't need to worry about that too much. If it rains later on in the race and you leave your fastest driver in for too long at the start, then you can end up infringing the rules, and I don't know what the penalty is for it, but I can't imagine it's light. So yeah, you've got to be a little bit wary of that. But I'm sure these guys have got it under control. 70% of this race is going to be just under 6 hours in time, but as I said, it's done on laps, so it's a little bit more difficult maths than you might originally expect, really. So yeah, something that these guys have all got under control, but I think most of the front runners anyway are going to have it absolutely fine under control. Yoni Simincic and Alex Siebel have been swapping out nicely. Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinsik have also been doing so, but as I say, those 4 drivers have really been the main players in this race, and they have just been so quick, and they're such high caliber names in rFactor 2 as well. If you say them pretty much on any rFactor 2 stream of any kind of at any kind of level, and you've got those guys on the grid, then you really know that they are fast drivers in any field that you put them in. 4 of the very best here that we have in endurance racing. So yeah, it's great to see them running at the front of VEC at the moment. And yeah, they're going to be fighting it out right towards the end of this race. It's really hard to choose between them at the moment. And to be honest, I'm quite glad Varga Sim Racing had that penalty at the start of the race, because if they didn't, they would be leading by about a minute right now.
Yeah, that is a scary fact in many ways if you are one of the drivers or in the team of Burst Edge Esports, because you know that obviously they made some mistakes in NOLA, and that's what's put them in the position. So they have done it to themselves, but still, knowing that they could be, you know, as you say, even up to a minute or at least 30 seconds, to be nice, in the lead, that is quite a scary factor as we get towards this second half of the season. As it's going to get very tight between those teams. There's only 18 points difference. So Varga are leading by 18 points to Burst Edge Esports, so it's very close. But after this race, there's only 4 races left. So not too long really in the grand scheme of things to get those points back. So if you're looking at Varga being that fast, especially when we get towards the longer races, you could end up having a few hours of just following them, 30 seconds behind, which is not always nice.
Yeah, you're right. You might think that 18 points isn't actually that much, but the gap between first and second is only 5 points. So if Burst Esports were able to take the victory today and Varga came second, then it would only reduce to 13. And so they really need Varga to have a bad day, and that doesn't really look like it's going to come at any point, really. I think it's double points for Le Mans. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's double points for Le Mans. And that's going to keep things interesting. So anybody within 60 points of Varga at that point can still win the title. I'm a massive fan of double points final races, by the way. I know people don't like it particularly in any kind of series, but for Le Mans, for a final race, I think it's a great idea.
You're actually unfortunately wrong. It's 1.5.
Oh, okay.
So instead of 30 points for a win, it is 45. So yeah, as anyone within 45 points. So you are right, but just 45 points, which, to be honest, because there's now 9 races this season. So in the 8 previous races to Le Mans, it's not too different, or difficult, I should say, to see maybe even 4 or 5 cars within that 45-point range. So we could be seeing quite a thriller when we get towards Le Mans.
We could certainly, because as you mentioned, 45 points is not that much, really, in the grand scheme of things, considering that it's 1.5 times the points as normal, as you say. Going into, as you say, 9 races as well this season. So we head into the 1,000 miles of Sebring after this, as we'll briefly cover this battle actually between Matthias Moos and Juan Carlos Fernandez, going down towards turn number 1. Outside line for DX Droid to see if they can have. Oh, that's close. Oh, it's a spin for the 227, and they've just about recovered it nicely there actually, as Matthias. So he gets going again, but I'm afraid that was a little bit of a squeaky moment. I'm not entirely sure how to call that. If maybe Fernandez came down on Moose, or if Moose went into Fernandez, I'm not entirely sure, but Drillers certainly came off worse.
Yeah, fortunately, he didn't actually lose too much time. I mean, yeah, maybe he should have tried to stop because he was a little bit sliding, but either way, he managed to get out of the way quite nicely and didn't actually lose too much time in the grand scheme of things, but that's still not the type of thing that you want to be happening. Obviously, you're going to ruin your tyre, well, not ruin, but you're going to harm your tyres a little bit extra by having spins like that as well. So not what you want to be having, getting very tight. And we're going to see a replay here. Down the inside is Matthias Moos for the 227, and it's going to get very tight on the apex. As you see, we come. It's fair. He does come. The other car does come down onto him a little bit, but you could see just how big that curb is on the inside. He didn't want to go anywhere near it. Because unfortunately, if he hit that, he would have then smashed out. But I would say that is getting quite tight down into turn 1. We've seen it a number of times so far.
Yeah, we have indeed. It's not the first time we've seen it. It won't be the last either. Very, very, very tight corner, it has to be said. Pit stops are really underway then in LMP2. The number 7 Drillers Esports car is into the pit lane at the moment from 4th place. In the order, and that's really going to kick us off now, but remember they pit early compared to everybody else, so we've still got another 7 or 8 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes rather, waiting for Varga to come into the pit lane, which should be at the end of lap 264, but we'll wait and see on that one. Lots of traffic for Matthias Moos at the moment. A 3-car battle in GTE. Not sure if any of those guys are actually on the same lap as each other, and I don't think they are, actually. 3 different laps. Casper Stoltz is in there for John Lacey Esports. Your Name Here Racing, Sebastian Pfeiffer's in there. And one of the Speedy Mike cars is in there as well. Could be Andy Dixie, could be Ollie McGowan, but I don't know. Very close down into turn 12 though. So a real, not where you want to be, really. That's strange. I thought he was coming into the pit lane there actually. But Moose has decided to stay out onto the circuit, and that was a bit of a strange one actually. He took a very strange line through that corner.
Yeah, that's confused me a little bit. I'm just trying to work out, was he letting someone through? Oh yeah, he was letting the Wayfaring car through, I think, actually. Potentially, but yeah, either way, that did look a bit weird. And someone who's actually doing well so far. I know we got some pit stops and stuff to sort out, but Casper Stoltz here, you can see catching down to Adam Baldwin, but that car, the number 66, has been doing really well. Remember, that car after round 2 in Nürburgring got demoted down to Division 2. They then got reinstated into Division 1. I think after the next round for round 4. Last time out, Nola, they got reinstated back up. But either way, they did get that demotion, but they're now back up and they've regrouped. They're doing well. They're up into 4th place. And as I said, I think a couple of pit stops may need to work out for that. But either way, that is a very good result if they can get up to that, considering they were struggling earlier in the season.
Yeah, they were indeed. As there's a yellow flag in Sector 1. What on earth has gone on this time? I'm afraid it's time to mark off your bingo cards again. The number 14 Arms Sim Racing car, Mariano Callo, having not the greatest stint he's ever had at the moment in that car. Adam Baldwin makes his way out onto the front straight as there's a couple more pit stops for drillers, Matthias Moose and Rory McDuff there, both into the pit lane. It was a 3-car battle briefly, but no longer. Martin Hemmingson, by the way, has got in for Timo Andonovski in the Drillers Esports number 7, and they had a long pit stop there, more than 2 minutes spent on pit lane, and that's about 20-30 seconds longer than you want. So I think the number 49, David Rotek, is going to be safer in 3rd place than he was because of that long pit stop. He's nearly actually 2 laps behind Rotek at the moment. The Polish driver is going to lose one of those laps in his next pit stop, but certainly not as much time as Andonovski said in the pit lane there.
I would not be surprised if that was for damage repairs from the multiple contacts that that car had in the previous stint that we saw. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the reason why, because otherwise it's a bit weird to have a pit stop of that length. So yeah, potentially some damage. But as you mentioned before, sometimes you just got to fix that damage, because being, a second lap slower, for instance, if it is really that bad, doing that for the next 2.5 hours is not going to be that enjoyable.
On board at the moment with Gurgly Barros, I think, in the Ajira Racing car, looking down at the dashboard, or the digital display that you have in an LMP2 car. I don't know quite why, but we are seeing all the hand movement at the moment in the final sector. So down in 17th at the moment for the 444 Ajira Racing car. This is not the number 2 car, which is a little bit further up the standings here. 3rd place coming into today, having had some good results. Obviously, they transferred over their points from Hypercar, finishing first in the 3rd round, should I say, and 2nd place in LMP2 last week. Last month in the 6 Hours of Nola. But yes, not the greatest day for the number 2 Ajira Racing car, all the way down in 13th. They are going to get points out of this, but not very many. And some of those from behind, like the number 7, 26, they're all going to jump over the number 2 car, I think, in the standings after this race.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit, haven't they? It's not been the best transition for them coming over to the LMP2. Been a bit of a struggle for them, so hopefully they can sort that out. Obviously, it's been a number of issues.
Car number 444, report to me. Car number 444, report to me.
Car 444 is being called to race direction.
That'll be why.
So obviously, Jimmy wants to have a nice little word with them.
I don't think it's going to be for a bit of a catch-up about what's been happening over the last about what's going on in life. I think, I think that's not good. If you're getting pulled up for a chat with Jimmy, I'm afraid. It normally means you've done something wrong, and that's not good news. Callie Curry might have to go and take that while Barros is driving, because I can't imagine he's going to have the discussion while he's driving. That would be strange. But Callie Curry might have to go up and have a discussion with race director Jimmy Allison. But we'll wait and see what comes of that, if anything. We'll monitor that one for you, and if anything comes of it, then we'll tell you. If not, then we won't. So we'll see what transpires there. Meanwhile, up and down the field, more pit stops happening. Nico Barkley's back in the race, by the way, but he's down in 16th place and about to lose another place actually to Gurgley Barros, because he's just hit the pit lane again. Not hit it, but he's in.
Hopefully not hit it.
No, he didn't hit it. He's into the pit lane. So he's going to lose a place there. Further down the order, in GTE, we have still 8.8 seconds between Michał Schmiedl and Martin Stefanko. Now, I thought Stefanko would catch Schmiedl a little bit in this stint, but he's clearly not doing that. And I thought he had pace. I thought he had a little bit more pace than Schmiedl when he was stuck up behind him all those laps ago. But this stint has shown that maybe he didn't quite, or doesn't quite have the pace right now. And I'm not entirely sure why that is.
Yeah, I mean, he's only lost about 1.5 seconds since he's made his pit stop. So I guess in reality, that's somewhat similar over the amount of laps that they've done so far. They've been going for about 30 or so minutes now. But yeah, it is a bit of a weird one. You would expect him maybe to have got closer, or at least just got a little bit closer. But that battle was so close. It's hard. It really is hard for you to catch about 6 or 7 seconds. So hopefully, as I mentioned, after their pit stop, they can do something with the strategy, because strategy was really where they lost out. And talking of strategy, this is quite important. Varga Sim Racing coming in with 2 hours and 13 minutes left. This means I am very sure they need to splash and dash at the end somewhere in the region of 10 minutes of fuel. So it won't be the longest pit stop in the world, but it will be maybe a quarter of a tank, considering they go for about 40 minutes. And that quarter of a tank splash and dash could be very crucial. So we now need to watch when this Burst Edge Esports comes in, because we know, I think you said before, it's about 7 laps. If they do that 7 laps and they go towards that 2-hour mark, they then get into a 3-stint window, and therefore they will not need to splash and dash. So this could be a race-defining moment with Varga coming in this early.
I'm not so sure if they're going to have to make a splash and dash or not. I'm very sure it's going to be close. I'm sure it's going to be very close. But they last came in 45 minutes ago. They came in with 2 hours and 58 minutes on the clock last time. And so what does that make this? They came in 2 hours 13 remaining. So that is exactly 45 minutes. If they can do that, then they're pretty much bang on. However, the last pit stop for Burst Edge Esports is going to be shorter, and there's nothing they can really do about that at this stage. They're only just going to make it on this strategy. They've pretty much aligned it perfectly. They've back-timed this race to absolute perfection, have Varga Sim Racing. They were quite early in the first round of pit stop, so I wonder if they've been back-timing ever since the start of this race. But I think they're going to be absolutely bang on here. For some reason, you're just able to go that little bit longer on fuel at Indianapolis in an LMP2 car.
Yes, maybe you're right, but gonna be close, isn't it? Because the worst part is, even if they are 1 lap short, let's say, they have to go through the whole pit lane to get that 1 lap of fuel, and that is effectively giving yourself a drive-through, which is somewhere in the region of 30-40 seconds. So they need to make sure that is right, and hopefully they are pretty short on that, because otherwise, as I said, they're going to be losing 30 or 40 seconds, and that is plenty, possibly enough to keep second place, but plenty to lose out on P1. So we'll have to see that when they make their next pit stop, but that is getting very close on time, isn't it?
Yeah, if you just if the Burst Edge Esports just push it a little bit, if they have to push really hard to get to the win in this race, then it's going to be very close. And they might end up having to do an extra lap, and that extra lap just might push them over the edge. So they've got to be very, very careful here at Varga Sim Racing, as we've got a battle going on into turn 12 for 11th and 12th. Roman Jakubovic has got in for Dimitri Buska, and Herman Stocky now is trying to get through for Naito Velez. I believe Rory McDuff was in that car a moment ago, but Stocky has got in now. as they go down towards turn one. Not the greatest exit off of the final corner, but it's not lost for him just yet. He might be able to pull to the outside and make something happen here into turn one. See if it turns to the inside for turn two for him. No, not quite. A stern defence there from Roman Jakubovic. No way through for Herman Stocky, and he's going to have to try somewhere else.
Yeah, to be fair, he never really looked like he was going to get around the outside, but Roman certainly closed that tiny bit of a door that he left open. So this is going to be a good battle, and yeah, I believe you're right that there was a driver swap in both of these cars in the recent pit stops. Now these two drivers fresh in the car need to get up to speed, as they know this is getting towards the point of the race where they need to start getting their moves, getting them into a position to potentially even get another move, because if Stocky gets past here, he does have drillers only a couple of seconds up the road, and then another car only 8 seconds up the road. So in theory, 9th place could be possible if he can make this move stick. But as we saw last lap, it doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one.
Oh, that's a very sketchy car into the pit lane there. I don't know who that is, but just about got in. The LMP2 car that was heading its way into the pit lane there. Don't know which one it was, but either way, it doesn't matter to these guys. Roman Jakubovic has to defend once again. Herman Stocky in the slipstream, and this is going to be a pretty much carbon copy as what we saw last lap. Here we go outside line, but he breaks later this time to Stocky, and he's up the inside into turn two, which is exactly where he needs to be. Jakubovic tries to hang it round the outside to get the inside for 3 and maybe 4. Is he going to send it in here? Yes, he is, to the right-hander. Round the outside for Stocky again. They're side by side towards the chicane. Somebody needs to back out, and Jakubovic sees sense, just lifting off ever so slightly, going into the chicane, and in the end, a very well executed move for Herman Stocky. He's into 11th place.
And that was really nice, and that first sequence of corners does open the door for that, because Herman had to really try and defend around the outside of turn 3, but then obviously that meant that Jakubovic had the inside for turn 4 as well, but he managed to hang around the outside, didn't go off track, didn't have to do any sort of cutting over the chicane, and he's got that position for P11, and he now has to get himself up towards that driller's car in P10, because there might be some more points on offer with them, and especially as we're getting towards this part of the race, it's going to be important if you can do that.
David Mrozek has been into the pit lane here for the number 45 Burst Esports Simplexity car. He's still sat there actually, and that is normal. Zione Simoncic, yeah, we've got quite a busy pit lane at the moment actually, 5 cars in shot there, and yeah, Mrozek still sat on the pit lane at the moment. I wonder if that's going to be a driver swap maybe. Michi Hoyer gets into that car, and presumably he'll be going to the end from here. 2 hours, 7 minutes and a half. For him to drive to the end. I know it's long and it's going to be quite hard on the concentration, but these guys are more than capable of doing a stint of that length.
Yeah, it's quite funny when you see some of these drivers do, maybe a 3-hour race or something like that. They actually find it almost somewhat boring in some ways, because they're used to doing 3-hour stints potentially. But it does seem, Mitch Hoyer, 2 and a bit hours, so as he mentioned, that is 3 stints as he gets past his teammate of the number 50 car, which has obviously not had the best day in the world themselves. But yeah, Mitch Hoyer gets in for the final 3 stints for the number 49 and needs to see if he can carry out this podium, as it does look like P3 is going to be fairly nice for them. Just needs to make sure he's not making any mistakes, as we did see Devin Mrozek making a mistake once he got in the car a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, we did indeed, and by the end of his stint there, he was 40 seconds behind Zione Simoncic. He started about 20 seconds behind, I want to say, maybe even a little bit more, less than that, excuse me. But this is the battle for 11th place in LMP2. Looks like Herman Stocky is now into the distance really, and he can't really get on terms here. Roman Jakubovic, we'll see, but it doesn't look like he is going to. So Stocky stays in front for the moment. Jakubovic over a second behind, and we're just waiting now really for Zione Simoncic to come in. The next pit stop for him should be in a couple of laps time. He's stretching this long. Simoncic is going to be in no doubts whether he can get to the end of this race or not, on 3 more stops for him now, but I don't know about everybody else. It's Varga who's going to be really biting their nails off at the moment. Simoncic's team for Burst Esport, they're going to be absolutely fine.
And I think that number 28 is in the pits right now from what it looks like on the tower. So they went, that was about 10 minutes longer than the Varga car. So actually, yeah, it's closed up quite a lot actually. And that could be very crucial when we get to the final pit stop. Even 10 minutes worth of fuel, or a bit less than that, is still going to be quite a bit of saving time in that final pit stop. So it does look a little bit against the Varga car at the moment, but they now got Chinchik in, and he is potentially the fastest driver in the whole field.
Possibly, yes. So 33 lap stint for both Burst Esports cars at that point. You get the feeling that they know they're going to make it to the end of the race now if they push hard. So yeah, I think they'll be absolutely fine from here. They realise that they're pushing as hard as they can on fuel for the moment. We're going to introduce Lewis McGlade back into the box though to take us through the final couple of hours of the race. I'll be back in a few minutes, but yeah, welcome back, Lewis. Yeah, finally poised at the moment, this race.
Absolutely, and now it's me and Cam for a few minutes. Oh, what a treat! What a treat! Obviously, we've had quite a calamitous race. There's been a few incidents. Been some good racing though that we've seen unfold. We've seen Varga Sim Racing put in, I think, what can only be described as quite a stunning race after 3 penalties to open the race, courtesy of the previous round. They've worked their way back up towards the front. They were still on the lead lap, I think, only just, and are now only 10 seconds behind. The question is, I think the point I was hearing is that they've got, I'd assume they may have to make another pit stop over everyone else, because it looks like the others might only do 2.
Yeah, we'll see. They are very close on the time, literally within a couple of minutes, whether they're going to have to do a splash or dash or not. But the main factor is here, the pit lane is so long. If they have to make a splash and dash, even for 1 or 2 laps of fuel, it's going to cost them a lot of time, just because it's effectively giving themselves a drive-through penalty. As you now see Chinchik diving down the inside of there, the juices. He knows that he has got no time to waste. He is only 10 seconds behind with 2 hours to go, and I wouldn't be surprised if he stays in the car till the end now. So it's a dead heat between Dennis Jordan and Marcel Chinchik. 10 seconds between them, but who is going to have to make a splash and dash and who is not? That is really where the main battle is going to be, because that 10 seconds might fluctuate here and there, but if you lose 30, 40 seconds on pit road, then that is really going to end this battle.
Yeah, with I don't who. Okay, right. Who would you go for in this scenario? Yellow flag out in sector 1. Who's your pick for all of this?
I've got my money on Burst Edge Esports, I would say, because they just always have the fuel strategy to point. So I would assume they're comfortable going to the end. It just depends whether Marcel Chinchik has that ability to maybe save that tiny bit of fuel just so they don't have to do a splash and dash, or if he's just going to be absolutely flat out and just see if he can make up that time on track.
Indeed, we've got this battle for 4th position that's quite close between Mantis Rikas and Martin Hemmingson. It was a few hours ago, mind. It was a whopping 5. I'm pretty sure, I don't think you were there to watch it, but I'm pretty sure Mantis Rikas had no rear wing at some point in this race in the number 37 Rookie Monsters, because there was an incident here. I wonder if it was with Hemmingson, actually. I can't remember, but there was Ibrahim Khan coming into this corner. I don't remember who the other car was. It was definitely Mantis Rikas, Ibrahim Khan going into there, and they were 3 wide, and there was contact, and the rear wing departed that Rookie Monsters. I'm pretty sure it was that car. I'm just like, how are they in 4th?
Well, they've to be fair, they've been doing fairly decently since we've been seeing them back on the track. But now maybe they're not going to be doing too well, as Hemmingson is getting the slipstream down into turn number 1. He's going to have to potentially go around the outside, but this seems like a very good overtaking opportunity. If you can go late enough on the brakes, you'll have the inside for turn number 2. So Hemmingson, he's going to send it around the outside. Mantis is leaving him enough room. This will give the inside to Hemmingson in turn number 2. Nice clean overtake from both of them. Respectful racing, and that is how you get a move up into P4.
Yeah, nice stuff. Good. Respect, especially considering we're approaching the closing parts of the race, and this is where we saw some dicey racing earlier in the race. This is kind of where we were expecting to see it, more on this end of things, where you are going to be pushing it to the limit. You are going to be trying to fight for every position, and it's good to see Respect still holds firm. They're coming up to, I believe that would be the Team Spirit Racing car to stick a lap on, not their best season, it's got to be said. What's happening in GTE as well, because we've got the number 69 leading. I did catch wind that Varga Sim Racing have been dominant in GTE this round. I know it's only a 10-second lead, but they've done such a good job on pace, keeping it close to Williams. I did see what happened with Cetres Nita Velix. Don't actually know what happened. I just saw them with a lot of damage.
Oh, they basically did a pit stop. I think it was Hakkinen gave it to Michelle, and then there was just randomly steering damage. Then they tried to do another drive stop to fix it, and it didn't. So, and it was proper 90 degrees to the right, so could barely go in a straight line. Bit weird there, so unfortunate, because they were on a very good fuel strategy, actually. They might have been challenging, at least for that third place, if not challenging Stefanko for that second place. So really unfortunate for them.
Well, with just 2 hours to go and approaching the final pit stops for GTE, only a few more for LMP2, let's take a look at the rundown of the race thus far so we can see where the top 10 are currently sat at the moment in our LMP2 category. Burst Edge Esports, Dennis Jordan leading the way over Varga Sim Racing with a comeback drive. Marcel Chinchik, our pole sitter earlier, now up into second position. A great drive and great pace from Michi Hoyer and Burst Esports and Plexity on the podium. Pinsim Drillers Esports, their number 7 car up the order in 4th position. Good for them, especially with the number 8 now out of the race. I think out of a connection problem for your own Quakel. Mantis Rikas in 5th position. Lorenzo Arisi for Waveframe Esports and Undercover Sim Racing. Go Team Racing in their debut in Split 1. DX Droids in behind as well, and Pinsim Drillers Esports, the number 227 Henry Cynic rounding out the top 10. In GTE though, it's still Mikkel Smedel leading the way for Varga Sim Racing. Williams Esports behind, the 1-2 that has been basically the same since hour 1 basically. They've been right up there. Williams Esports did qualify a bit down, but once they got up into second position, they've held that. 10 seconds separated the two of those, or more on that later though. Adam Baldwin for Juices Motorsports Club onto the podium, with Waveframe Esports and Zancho on a bit of a comeback after a couple of incidents earlier. World of Sim Racing's iZone Performance number 52 is in 6th position, with Jean Lacey Esports working their way back up the order. DX Droids of David Serra in 8th position. Jimmy Nasula for Satellite Racing said they had some good pace normally at the start of the races, but unfortunately they never really capitalised on it. This time though, they were quite far down, had a couple of penalties, started working their way up there, currently in 9th position. And Blackhawk Racing, Kevin Yeager in the 81 rounds out the top 10. With 2 hours to go though, we say goodbye to Cameron Roger and thank you for your service on this broadcast. We are now, it's myself, Lewis McGlade, with Ewan O'Leary back in the booth, and we've also got Ed Trevelyan-Johnson back as well. So let's get the banter hats on and try and annoy Jimmy Allison.
Shouldn't be too difficult. Let's hope not anyway. While you were just going through that rundown, by the way, Casper Stoltz threw it down the inside of Jordi's ear. About to see it here. Here he goes. Aston Martin too late on the brakes, I'm afraid, though, and yeah, barely made the corner actually. Jordi San Andreas has continued on in that place. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't get to ask this earlier on because I haven't been on, obviously, but I don't seem to remember there being 2 World of Sim Racing cars in VEC in GTE, but apparently there is. So maybe I've missed that somewhere. But so yeah, they've got two running cars.
We had this discussion earlier, which was like, I'm pretty sure they didn't have 2, but they have apparently, as far as I could see in the results, they have always had 2. It's just one of them's done well and the other one's sort of struggled. And
same happening again now.
Yeah, but they were both inside the top 10. I think Ed
Yeah.
might remember a bit more on that. But they were both inside the top 10. So Ed, a bone there, and gone.
What's that? No, I'm just looking at this battle between Wasser and John Lacey, and yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one to watch. We know that Casper Stolzer, by the way, lovely guy.
It's a really nice guy.
Really nice guy. Designs his own helmets and for other people as well. And we had a virtual pub last year, and he came along and did a lap in Discord with video around the karting track that he was at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think he looks as if he's sort of bored of hitching a lift with this Porsche for now. So sort of a fake taxi, so to speak. I think you could say. I don't know. You can see he's getting very impatient, and yeah, well, maybe another go at turn 1. Be nice. What do you got, Casper? Something.
The thing with Casper is, like I say, he's a really, really nice guy. Very aggressive racer, though, and has caused himself a couple of issues. Remember back to GT Challenge, the official rFactor 2 competition, where there was contact at Spa between himself and Mikael Smidl into La Source, in very tricky conditions, mind. But in a sense, that assisted his teammate Jordi Viers to the title in GT Challenge in those Ferraris. So there's been a couple of incidents for Casper, Ewan, but he's such a nice guy. It's hard to be a critic.
Yeah, he's a very quick driver as well, of course, and it's hard to bet against him. But as you say, he's trying quite hard to get through on Jordi Sudden Dress at the moment, almost too hard at some points, going too deep into the corners. As we've got more battling going on in LMP2, Mario Marquez ahead of Henry Sinnick, ahead of the other Knight of Alex number 30 at the moment. I think this is a 3-car train. It is. Herman Stocky also here as well. So a lot of GT traffic involved. So battles going on all over the place. You've got that one with Stoltz, but also this one, which is incredibly close at the moment with the LMP2 cars, 3 of them. And going through a lot of GTEs at the moment, going out towards turn 7. Might see a dive from Sinnick. See if he can get through. Very, very close. And can't get through for the moment. Marquez just about holding on. Sinnick trying to get through, but still can't. And Stocky's going to try and take advantage of him now. And he gets through inside the top 10. So Sinnick tried to make up one place, and he's actually lost one in the end, I'm afraid.
Well judged by Herman Stocky to stick it on the inside of Henry Sinnick. Of course, the Setras Nita Velix car has not had a good day. It's not been a good day realistically for Setras Nita Velix. A good pace from the GTE, but then issues and incidents drops them down the order. Herman Stocky, though, and this number 30 LMP2's really just not really had the pace. Hopefully, though, they're looking to get themselves a very solid top 10 on the inside now of Mario Marquez into turn 1. Should be a simple move, although I've said that a few times in this broadcast and it's never been so. It is easily done and up into 9th position. No stress there from Herman Stocky. Henry Sinnick then sets his sights on Mario Marquez and getting by the 330 DX droids to get inside the top 10, although there's a bit of a snap there from Henry Sinnick. It's such a difficult corner is turn 4.
What droids?
DX droids don't start.
Okay, I thought you said something else.
Okay, well, here comes Henry Sinnick. He's going to go around the outside. No pressure there because Mario Marquez backed out of that one, didn't fancy it, and sort of left it on the inside of the apex, but didn't fight that one at all, Ed. That was a bit odd this late in the race.
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it?
Come on.
I mean, no. There is still a fair bit of the race still yet to go. Oh, good stuff. Can he? I think he'll put it off this time. Pushing a bit wide. Well, he's on the right side. He's on the right side. So
he's going to get muscled out.
Oh,
you can't really do that.
You can't.
No, he's right. He's right.
Oh
No.
No. He's not right to do that, though.
I'm afraid, Sonny Jim, you're on broadcast doing that. So, oops.
Oh, you can't do that. You're absolutely right.
What happened to the days of waiting?
I know. The gentleman's rule or whatever it was, but
what was that you were saying about Casper being a nice guy?
He's a nice guy.
He's such a nice guy, but this is proof of what I've said. Is that sometimes I think the red mist takes over too quickly because he gets pushed off there, and I think he's quite right. I mean, maybe not. Flashing the lights. We all know that's a little bit like shouldn't be doing that in VEC, and generally, but whatever. The flashing lights, I do actually get that one because he's pushed off there pretty unfairly, in my opinion. That's not racing. That's just bad driving from the World of Sim Racing Isaiah performance car. But the next part is simply unacceptable. Let's take a look then.
Does he have an overlap there?
Exactly. Let's see ourselves.
I mean,
so
this
here
replay
that
had an onboard.
That Porsche is just pushing him off. Then
no.
That is a solid no.
There's
out
no
of
doubt
10
there
from me.
what he intended to do. There's no doubt at all.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Right.
Oh, on board.
Here we go. Yes, there's contact between the two of them. Maybe they're just
that's not fair.
No, that's not fair. But this...
He's left foot.
Has he committed the corner attack? Yes, he has. Oh, we were looking off to the left. There's a nice gravel track.
Oh, why are you so hard? Oh, Dewey, there you go. Yeah, that's not on. That is not on.
No,
that is as you love so much, that is a slam dunk. penalty, in my opinion.
I love hearing slam dunk.
For Kasper Stolzer.
Can we get a hashtag slam dunk in the chat, please?
Oh, God. What's
just to make Lewis say it more.
Stolz was courteous enough to give him the room through turn 1 when he could have done the same. But San Andres didn't return the favour through turn 2, did he? But still doesn't justify turn 4 by any means. So I feel like there's going to be penalties flying for both of those, I'm afraid.
Hashtag Sancho bias. I think the thing is that what would be looked even more dimly on that incident is that you could classify it, and in my opinion should classify it as a retaliation, a reactionary incident, which is like doubly bad. Like that's just like that's more than a slap on the wrist to me. You know?
But it's not for us to judge.
Of course it is.
It is for us to judge.
Of course it is. Mantis Rikus into the pit lane, so he's going to drop the position to this slot as we focus on the battle for what is now 9th position in some thick traffic with Henry Sinnick and Mario Marquez. Henry Sinnick ahead, Mario Marquez in 10th position. But this traffic is looking questionable. It is busy over this end.
Well, you know the thing about traffic.
Oh, don't. Go on, you can say it this time. It's your turn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The traffic.
Go on. Jump it. Just do it, Ed. Just do it.
Well, the thing about traffic is, and I don't know whether this is I'm going to spit some truth at you, and I'm not sure whether many people have heard this before, but traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty deep philosophy to impart, and something that people really should keep in mind. I mean, just let that one sit, let that one marinate.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get.
I see. You've been waiting so long to say that on the broadcast. It's good for Michi Hoyer penalty. Michi Hoyer penalty for track limit excursions from 3rd position. Won't drop him behind Martin Hemmingson, so he should be all right. But we saw one last time with might have been Jordi Sveers behind the wheel, but he picked up one. Courtesy, actually, of the assistance of his teammates. He got in the car and had been a good boy all day, and apparently Mr. Arna had picked up 4 track excursions, so he did 1, and then, boom, got a penalty for it. But what it actually did was it cost them 2nd position, because they potentially even maybe a run at the win.
Well, Hoyer's in 3rd now, and he certainly won't be happy about gearing to the pit lane, will he?
You are the worst. Burst Esports especially. It's a great drive, though, from Michi Hoyer, considering the form... considering the strength of field in LMP2 and the depth of field at the moment in LMP2, and this car's had some good runs, but not anything put together particularly well towards the end of the race. I'd say them running in 3rd position and Michi Hoyer's pace all afternoon and evening has been really good. Although he runs onto the curb again, potentially getting another cut, which isn't great.
Yeah, they've not really been challenging for any kind of podium this season so far, so it is a good drive. They had a bit of breathing space as well before this penalty, but now that's all going to really be taken away. It's going to cost them, well, it's quite a long pit lane, isn't it, really? So it might be more than 25 seconds or something like that. So the pressure's going to be back on Michi Hoyer throughout the final 2 hours of the race. I think he'll still be okay, but it's certainly pressure that he could have done without. At this point, as we look further towards the front of the order, Dennis Jordan getting in that car for the first time today. Marcel Cintiq, definitely not the first time today he's been driving that car. Last lap time lost a tenth and a bit, but on the whole, Cintiq is reeling in Dennis Jordan up front. I just wonder if they're saving Jurne Simoncic for the last couple of stints in this race, because normally you wouldn't see driver changes this late. But if I had Jurne Simoncic on my team, then I would be driver changing very late on to get him in the car.
Not to just be like, yeah, you're wrong, as I did with Ed a few times earlier in this broadcast. I think Dennis Jordan's going to the end. If I was in the Burst Edge Esports car, because of how these tyres are and stuff, I don't know how well triple stinting works, but obviously he's taken a new set of tyres with about 2 hours to go. Now what that means is he can effectively, I'm assuming they would last that long, but you can triple stint them to the end of the race. So in that sense, they wouldn't get Dennis Jordan out of the car, I'm sure. Actually, probably won't get a message from them, because Alex Siebel doesn't really message me that much with information. It's more Dennis Jordan who messages me with information on that car. But that would be what I would assume they would do, though, is they're going to triple stint those tyres and go to the end. Marcel Cintiq, though, I think based on when he stopped, which was about 2 hours 10, there's a track cut for you. about 2 hours 10 to go, 2 hours 15, I think it was. He will have to make an extra pit stop over the burst of G4. So he's got to close, pass, and build a gap.
Do you think he's still making an extra pit? I'm not so sure anymore. I would have agreed with you 2 hours ago, but now I'm not so sure because of the way they're doing it. They are stretching. They stopped doing 33 lap stints and they started doing 34. And these 1 laps that they've managed to gain, they've managed to get 3 or 4 extra laps now, which has brought them about 5 minutes. They're lasting about 45 minutes out there on a tank of fuel. So I think it's going to be so close. If it goes 1 extra lap, then they might be out. But I think they have a chance of making it. And if they do have a chance of making it, and if they do actually do it on the same amount of pit stops as bursts for the rest of the race, then they've got a chance of winning this race.
The note that I got, I did get a message from Alex Ebel. He decided to message me. He said that Dennis is staying in the car until the end. So there you go. That answers that question.
You were right.
No more no. Yeah, well, I know those boys because we get along so well, like a house on fire. We're such a tight group.
Group?
You know? Group. Yeah, no, I'm one of them now. I'm leaving Zanto. Another. Whoa! He's pushing it over that curb, isn't he, Marcel Chinchik? He's really, really running wide, Ed, but he is closing the gap down. It was 7 seconds. It's now 6.1.
No, I'm sulking because apparently I'm wrong all the time. Maybe if we were to bring on some relief characters, maybe like with names such as Phil Head and Alan Key.
It is past the. It is late though. I was going to say it's past
the watershed.
That doesn't make any difference in this scenario. We're still not allowed to swear. No, I nearly did drop one earlier. You make me too casual.
I've been fighting it all broadcast.
It's terrible. Is Ewan a potty mouth? I can't imagine Ewan swearing. You're surely too much of a good boy.
No, you can't.
Go on, do it, Ewan. It's fine.
No,
it's fine. We won't tell Jimmy.
No. So I'd rather not.
Oh.
It's only your commentary career.
Khalil?
Yeah.
Khalil, yeah. That's racist.
How's your commentary career going? Ewan, bless him, has been sat here thinking it's just going to be me and Lewis until the end of the race. It's fine. Ed comes along.
This guy comes in. No idea who he is.
Terrible. Well, here is a close battle on track. Blackhawk Racing with Musto GD Esports, 8th and 9th position. The battle for them. The Aston Martin seems to be not terrible round here.
How would you pronounce the Ferrari driver's name?
Brioni.
Yeah.
What? I'm sure it's not right, but...
No, I think Brioni's right.
He just wants to break out his Italian accent, I think.
Yes, no, I just want you to... Because I've heard you've been doing a lot of commentary with a professional.
Oh, here he goes. He's going down the inside here. Oh, that was close. I thought there was going to be a crash there, but...
This is jolly close. I think the like I was saying about the BMW earlier, like the Aston Martin seems to have been kicked up a notch this season, which is nice to see. I wonder though, I mean, the Ferrari, particularly in GT3, has a bit of a reputation for being very good in straight line. I wonder if it's the same thing in GTE. The BOP?
Yeah.
Nissan LMP1?
Oh gosh.
That's a throwback.
Yes.
Wasn't that, we'll see if the Ferrari dies. No, wasn't the LMP1, that Nissan one, in season 9? Was it like 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 12 seconds a lap slower at Suzuka in the wet?
Yes, it was LMP2 pace, I think. I seem to remember.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, mate.
Yes.
Looked much better being flipped in the Casio Triangle, though, as I distinctly remember someone doing.
Is that a Rookie Monsters Porsche for position?
Not for position.
I don't think so. Bernie might be able to make a position here, though.
Yeah, I was going to say. Musto GD Esports moving their way up the order.
Yeah, but he's the wrong side for the rest of this.
No, but it's still good. He'll go around the outside of this and have the inside for the next, and I think that momentum might carry him through, and Ed is wrong again. Oh, there we go. 8th place for the 53.
I think that's driver error. I mean, you do like the Aston driver.
No, it's a good move.
Why is he trying to pinch the LMP2? But I mean, the Aston driver I think he had every opportunity to hold on to that one and make it more difficult anyway.
I don't know.
I
think it was a good move, and I think that having the inside for that left-hander, for the first left-hander, the 90 left, that is actually better because you go around the outside of the next corner, which you're still accelerating through, and then you're braking a little bit into the next left. And that little break is just enough to push you ahead of whoever's trying to make it stick around the outside of that corner. So I would say that that's roughly correct. It depends on grip difference as well, because we don't know quite how everyone is with their tyres at this point in the in proceedings in the race. So I think it was a solid move.
Yeah, I think it was as well. We've seen the GTE leader into the pit lane, by the way. Michal Schmidl finally in the pit lane. I feel like he's been in that car for quite a while. He got in about 4 hours to go, about the time I came on air. I think he got into the car, so I think he's going to be getting out soon for somebody else, maybe Wojtek Polesny, maybe, or somebody else on the Varga Sim Racing team. But a little bit concerned about the Juices Motorsport Club car, really, because they came in quite a lot earlier than we're usually seeing them into the pit lane. So I don't know why, but they left about 15 laps on the table in that sim. They came in about 15 laps early. Wonder if they might have had an incident, some contact, or just some strategy, because they're going to be. They only have to make one more stop in this race. That's going to be fine for them. The fuel's fine, but they just made a bit of an early stop, and I don't quite know why.
Well, we know the GTs tend being the operative word. They tend to make a stop on the hour, but I think around some circuits like here, they can go an hour and 5. You know, maybe a little bit further, or more, around 10 minutes, whatever. More. I think it's more so like an hour and 5 is the limit. And obviously, an hour and 5 becomes 2 hours and 10, becomes 3 hours and 15, and so on. So then you kind of push that little bit further into each stint. But there comes a point in the race where you start doing your strategy backwards to make sure that you're optimizing stint lengths and the such. And so I wonder if they've just picked.
No, go on.
So I was just interrupting you. Backwards in strategy. No, go on, master strategist.
Well, no, but that's also the point. Which I mean, this was interesting last season. In GTI, saw it a few times, but you then had the choice of, well, do you bank all those minutes over the hour, and then cash in with a massively shorter stop at the end of the race, or do you underfuel just so you can get to an hour at the hour every pit stop, so you save a little bit of time each time. It's and I think we've typically cashed in at the end, and that's probably not because track position obviously means a lot. So yeah.
Oh, I think that's what most people have done, actually, just going as long as you can, and then at the end.
Oh.
Definitely. Oh, it's not just for the park course. Controller boy off the road. That was the yellow flag in sector 1.
Swoosh.
And that is a swoosh, a snap, and a crackle, and probably even a pop. Way down the order bay in GT. I'd be of the thinking of pushing the stints as far as possible and going for that last pit stop, because we know that a lot of the GTs are fairly tyre limited in this, i.e. in the sense they're not really that badly, but it's sort of like an hour and 5 minutes is fine, but you could probably go a bit further than that. But 2 hours and 10 is a little bit too far potentially to go on one set of tyres. However, if you do bank all of that time, then your final tyre set may only go like an hour and 30 minutes because you've banked all of that time and you've had a short pit stop. So you do your full tank of fuel, and then you do come in for a splash, but you don't have to take tyres. So in a sense, you do save a lot of time in a pit stop. So I would kind of agree with the why not bank that time, because that could really help.
I've had confirmation, by the way, from Adam Baldwin that they did short fill, so no damage or anything. They just short filled.
There we go. We'll find out where they appear at the towards the end of the race.
Yes.
I still think though, Varga Sim Racing are looking pretty strong in this GT category. They've looked so good. They've not been like so unbelievably dominant. They've literally cleared away from everyone on the grid, but they have looked just really comfortable and in control. They aren't leading at the moment though, because Williams Esports, who coincidentally are just ahead of them on track, are separated by a lap because Williams Esports are yet to stop. But they are being held up in traffic, and it's by a GTE that's not getting out of the way for Martin Stefanko, which, well, we know what blue flags are like. They were battling off of turn 1. I'm not sure which car that is directly. It's one of the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance cars. But yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, was it? Yeah. What's the yellow flag in the final? So 71 again.
71, yeah. Awful race.
Final corner. Oh, and he's blocking pit lane entry as well. Fantastic.
A couple of LMP2s coming in. Number 30 and 227. It really is LMP2 pit stop time again, I think. Penultimate stop, maybe, but also maybe third last stop if you can't quite make it at this point. And I think some like Herman Stocky and Henry Sinek are going to struggle a little bit from this point. But I'm just looking up and down the GTE field to see what's going to happen to Juices, really. They said they came in early to avoid getting stuck in traffic, stuck behind some cars, track position, as we were talking about a minute ago, but they found themselves stuck behind Casper Stolzer instead.
Very close as well.
Yeah, it's a battle going on between those two at the moment. So they've chosen Stoltz over whichever other car they were avoiding, so I'm afraid they were going to get stuck in traffic whichever way they've done this, and I believe they're in the fight for the final podium spot with Wave Free Esports. Riccardo Corazzari, who's on your screen right now, is the people they're fighting for the final spot on the podium with.
Oof, bit tight there.
Yeah, just a bit of unnecessary contact for you, because why not?
Yeah, well, exactly.
Stuff. Yeah.
The why not of all of this is why not just bash someone off the road because you can. Anyway. Barbosa and Stoltz are very close on circuit. I've noticed that Stefanko still hasn't got by Lawazza. Also noticed that Turka Hakkinen got a penalty, was the last one to receive one. Marco Slanzi also gets one, so penalties being accrued quite a fast rate here, courtesy of the track limits at Indianapolis. Quite a lot of curb there as well, and there's another cut.
Yeah.
Not a penalty though.
Nice.
It's almost as if they just don't care.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm occupied with trying to formulate a joke about Rozzers now that you've said Wazza like that. Yeah, and thus explaining it have ruined it.
Nice.
If anyone hasn't seen it, please do go and look at Lewis's police livery showcase on his. He made a video on his channel. It's the best sim racing video.
Livery showcase.
Best sim racing video I have ever seen.
Oh, it's sorry to go in. Martin Stefanko off the road, spun around. I think there may have been an incident with Jordi San Andres. In front, yeah. So hopefully, well, I don't want to give Jimmy too many things to do, but
no. We're going to make him queue up a replay. This is Ed's here now, and Ed loves to make Jimmy Allison
make orders. Yeah.
Now he's being backed up. Is that the Whistler behind the wheel? Is that Pfeiffer behind the wheel?
Could be.
He's coming to the pit anyway. It is.
Yeah. We're not going to see the replay.
It wasn't Whistler.
It's treason.
It's You are
so is this a stop and go?
No. They're coming in. They're going to change tyres and fuel. This is the banking the pit stops. They're pushing it as late as possible. So they're taking fuel and tyres here. And what they'll do is they'll come in with about 25 minutes to go, and they will take fuel. Let's take a look.
Don't tell me it was with Varga. It could well be with Varga side by side between them. Well, I don't think that was really their fault.
Stefanko by himself. Just to give reference to...
we saw an on-board.
Just to give reference to that, by the way, the Varga was trying to unlap himself. It's a lap down on fresher tyres, and that's why that incident happened. I think there might have been a little bit of a brush, but I wouldn't put anything on the Varga.
I think he had a little bit too much room to the left. I don't know. I think we need to see an on-board.
Yeah, on the grass there was.
You're only saying that to get more out of Jimmy Allison. You are trying to get the your bang for your buck.
No, I'm genuinely interested in the incident.
Yeah, I'm also curious. I'd love to see it. So let's get that queued up straight away. Still in the pit lane, not moving yet, whilst he's just fueling up. Just got going as the Williams eSports car, and Varga Sim Racing take the lead. Barbosa trying to get by for fourth position, still no move showing to Jean Lacey Esports Academy.
Ed was briefly moved there, by the way. I think it was Ed anyway. I wasn't looking, but I presume it was.
It was. As soon as I heard the noise that someone had left the channel, I knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's dragging people about, and Ed was on the receiving end. Now, what we're seeing.
He does like drag.
Does he?
Well, I mean, it would seem so. Yeah.
What a lad.
Well, we can talk about it in the next.
Here's a battle as Tony Jukic is trying to fight his way back past the Cetres Nita Velix car. When we were talking of liveries earlier, this was the one that Jimmy Allison went to, so obviously his favourite.
What was that noise you made before saying liveries?
It was fear that he was going to leave it down the inside, as we've seen so many people do when they've only got their nose alongside, and causing a humongous wreck.
Yes. Yeah, it would have been about 5 cars involved in that, so thankfully that didn't happen. But yeah, I think Nita Velix number 30 have had a really good race actually. Here they were languishing outside the top 10, not that. But, well, yeah, I do, Lewis.
Go on,
I've completely lost my train of thought now because of that. But thanks for that. But yeah, they were languishing outside the top 10 not so long ago. They're inside of it right now. I think there was a pit stop actually, but no, I think it's been a good drive from them so far, despite what Lewis thinks. But he's wrong, obviously. So.
Solid. No, out of 10 from me.
That's all well and good, but go into more detail about how you feel about it, really.
Don't put him on the spot. No, I think I personally, I think it's been a fine drive. I mean, they're inside the top 10, which I think they're actually very close to being passed as well at the moment for 7th place in LMP2. Because I saw that gap get down to 0.008. Still no move. That would have been at turn 1, and no sort of way round at the moment for Jukic. But yeah, they're inside the top 10, sure. But again, just to back up the point, this is the championship winning car of last season and multiple race winning car of last season. The result they are what, 2-3 laps down on the leaders at the moment?
3, yeah.
That's not good enough.
Well, would you say that I personally think the class of the LMP2 field has gone up this season compared to last? I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I would say that it has moved up slightly.
Yeah, I'd agree. Especially with the merger of
post death of hypercars or pre.
Yeah, pre. I'd say before it was a little bit stronger than last season. Yeah. Obviously now it is quite significantly stronger, but still, even then, this is a car that should be contending for podiums and race victories. And I mean, I don't know how they feel about it inside the team, but if I was, I wouldn't be proud of that.
I mean,
being harsh now.
Yeah.
Just saying it as it is.
Just spitting truth bombs.
Exactly.
Yeah. What's happened to drillers this race?
Yeah, the number 8
one of them's disconnected.
The number 8 disconnected.
Yeah.
Could someone tell me in the chat a few things about what's happened to the race so
far? Doing your research really, really well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you not in the commentary thread on the Discord, where absolutely nothing gets posted about the races? I'm not very good at this.
I'm not very good at reading.
No, me neither. Whilst trying to keep up to date with the race earlier, Ewan was sending me just lots and lots of messages on what was actually happening, which I thought was fantastic because it's lots to go off.
But you didn't read any of them?
No, I didn't, but it was good information to have in the back of my head. Here comes the move, though, from Barbosa, who's on the outside for turn 1. He's got to go the long way round, and we've seen Kasper Stolzer fight that one quite hard. He's running straight on at turn 1.
Both off.
Yep, that's not great. Oh, there comes the Volante as well into the middle of it. He's a couple of laps down on all of this as well. They're still battling it out.
Banzai.
I think that might have been Stolzer relinquishing the position to Barbosa, because he certainly didn't fight that one at all.
No, he didn't at all. I think he feels a bit bad about that, maybe. Maybe he doesn't.
That was actually really good of Barbosa. You could see him, you could see his thought process going through it. Going can I turn in? Can I turn in, please? Please, can I turn in? No.
If I was streaming, I wouldn't say nice things.
No?
No. I think
Adam Baldwin has just got engaged.
We've already.
They're already happy.
We've already dropped this news on the broadcast.
Yeah,
congrats.
Yeah, well, I mean, just for people who are tuning in right now.
No, because obviously people have watched the entire 8 hours of the race.
Do you want to take them through it, Lewis?
No.
No? Okay.
What, the engagement story?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that.
He was there.
Basically, he got engaged.
That was it, yeah.
Excellent.
Great.
And we're all very happy.
We are all very happy for Adam Baldwin. Congratulations to him indeed. And Hopefully he can cement that engagement with a podium in the virtual endurance championship.
Oh, here we go. Replay of what went down into turn 1.
They both overdid that.
They both overdid
slightly
it.
misread that.
You gave so much credit to Barbosa.
No, I didn't misread that.
He was more off than Stolzer was.
Stolzer does seem to just
Yeah.
give it to him there, which maybe he didn't need to.
More flashing of the lights, by the way, for Stolzer here. I'm not
Yeah, I
sure.
think
There was nobody in front of him, so nobody
No, but I
saw
think
it.
because you can see the trace of the outline of the light on the road, so I think that was
Yeah,
more
how-
like a go by.
How does Barbosa end up ahead through this?
I think Stolzer just gave it to him.
Yeah,
It's the only way that I can see it.
yep, I agree.
That
With
is a lot of time lost.
Yeah, just over a position that was given, and it doesn't look like
Yeah.
Stolzer's much slower, realistically.
By the way, in the actual race, there's been a pit stop for Varga, which is fairly important because they're
that doesn't
fighting it out
matter.
for the lead. So Marcel Cincic is, I'm just ignoring him, with an hour and a half to go. And I think he'll be okay with one more stop to the end of the race because he's been doing about 45-minute stints actually. They've been stretching out quite nicely. And so they'll be able to make it to the end on one more stop fairly easily. And we've also had word, by the way, that it wasn't a disconnection for Jeroen Kweekel. His wheel broke. So that's why they're out of the race as well.
That is a shame.
Yeah.
I think. Actually, so now I feel bad because now I'm going to go back on one of the things that I said about Rory McDuff's pace a little bit earlier. Because speaking of wheel braking, I think his pedals failed or something had failed on his wheel, and so he was back on G29. I don't think it would probably make that much pace, but you do have to get used to a different wheel and stuff whilst he waits for a new one to arrive. So I did see that on Twitter a little bit earlier. Still not good enough mine, but there is at least some sort of a reason in there. So give a little bit of reprieve on that. That's more of a note to myself, by the way, not anyone else. I know obviously I've been the harshest of anyone. This is the closest battle on Sarge. It's not because Jukic and the Setras Nita Velik's car in P7 are just about as close as this. So battles in both classes fairly high up.
Well, it's for a podium, isn't it?
It is for a podium in
nice.
GTE, yeah.
It's part of
Very
the
good.
race.
Not for the win though. Disappointing.
No.
Who's going to win in GTE though?
Oh, Varga.
What about Williams though? Because they are. Oh, the yellow flag, by the way, was the 235.
And Jukic lost
well,
the
Williams
place for
got
that.
Oh yeah, Jukic and a penalty. So there we go. I'm not.
No, sorry.
voting.
They had a penalty, yeah.
So Jukic has been off the road and got a penalty for it. I wonder if there was an incident between himself and
I think he was battling with Cynic, or was it Stocky?
Stocky. So you know
Oh
what
God,
that
he's
means?
lost 2 places then, yeah.
You know what that means?
What?
We've got to get Jimmy Allison to queue up a replay.
He's going to love that.
He is going to absolutely love that, being bossed around. He loves being bossed around.
He
Do you
does.
know that?
Oh,
Another yellow flag
here. Brief.
But what's confusing is why we can't see it yet.
All right, give the man some time.
No, it's fine. Ruben would have already got a replay up. Oh,
Yeah,
he's not
Ruben
gonna, he's
would.
not gonna, I am sorry. It's just a joke. I'm getting booted from this commentary.
I don't know who that is.
Ruben Carrera Alves. He does the broadcast for GT3E and various rFactor 2 competitions. He's a very nice guy.
yeah. There goes Lewis. So that's what.
Love you.
He's back again.
He
He
said,
wasn't happy, was he?
He said that he said thanks for complimenting me so much. Actually, there's certain Discords as well that you can get booted from for making certain noises. So obviously insulting Jimmy Allison is just how you get booted from this one.
What sort of
Dennis
noise?
Jordan's in the pit lane, by the way.
No idea. Gorp.
Gorp.
Yes. Gorp. This battle's.
We're getting through them today.
Yeah, we really are. Corazari, penalty. Tick. There's another one for excursions through the chicane. Oh, the Setras Nita Velik is very much a part of that.
Why?
That was risky.
Why?
Risky. He's now on the inside going through the chicane.
Even
Does
riskier.
make it
That was
stick.
contact.
Oh, Stoltz might have a go now.
So risky around the outside of that corner. And
He's got the outside
I
line. Yeah,
think he's
Might
going to give it
have
a
a
go.
I think so. Bobos is quite good on the brakes, yeah, and he's held on. Race leaders in the pit lane, by the way, and it's about to be very, very close between Cincic and Jordan, and that's the actual battle for the actual race lead, I suppose.
Actual?
6 seconds between them. Yes. although they've had pretty much identical pit stops there, actually. So Varga gained a tiny bit of time, maybe half a second, if that. But yeah, still a very, very nail-biting race for this overall victory.
What about the figurative one, though?
That was a stupid thing to say, wasn't it?
Ewan. So Ewan, I'm gonna throw this one at you. If you were able to enter the season right now in a car, and let's say you've got a team and all that, and you were
let's
allowed
say
to
somebody
choose,
actually wanted me,
and you were allowed to choose any GTE you wanted to, which one would you choose?
Any team or any car?
Any GTE.
Any GTE car.
Yeah.
Any GTE car? Probably the Porsche, because it sounds good. There you go.
There you go, Porsche OP.
I was going to say, and it's because it's overpowered. It's not overpowered.
Well,
it's not overpowered.
It wouldn't be overpowered in my hands, I can tell you that for free.
Well, maybe you do better than you should. That's the important thing. If there's one thing that I've known, is that whoever's winning, their car's overpowered. That's all. That's
that is generally the rule, yeah.
Yeah, one I wanted sim racing, and like even in like touring car stuff, I once did a championship a few years ago, and I was in a Ford, and I won the championship. To which then everyone said the Ford was OP, and I'm like, it's the same as everyone else's car. Like the physics are exactly the same. I don't understand. But you can't win in that scenario, because if you do win in like a BMW M8 or some other description, there are certain people in the YouTube chat that will still say that you haven't won the championships legitimately.
What's another description of a BMW M8?
Big.
I'm sorry, but if you're gonna gotcha me, then I'm gonna gotcha straight back.
I wasn't gotching you. I was gotching.
You damn well were.
No, that wasn't a dig at you. That was a dig at certain other people and certain other teams that say that it wasn't a legitimate championship. Yes.
Well, I'm still pretty sensitive about it.
Yeah, I see that. Sun setting here at Indianapolis, an hour and 20 minutes to go. Couple
Turn your lights on, Casper.
Penultimate pit stops coming in LMP2, and still some more circulating through. Didn't see who that yellow flag was for.
I didn't either, but it's I've honestly got no idea, but it can't have been a big issue because everybody's going again. So it's back again. Who's off this time? Can't tell. Are these yellow flags just coming up for no reason?
Yeah.
Because I can't find anybody who's off. So that's a bit annoying.
But between 10th and 11th in LMP2. Oh no, it's fluctuated back up again. I don't know whether that's something to do. I was seeing this earlier in the race where a gap would go sort of to 1.5 seconds and then down to 3/10 in the matter of sort of like 5 seconds. Well, yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just something. Maybe I'm having size issues or something like that.
But yeah, time passed and then the gap closed, so I don't know.
I've got a question which I think only Ewan might be able to answer because I wasn't there. What happened to the number 2 Azira, and why is Arnaud Chauvelin in 13th place?
I'm not entirely sure if
there
I'm
must
honest.
have been issues because
there was, but I didn't see it.
They've not had a good day anyway, because even when me and Ed and Aidan were on earlier in the broadcast, they weren't quick. They just fundamentally weren't that fast, realistically, and it looked like Arnaud was struggling on pace.
Can't get enough of that webcam.
You love it.
It's just such great composition. I love the big black thing.
Just
to the left of his head.
It's blind, obviously. You know this. We've had calls with Arnaud when he's had that open in the middle of the day. It's obviously a window.
That's right. It's good stuff. Like his face is directly centre.
Oh, it was a commentator on the start of the broadcast whose head was in the bottom quarter of the picture, so it was just a lot of room, and then a picture. I know it's terrible for us taking the mick, but it is good.
No.
Is it? Look. Just because he doesn't want to go completely over the top, set up a 3-light setup just to say whatever it was.
No, I know he'll take it in good faith. He's having a serious dig.
He's a good lad.
Or am I, Arnaud?
No, you won't, because you're a nice guy, right?
You said that
on occasion.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment past that. Dennis Jordan is being closed down though by Marcel Chinchik for the race lead. I still maintain that I think the person
is he though? I think that gap has opened up.
No. So no. No.
Yes, because it was about 2 seconds.
Okay, the last lap it came down at a
ago.
whopping 10th. No, it wasn't 2 seconds. I don't think it was 2 seconds.
It was.
I don't
rewind the broadcast.
The YouTube. No, I don't.
You
think it was
rewind
2
the
seconds.
YouTube.
I think it was 7, and then it's come down to 5.
I think it stayed roughly the same, if I'm honest.
Oh,
but,
right, so we're all each way. I'm going to go back 10. I'm going to go back 15 minutes.
Yeah. It is totally.
Well, that would have been before the last pit
That's
stop.
when
to be
they're in a
categorically
pit stop
wrong.
sequence. 10 minutes. Nope. No, wait. See, this is enthralling content that I'm just trying to find a point just so I can say that Ed's wrong.
This is good stuff because everyone does want to see have a look behind the magician's curtain with commentary.
I see.
We just people want to know how it works.
Magicians.
So we're literally we're rewinding the YouTube stream.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to find out what this gap is.
Unfortunately, Ed, Ewan's the one that's right. I looked at 25 minutes ago, before the last pit stop sequence, there was 5.6 seconds between the two of them. There is 5.6 seconds between the two of them now.
Well, I'm not happy with that, but at least you're not right.
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
Well, one of them is going to be right.
Yeah, at least Ewan's happy, right?
I don't have to do anything else now. I can just...
Yeah. We can call it a day if you want. All the gaps are very suddenly spread out. No one's particularly close. Outside of maybe a little bit further down the order. 1.3 seconds separates. I can't talk about that because it's Sancho bias. Never mind, move on. No, 1 second separates Sancho in P6 with Wave Free Esports, the number 99 behind that. So it's fairly tight and closing. That gap looks a little bit
optimistic 1 second, isn't it?
Yeah, but look, it's
more like 1.3, 1.4.
It looks like a lot closer than 1 second.
It is 1 second now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Corazari
does look quicker.
Yeah, he's closing in. Sancho's
miles better.
Bombing down the order.
Well, I've heard tell he's not our greatest fan. Is old Ricardo?
Is he not?
Well, no, I mean apparently so. I heard.
Is that a rumor or fact?
I think it's a rumor, but I've heard it from a number of.
Overwhelming rumor.
Yeah, from a number of, I suppose, quite trusty Italian sources.
Like Riccardo Corazari himself?
No, I'd love to say yes, but
who is a fan of Sancho then? Outside of Sancho, would you say?
I don't think they exist. I think it's a false notion. I buy likes on Facebook.
See, this is the thing. I think so. We've had some criticism, including from myself, as a team that Sancho has too many people in it, right? But I think I've just cottoned on to what you're doing. Is you're getting enough people in the team so that we don't need fans outside of the team. We just grow our fan base by getting people in the team, thus increasing the fan base. Genius. Here comes Corazari though to the inside. Into turn 12, dives it straight to the apex. That was a good move, not fought by Cedo. Whoa! Nearly got him back.
Dicey.
Slap in the face, that was,
side. Yeah. Cheeky. Cedo, though, drops down a position on Corazari. There's contact, and there goes Cedo. Oh, no. Did he hit the wall for good measure? He's in the middle of the road. He's still in the middle of the road. We need to go and have a look back at him. As frantically trying to find the right button.
He's reversing around the corner.
No, I think he's doing it. I think he's doing it all right. I think he's doing it smart. I'm not sure if there's damage on that car.
Well, there'll be some damage. There was contact.
I don't think it was that
I'd quite
hard,
like to see
though.
how it happened, though.
It was
if there's ever a worse place to spin, and
if only there were a way we could see what.
Do you know who it was
with? It was with the Rookie Monsters.
Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, do you know who's behind that wheel?
Is it Mattis Records?
No, it's Lucas Melio.
Is it actually?
Oh
yeah,
no!
It is.
Oh,
you know me and drama. I love a good bit of drama.
Teammate.
Obviously, Luca D'Amelio, previously a part of the Sancho organisation in GT Challenge. Let's take a look. Ed, you can talk us through it.
Well, I didn't see it. I mean, there's a wall in the way.
I think Cedo might have been understeering.
I think he was as well. Yeah. Just didn't have enough grip to hold on, really.
But where's the overlap? Yeah, well, it's a bit late, isn't
it? It is, but he has gone all the way around the outside. I think that's Cedo running a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I'm sorry, the Rookie Monsters car had. Look, I would call out.
Oh my God, that was close.
This is
like
how
that.
on earth did everybody avoid him?
If I saw it from one of our cars, but I think the LMPG still had a bit of space.
So do I. I think the LMP2 could have gone more to the left, but I also think Cedo could have gone more to the right. So, racing incident. Yeah. There we go. So that one. Tick.
And that's gospel, is it?
Yep. Anything I say is fact.
I am amazed that everybody kept out the side of him there, though, because I think it was the Blackhawk car, the 81, that was tearing through the final corner then, and Cedo was 90 degrees to the circuit in the middle of the road. Very easily could have been a huge crash there, so yeah, well done to everybody for avoiding.
I also think Cedo did well not to instantly just slam on the throttle, which is always like, it's naturally exactly, because you're in the middle of the firing line, so your instinct is to just go, I need to get out of this straight away and get going, and then what you're actually doing is you're causing the problem. So I think everyone in that sense after the actual incident itself played their cards quite well, and it was all right. Luca Di Meglio comes into the pit lane, hour and 10 minutes on the clock, and Herman Stocky is slowly but surely it seems to be coming under pressure from Henry Sinnock behind, although looking at the lap times on the previous lap, that is not even remotely correct.
That's how you take that, again.
That was Richie Hoyer.
Yeah, I was going to say Indy Pro. Absolutely slammed it over that.
Richie Hoyer went to the moon in that race, didn't he? Really?
He certainly did. Got some very big air, but that was in an open wheeler rather than a prototype. If that was in real life,
became a gift very quickly.
It certainly did. Straight after the race.
It's actually quite clever, I think, because firstly you're creating less friction, but also you're saving tyres actually.
You are saving tyres, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're not saving on track cuts though, I have to say.
I don't think he would have got a track cut for that.
No. Well, I suppose he pushed it off by the curb, I guess.
The inside curb, I'm pretty sure from memory, so this is not actually from testing in anything this week, because I don't do any of that, because why would I? I don't drive. But from previous experience racing around here, the inside curb, unless you absolutely, like if you're very, very far, like you've got...
Oh, it was a late one, wasn't it?
He's close, but I think you've got to get four wheels like over fully to have that picked up as a track cut. It's more on the exit of the corner that people are picking up. I'm not 100% sure that would be a cut. I'm not going to say it wasn't, but I don't think rFactor 2 would pick up on that.
Maybe not.
Maybe it's a faster line.
Maybe. For the lead is closing up ever so slightly at the moment. It's just over 2 seconds, so Chinchik is starting to reel in Jordan at the moment. And we might see a grandstand finish here. I think we are surely going to see these two fight it out at some point. We presume they're going to the end at this point now. We've got it confirmed that Dennis Jordan's going to be going to the flag. And Marcel Chinchik probably is as well. Arguably the fastest of him and Yuri Toman, who've been driving today for Vargo Sim Racing. So I think those two are going to the end. And I think as well that we're going to see a bit of a fight between them at some point. Surely they've got to converge. Some of the traffic has just got to get in the way at some point. It might have just done right there, actually, going through shot. 3 GTEs in the way of the Burst Esport car. So Chinchik's going to close up again. A couple of cars in the way, but I think he's going to get through them a lot nicer than Jordan did. And yeah, this is almost nose to tail for the race lead with just over an hour to go now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like I say, I still think that I'm gonna stand by my guns this one. I still think that Dennis Jordan has a shorter pit stop to do at least on the next one. I think the last close finish we had in a race between the top category was in potentially Interlagos last season, 8-hour race. They were separated. I'm looking at it. I'm not sure if this was the last one, but there was 3/10 separating Singularity and AAA Esports. Edge Esports were involved in one where it was pretty close, although I don't think the actual final bit on the when crossing the line was maybe as close as I'm remembering. But it was Edge Esports versus AAA at Malaysia, the 8-hour race there. That ended up being quite close. There was change of position fairly late, but it was down to tyres. Notably, Edge Esports taking tyres quite far and losing out on a lack of grip. And you question if that will be the case here. Dennis Jordan nearly won at this venue as well last year in that Indy Pro. I'm not going to talk about FSR too much. Don't panic. But he was pretty close to winning a race.
What's
in that,
FSR?
Spun at turn 1. No comment. Spun at turn 1 when battling hard for the lead. So maybe not the most storied of venues for Dennis Jordan, but I couldn't tell you who's going to win this race from this position. Chinchik looks fastest.
Yeah, he just certainly does at the moment. Going to get a big slipstream. Thanks. Going to get a big slipstream down into turn. There's my pen going down into turn number 1. Chinchik's, I don't think he's close enough though. That Burst Esport car very fast in a straight line actually, almost pulling away here, even though Chinchik's got a slipstream. So no moving to turn 1, too far back, but looked very strong in a straight line there, did Jordan.
I completely ignored my information I was getting on TeamSpeak, so apologies to Nick De Silva, but they suggest that on the number 2 car, and of course the other LMP2, which I don't think has had, it's 444, Gurgly Barros behind the wheel of that. They have not had a good day, miles down. Said they got the setup wrong. They also had minor contact that cost them a couple of minutes. And also to Ed, yes, Arna looks glorious. There we go. That's your update.
I also want to point out that someone called Neil Tasker pointed out. Didn't he get? Was he coached by Mitchie Hoyle? Neil Tasker.
Oh, what are the at Spa? Was that the Spa one? Sebring? I don't remember.
It might be. Anyway, he said I was right. He said Ed. Right.
Right.
It was 2 seconds before pits. So that's a slam dunk. You were wrong.
No, because when I looked at the actual point, it was 5 seconds. So maybe it was.
I didn't realise this is the game where you make up the rules and go along.
It's always
make up the rules to make you the winner.
Yeah.
It's always that kind of game. Mate, hey, speaking of those kind of rules, do you not remember when we had that fun race at Croft and Jimmy Allison, our lovely broadcast producer and league admin, who was in charge of the server in this fun race. Speaking of... no! Marcel Chinchik onto the curb, leaving the chicane, pushing it a little bit too far just whilst I was in the middle of story time, and away he goes. That is going to drop a hefty gap. It's now 10 seconds to Dennis Jordan, and things swing the way of the 28 Burst Edge Esports.
Wow.
It's taking a race off our hands, isn't it, for the moment? I mean, that at least I think Chinchik was showing signs of. I mean, he pulled that gap down. From what was it, 6 seconds when we last checked in before this time. He was. Well, yeah, I mean they've got a pit stop coming up anyway, don't they? So do these ones at the end. Okay.
It's going to be a longer stop, isn't it?
Well, let's see what you can do. You can only hope.
Yeah, that's a shame. That is a costly mistake. I mean, if Burst Edge Esports get a drive-through, then that throws it back into the mix, which you never know, it could be on the cusp.
I mean, I was beginning to wonder actually if Burst. I know we're going to see it again here through the chicane. Just goes bouncing across the curbs a little bit too much. Gets on that outside one. Just decides instead of trying to save the car and potentially crashing it, just decides to lock up the brakes really, and make sure it's a controlled spin rather than just going completely out of control into the wall.
Was that Ferrari aiming for him?
Well, certainly close. But yeah, it would have been very scary for everybody, I think, coming out of the chicane. But no, I was starting to wonder if Dennis Jordan was going to be able to hold on for this amount of time remaining. He was going to have a big job on his hands trying to defend for this long, over an hour, with the Chinchik behind. I know Burst were going to have a slightly shorter final stop, but I still think it was going to be a tall order for them. But no, this really puts Burst Esports into the obviously into the lead, but really in a great position now to take this victory if they hold it all together.
Ed might be hot micing in the booth here, but I'll just throw it straight out of there. Whoa! He moved out last minute there. He was
going to go one way.
The Black Hawk.
Yeah. Sorry. He was going to go to the left of Chinchik, wasn't he? And then as he started moving, so he had to go to the right, but that could have been a pretty big incident as well. Nick Westphal, who was driving that car, and he's just behind Dennis Richter in the Your Name Here Porsche at Your Name Here Racing.
I want to go back to my story. Sorry, because I feel like I was rudely interrupted.
I've forgotten what it was about.
It was about Timmy Allison being in charge of a server and changing the rules as we go along. to make things, work for him. And he ended up giving himself. He moved his car forward on the 7. I think it was like 100 or like 1,000 laps or something, so he could win the race easily. It's terrible.
Oh.
Just not fun, is it?
Well, I wasn't there.
No, but it was funny. I'll give it that.
Well, yeah, I can imagine that. But yeah, I don't know if that's going to end our battle for the race lead. It's not going to end our battles in the overall orders here. It's going to. We're still going to have a lot of fights going on. You've got one on the screen right now, and we've got some LMP2 between the 7 and the Wave Free LMP2, and for 6th place, almost a free car battle going on there. So there's certainly going to be battles going on up and down the order, but I just don't know if they're going to be for the overall race win by the end of this or not.
No, I'm also a little bit hesitant on that one because I just think that gap. He's closed it down already quite a bit. So obviously the tyres are in some fair nick, or maybe Burst have just taken off the throttle pedal a little bit just to calm things down and sort themselves out. There is a battle, by the way, in LMP2. This one just here. There we go, conveniently enough. Martin Hemmingson with Lorenzo Arisi for 4th place in LMP2. Absolutely nothing separating the two of them. Both very, very close. I believe they switched positions not too long ago. I think I saw them flick about a couple of laps ago as Hemmingson got his way up into 4th position. But obviously Lorenzo Arisi is not having that and is keeping very much in tow of the Pinsim Trilogy sports car.
They were very close. I didn't see if they actually changed positions or not because we were watching that battle for the lead. But no, certainly very close between Hemmingson and Arisi, and this could be a fight that goes on all the way to the flag as well. However, the 7 car does tend to pit very early, and I'm not entirely sure when they're next going to be in. It's kind of difficult to tell at the moment. They did a very long stint on the last one, trying to make it with just 1 stop remaining. Yes, it's going to be difficult for them to actually do that, and they tend to be in about 4 laps before Varga, and we thought Varga were going to be close, so I think Drillers might have to still make 2 pit stops in this race, whereas Wave Free will be absolutely fine to just make 1 more.
There is only one way to find out, and that's to stick with us and enjoy it whilst we have an hour left here at Indianapolis. The battle for 6th position, Herman Stocky defending from another Pinsim Drillers eSports car, this one being Henry Sinnick. That's the drive game seat Ferrari off and away on the exit of turn 1. I was going to have a question here because and then afterwards we can do the rundown as always because we've got an hour to go whilst we're deep in GTE pit stops. Considering that this race is 8 hours and it used to be 1,000 miles when we had LMP1s and stuff, we've got the 1,000 miles of Sebring next. Bearing in mind that we don't have the top category anymore because we don't have the hypercars, and we went to time last season. Yes, there was a red flag, a large one, but do you think we're going to go to time, or do you think we're going to get the 1,000 miles in an 8-hour period? It's 8 hours and 3 minutes, which is the race is limited to, or 1,000 miles, whichever one comes first. Well, there you go. So we're not going to be here all year. Don't worry. No, you know. What do you think?
Let me just look up the results from the last 1,000 miles. That was at Indianapolis in season 11. Was that? I think not last season, but the season before. And how long did that race take? Because that was an LMP2 at the front, let's not forget. And it took them 9 hours to do the entire 385 laps, which is around here. Zutjerni Simoncic and Dennis Jordan, interestingly, won that race for ACL Zakspeed as it was at the time. But it took them 9 hours, so if we're limited to 8 hours and 3 minutes, then I think even though Sebring, I guess, is a little bit quicker, higher average speed, I don't think they're going to gain quite an hour. I think we're still going to be, and there was actually a race at Sebring last season, wasn't there? 8 hours at Sebring?
It was 1,000 miles, but there was a red flag in the middle, and it was also your commentary debut in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Well, my third commentary debut. I think this is the third stint I've spent, and I've not been sacked yet.
I mean, that is surprising. I've also not been sacked yet. We're doing very well.
It was 7 hours 19 it took them last time, but as you say, it was interrupted. 230 laps. The LMP2s managed to do 221 laps in 7 hours and 20 minutes. How many laps would it take them to? How much time would it take them to do the extra 9?
You're the numbers man.
Well, I don't know what the lap times were at the time, really.
No, me neither. We're not very well organised and the best to go through this. You're going to go through it anyway. Well,
yeah, 1 minute 47-ish a lap, but that's not very helpful because that's not a round number I was hoping for.
I personally think, with very little information as we're watching this battle, as Adam Baldwin's getting by Jordi San Andres and up into 4th position, the good pace and good work of Jesus Motorsports Club working well here. Had a bit of a struggle to get past. Don't remember who it was back at Nürburgring, but it cost them a podium and such. That was a much nicer move and a much cleaner one up to the 4th position. But anyway, to my point, I don't think we are going to see the full 1,000 miles play out.
I'm not sure. How did the red flag work, really? I wasn't there, because I was only there for the last hour and a half-ish.
Oh, I bailed from the broadcast after 2 hours, as I always do, like a terrible chump.
You were there with me.
And but it was the first 2 hours, and then literally straight after that, the red flag got called. So
so it was you leaving that caused the red flag?
Yeah, always is. Happened in another 24-hour endurance race in somewhere where I finished my commentary stint and then a red flag came out. I'm just not very good. Do you remember who spun? Do you remember who spun at the end of that race? Towards the end of that race.
I remember who ran themselves out of fuel.
No, that was the wrong year.
Oh, really? This is the problem.
That being you at Sebring.
Well, I was trying to get him to say that you were the one that spun at Sebring, but apparently he doesn't want to bite on that one. It's terrible.
Yeah, I remember that. Slow-mo. We got slow-mo shots of Ed spinning, actually.
We certainly did.
Yeah, it was very nice, actually, yeah.
And it was brilliant stuff because it's now in my show reel. Ed has rejoined us. That's fantastic. Whilst we're here with 54 minutes to go, and we know that we're sort of in the midst of the GT pit stops, which is the best time to do it, and the sun's setting here at Indianapolis. We're looking at this fight for 9th place. Tony Ukic and the Go Team racing car in in 10th place. I wonder if we can get ourselves a top 10 rundown very, very quickly whilst we're here with not very long to go in this race. Just making sure that we're keeping Jimmy Allison on the tips of his toes, pressing all of his buttons. Here we go. Right, let's take a look at what the order is. No, he's not. he's teasing me. Let's take a look. The current race leaders, Burst Hedge Esports, so I don't think we're going to get it on screen. We've broken Jimmy. Oh, terrible.
Oh, Jimmy's broken it.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Shall I do breathing sounds down the mic there?
Here we go.
Here we go. GTE order. It's fine. We'll do GTEs first, then we'll hopefully get the LMP2s. At the moment, Vargas Sim Racing continuing to lead, not by too much, though, over Williams Esports, seeing if they can do anything about race victory. Ricardo Corazari and Adam Baldwin in 3rd and 4th with Jordi San Andres. Just saw that move of the Jesus Motorsports Club getting by the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance. Jean Lacey Esports in 6th position with DX Droids, Musto GD Esports, Blackhawk Racing and Zancho. After that incident, rounding out the top 10, the Rookie Monsters LMP2 getting involved with that. That's the same top 10. I can still tell you what the LMP2 order is, don't you panic. Burst Edge Esports are leading by 14.6 seconds at the moment over Vargas Sim Racing's Marcel Chinchik. After that incident through the chicane, Michi Hoyer still holds 3rd position. Henningsen in 4th. For Pinson Drillers Esports, and then Wayfield Esports. Rookie Monsters, Luca D'Amelio behind the wheel in 6th position with Cetres Nitavelix Herman Stocky, who's just come into the pit lane of this moment. Tony Ukic and Matthias Ster for Go Team Racing, 8th and 9th. Henry Sinnick recently into the pit lane, and Herman Stocky, whilst all that's been going on, has dropped down to 9th. There we go. The final rundown of the broadcast before we see the checkered flag.
That was just fabulous, dear.
Thank you, dear. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Wow, this is moving forward much faster than I expected.
Yeah, Lewis's night has taken an unexpected turn there. Yeah.
Yep. No, my mind is just instantly jumping to things I definitely can't say on this broadcast, which is just terrible. Ed, who's going to win?
Well, I'm holding out for my my best bud, Mr. Whistler.
Oh, they are currently 11th, by the way, in a battle, which is the one that we're currently seeing, 11th, 12th and 13th. So, Mr. Whistler, currently a few laps down on the race lead. It'd be hard-pressed to scoop those ones back. It's not even Sebastian Pfeiffer behind the wheel. It's Dennis Richter. Who's going to win an LMP2? Is it going to be Varga or is it going to be Burst G Sports?
Well, I think it's got to be. It's pretty pitted against Varga now, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just a tricky. I mean, yeah, great setup.
No worries. Who do you think would have won?
Is there any point in?
Would have, could have.
No, there's no point in exploring the shoulda, woulda, coulda. I still think it would have been best.
I tell you what, here you go. Here's a great answer. I think it would have been a really exciting race between those two.
That's not a good answer. That's horrible because that's just basically saying
I was really looking forward to it.
Race.
And yeah,
Telling us what this race doesn't have. No.
Yeah.
God, those hypercars would have really spiced things up here.
Oh no, don't.
Oh, good. No, actually, they really wouldn't.
They really wouldn't. No.
No. Do you remember when Ed used to have a hypercar? Part of his team. How did that go?
Yeah, I did. No, not very well.
No.
Not very well. Not very many people wanted to drive it.
And yet, wasn't it still your highest finishing car at Silverstone in class? Because obviously, in like LMP2, you were what, like?
You know, you're part of a sim racing team. Which team is that again?
Diesel Felix.
Butler.
No, Zanto.
Dennis, I wish you all the best with him.
What does that mean? Are you?
No. I mean, if your allegiances lie with, should we find some more dirty washing?
No.
It's only a broadcast.
Yeah, just rinse it out here and we're fine. 50 minutes to go in the race. We're focusing on which is going to be straight on the battle for 12th position. It realistically is 11th. The Porsche of Ed Trevelyan. Oh, Johnson Racing, because it's your name here, Racing. So we'll fill all that. They seem to be a little bit too far ahead, but then that issue for Speedy Mike sort of drops them too far off the back to do anything. So
yeah, way too far back.
We're literally having battles stolen in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I'm afraid we are.
Kitchen and Stair are still quite close, 7th and 8th
on
the road. LMP2's making their final pit stops shortly.
About 4 minutes and they might be able to make it, but anybody pitting at that particular point is going to be quite close. When is the number 7? I think Martin Harrington in his battle with Lorenzo Reese, I think he's going to be in soon, and he could be in trouble if he is. He's currently actually on his 33rd lap of this stint, which is not outrageous. So if he extends it for 2 or 3 more, then he might be able to do it. Might be able to make only 1 more stop, but there is going to be a little bit of fuel saving for drillers here, so that they can get to the end of the race. But that might allow Arisi to get through on pure pace if Hemmington's worried about fuel to the end.
But Pinton have been so good. He's been so good on fuel mileage.
Well,
the last round of this round since they've joined this LMP2 category.
You know, I think we need an onboard really to see how they're saving fuel.
Oh, you're not going to start staring at the wheel and then oh god.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the broadcast director owes it to the.
Don't call him a broadcast director. Do not call him a broadcast director.
What's so wrong with it?
I don't know. I might
be
a broadcast director, but I love being blinded by the sun as well. That's really good.
It's very, very low, isn't it? At the moment?
It's not as blinding as it was at Nola.
It's completely flat there, isn't it? Really. So
there's
completely
obscuring.
Paint a picture. Paint a picture with your words.
The flat marshland of New Orleans, just outside, provides excellent full sunlight coverage until the very last moment of the day, where it just creeps below a tree-filled horizon. Damn it!
Yeah, I was there until you said tree-filled horizon.
Yeah, that went a bit downhill then, isn't it?
Thanks. I'm not the best at describing things.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Why don't you describe it?
I remember commentated before.
On a few things.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
What were you asking?
I don't remember. I'm very good at this.
I can tell.
Yeah. No, we're barreling to a terrible end to this commentary team, and we're all going to get fired. So that's fantastic. I think the battle's closed back up again, by the way, for 11th, 12th, and 13th, at least as far as my live timing shows in GTE. As it certainly has. Jeremy Talbot's been able to close back in on Nick Westphal, so very little between those three once again. Clearly, the Speedy Mike Racing Ferrari is going quite speedy.
Yeah, for once, it's not really been that speedy this season, has it? Well, I know. I'm sorry.
They were good in the hypercar last season.
They were pretty decent, actually, especially towards the end of the season. They really found their feet.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's not translated into different categories. Because I distinctly remember at VIR last season, they were really good. I think they got
double podium.
I think they were third and fourth.
Third and fourth. Well remembered.
I'm great at this. They were really quick. They'd had flashes of pace throughout the season, but that was really like it all coming together. And then unfortunately, Le Mans didn't really go great. And season 13 is continuing in that trend, unfortunately, rather than the VIR trend.
Yeah, they did find some pace though. Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is all a bit condescending. I mean, they were exceptionally quick in the pre-season. I mean, and I think they've been quick in some races this season so far. I think they've certainly got a handle on that Ferrari. But I don't know. I think we'll see even greater greatness later in this season.
I need to find their highest finish now, just to do the. I am a little bit of a fan of Speedy Mike. Don't get me wrong. I really want to see them do well. Currently, if you ignore the participation points, they have scored 21 points in the opening 4 races of the season, which is fine.
I thought you were about to say something else when you prolonged that F.
No, it's fine. It's okay. It's just kind of like I
kind of where they're running now, really. That kind of
yeah. So I guess it's just continuing on the same form as.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll be happy with that assessment?
No.
Coming from you. No? Okay.
I mean, sorry, but of all of the races that I finished in the Virtual Endurance Championship, I have a 100% podium record.
Lewis McGlade, providing the criticism you
all of the races you didn't run out of fuel in.
Are you saying that I'm quite a critical commentator?
I think it's good. I think it's good. You don't take any prisoners.
Oh, close.
Well, I'm not taking any prisoners.
God, neither is Jeremy Talbot.
Yeah, nearly spun him out. That was.
Or was he being chopped?
That's what I was about to wonder, if there was a bit of chopping in there. Obviously, we saw on the previous lap that Richter had been into the pit lane for Your Name Here Racing. Jimmy is not going to like you making all these demands.
You can see the gaps.
Yeah.
Martin Hemmington has been for a spin somewhere, by the way, in the battle for 4th place. I think it is. Yes, it is. Lorenzo Arisi, obviously, Hemmington's into the pit lane now, but he's been for a spin as well.
Instead of adding the tower, Jimmy's just taken away the ticker.
Has Jeremy Talbot got a problem there?
He's just removing.
He's removing everything.
I'm pretty sure though, Jeremy Talbot.
So that's good now.
Having a bit of a problem. Yeah, just.
He's lost 2 seconds. Yeah.
Whoa, that was blinding. Ed, are you telling me that you can't recognise a car just by looking at them with no other information? You should be able to recognise the livery. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, these are all fantastic liveries. I love it.
That's not what I asked.
I'm having a great time. I might have some ice cream.
No, you can't do, because you've got to be looking after yourself. You've got a bike ride tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
That is true.
The post Virtual Endurance Championship
I assembled an exercise bike in the time between my 2 commentary stints.
Yeah.
In this race. And
how much does it weigh?
A lot.
Yeah, not weight.
Lots of weight.
I wonder if Jimmy Allison's got one as well. Can we do a bike? Because I know we were saying about because obviously Jimmy Allison rides bikes as well. This is completely off topic, but now I'm just trying to organise a nice Sunday bike ride. Yeah, you've got a bike as well, Ewan. Have you got?
You know how indoor exercise bikes are like motor racing?
Well, what? Sorry, what was that, Ed?
You know how indoor exercise makes like motor racing?
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, no, it's all the same. It's fine. It's fine. Exercise, fitness will make you a better and more focused driver.
Yeah. Well, I think you generally do get a bit of brain rot if you don't get some physical exercise.
Exactly.
So does that mean that all the top teams in the VEC are doing regular exercise?
No, but
He's not in one, so.
a driver of your.
You saying I'm wrong?
No. I'm saying, but Jan van der Heide.
I mean, you're either with me or
we were
against me. Only assists and absolutes.
Oh.
I can't. There's been a bit of contact.
Flipping heck.
That was the Vargaston Racing diving it through on the
Yeah.
outside.
He doesn't need to be. I mean, well, hang on. At this point,
He's
in the
just
race,
pitted, by the way.
Actually, it's arguable. Does he need to be taking this risk, or really does he need to be taking these risks because he needs to make up that time? But consolidate second, or throw it all, gamble it all on trying to get to first.
If you no longer go for the gap,
more cuts. Daddies, yeah, that's true, and traffic, given the traffic, take it away.
No, I think that was a solid 2 risky.
Well, that was literally Toman's. He's just got in that car, by the way. I'm a little bit surprised to see that. Yuri Toman has swapped into that car, but that's his 3rd corner out on the circuit, and he's straight away 3 wide with 2 World of Sim Racing Porters into turn 4. There he is.
Why is he back behind the wheel? I would have assumed they would have left that with Chinsik to the end of the race, but clearly not.
As well. But I guess if Chinsik has had that spin, the tyres might be ruined, so they might have thought, well, we might as well change the driver as well. I don't really know. I wouldn't have changed the driver though, if I was them, but I'm not a strategist, so clearly they know what they're doing.
Lewis, I've just seen in the chat. No, well, just bring your attention to the chat for a second. There's a couple of people talking about politics, and one person is saying, let's get back to politics. What do you think about that, Lewis?
No, blog it.
No. Politics.
Blog it. Politics?
Yeah, I mean, sim racing is a perfect arena to have current events.
No. Solid blog it and move on. It's fine. Ed, what did you think of the glorious? Just move straight on. It's fine. Of the view of Yuri Toman. What do you think about his webcam? What's your judgment there, Mr. X?
Oh, I think I need to see it again.
Okay. Do we have Turka Häkkönen's this time as well? Oh God, that sun is absolutely eye-piercing.
That's like a light leak transition.
Yeah.
Just covers the whole frame.
It's pretty bright.
You can change the shot underneath it.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, who would have thought that the sun is somewhat bright?
I don't know about anyone else, but I want to see this webcam now. Tease me.
I'm just curious as what your opinions. I still want to know. I've not checked TeamSpeak to see if we've got a message saying if we do have
if only we can
Mr.
see
Turka Häkkinen. You're such a tease.
That's not the word you'd use if we were off air, by the way.
No, it is not. It most certainly isn't. There are certain other words that I would use to describe.
Choice words.
Yeah.
Slow
Go team. That's Go team. It was indeed Matthias Ster who was battling with Tony Jukic. That was the one that we were watching earlier. He's dropped a couple of positions from it, one to Herman Stocky and one to Roman Kopovic. So, not great.
Jukovic is very close to Stocky now as well as they go into turn 7. Lots of LMP2 battling from 7th down to 11th. It's very close. Really close. Wow. Ow.
28's in.
Race leaders in for the final pit stop. That's very close. 3 wide off of turn 10. 4 wide nearly. Jukovic trying to get through. One of the Burst Esport cars, that looks like. Might be the 50. Getting
it's
back
the 49.
Down this side. Is it the 49? Yes, it is. 3rd place, Michi Hoyer getting involved here, and this is not where he wants to be whatsoever. Obviously, he's going to have a hard job chasing down Yuri Toman from this particular position, but he's going to try, and he really doesn't want to be here right now. So getting in the way a little bit, but can't really do anything about it, I don't think. Having to defend, actually, from Jukovic.
Why would he defend that though? Because Jakubovic is quite clearly faster at the moment and is racing for position. The idea of trying to hold him behind seems utterly ridiculous to me. Just let the man go.
He's not really thinking with his head.
No, he is not, because he's got 67 seconds to the car behind. The car directly behind him is quite significantly faster.
Yeah.
Just let the man go and just carry on with what he's doing. This is what gets me about sim races, is I don't understand why brains aren't used and activated at all times.
It's not the most glaring obvious
You know that battle you were a part of? Do you want to not be part of that now?
it's just see, this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. He's just putting himself in a risky scenario. Here comes the number 2 as well, I believe, through the middle of all of that. It's not actually. It's 444. Yeah, I don't understand why you'd be doing that. Either way, Herman Stocky has cleared off from that battle behind, and Tony Jukic is in his sights. 7th position. That'd be a fine result. All right, there you go. That's my less harsh assessment of all of it. To the outside of turn 1. Jukic defending, going to have it cleared already before there, but Jukic is going to surely commit on the brakes, run to cover, getting past the ground effect. Racing team Ferrari as well. That was pretty tight move done. It wasn't
good move though.
Is Michi Hoyer still alive?
I think he is.
I think he is, and he's still holding on.
Jakubovic is not going to be very pleased about this either, because he's being caught because of this as well. Matthias Stair is getting closer. Henry Sinek is as well. So I don't think either of them are particularly happy.
That was a reaction.
It was reactionary. It was reactionary defending for not even a position. So I'm not like all the guys should take him out. That was pretty close as well with the Jean Lacey Esports, because obviously you should never wreck anyone. But if there was contact between the two of them, I would just say karma, because I get the feeling that it is coming. And the Blackhawk Pescara SRT car is pretty feisty to try and get by, and it would be the fault if he makes contact and spins him out, of course. But and I'm not condoning contact, but it's just ridiculously dangerous.
Well, the thing is, the other thing, it's not even helping Michi Hoyer, because he's actually slowing himself down.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, he's got a pretty big. He's got over a minute's worth of gap behind him. So, I mean, is he just sort of enjoying a bit of racing or something like that? I don't know. It seems a bit silly.
It seems
at this point of the race.
Really silly. Look at that covering off. Oh, if this was for actual position, it would be fine defending, maybe like quite aggressive defending, but still fine. I get the flashing of the lights from Jakubovic, but Michi Hoyer not playing his cards very smart here at all. Wait for the slightly late move. Jakubovic is looking to the inside, gets back in line, and now he is under pressure from Henry Sinek, who is on the scene, and all that is going to do is it's going to make the number 3 Blackhawk Pescara SRT car that little bit more nervous and a little bit more forceful, which could end in absolute tears for Michi Hoyer.
Especially with GTs up the road here. Just saw a couple go around the corner, and you can see them in the shot right now. So this is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Hits the curb massively there, just Hoyer. And Jakubovic cannot find a way through, bumping the back of the first Eastport car. He is.
No idea
Henry Sinek, by the way, just got through on the 247, so he's really on a charge at the moment. But 3 wide, nearly 4 wide on the main straight. My goodness, TTE leader involved in that as well. There's Juice's Motorsport Club. But
I really hope Hoyer stays ahead, just so Lewis can grumble.
Well,
I don't think he's going to now.
Turn 1.
No, he's lost it now.
It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Now he's going to do exactly the same thing to Henry Sinek. So that's fantastic. Getting by. What's the dive there for? Oh,
this is pretty messy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like I say, if that was for position, I would actually almost commend that. There was one bit of like reactionary defending, but it was all right. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit unnecessary. It's not bad. It's not actually fundamentally bad. It's not deserving of a penalty. It's just so unnecessary when you're in a podium position. Oh well. That was fun. That was fun to talk about for a bit. We'll see if he defends from Henry Sinek.
Well, it is. I mean, has the gap come down significantly to Henry Sinek through all of that?
well, Michi Hoy is more defending from Lorenzo Arisi, if that's what.
Oh yes. Sorry.
To which it's come down. It's come down a couple of seconds. And by the way, speaking of, yeah, exactly. Speaking of Lorenzo Arisi, Martin Henningsen is actually quite close to the back of Lorenzo Arisi. Not too much separating the two of them. There was Lorenzo Arisi. There's Martin Henningsen. They're quite close. I don't think there's much threat for Michi Hoy because when he comes in, he's got to come in, I think, for a fuel stop. You and maybe you'll know on that one. No, he's good to go to the end.
Yes.
So he's just playing silly for no reason.
Yeah, he doesn't need to pit again. He was in a mere 3 laps ago. 5 laps ago, sorry.
So he's just doing it. I mean, it's creating quite a meme, so that's fine.
What's that?
No idea. Don't use the internet.
Okay. Internet joke. So Ewan, head to head, Arisi and Henningsen. Who's your money on?
I think Arisi will hold on. I don't know why, but I just do. I haven't got a clue why. I think actually I do have a reason why. The number 7 might have to do a teeny bit of fuel saving to make it to the end, but I think they'll be okay still.
Arisi. We didn't,
right,
yeah,
okay.
we didn't hear Arisi at the start, I don't think. Was it Arisi? Yeah, just double checking.
I don't think he's sure about it now.
No, me neither. I'm certainly not. Maybe that's why he's just so vague about it.
I can be right both ways. So
I see. Yeah, then that's a genius move.
No, I did say Arisi.
What the pro commentator move is to ask someone else for their predictions before they ask you, and then when they do ask you, just move on.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the
here. So he's going to prove me wrong immediately and get down the inside into 12.
We are terrible at this prediction game.
Notice Lewis and I haven't deigned to answer that question ourselves. We just dumped it on you.
Yeah.
We just dropped it on Ewan's shoulders.
As soon as you said my name, I was bracing myself.
I get the same sort of reaction. Luca D'Amelio, by the way, in the pit lane for the number 37 Rookie Monsters car. Also a pit stop from the number 3. That's Roman Jakubovic. He's going to drop down the order as he fulfills what should be his final pit stop in the race. Lorenzo Arisi is applying the pressure back to the Wave 3 Esports of Lorenzo Arisi. I will be a part of this then. I will jump in and I will...
Of Henningsen?
What? Be a part of Henningsen? No. Be a part of this question as to who's...
You said Lorenzo Arisi was applying pressure to the back of Lorenzo Arisi.
Did I?
You did, yeah.
Fantastic. It is late.
Do you like how I brought you up on that?
Yeah, no, I do. Thanks. Straight away. You can't get anything.
It's one for the showroom.
Around. You are such a bad person. I thought
that word was going somewhere else.
I think yes, so did I. I think I'm going to go opposite of you, and I'm going to go with Henningsen.
Well, yeah, you can say that now. He's a second in front, Lewis. But look,
I was going to go for a Reese.
I really thought he'd hold on, but it doesn't look like he's going to anymore, does it?
Ed.
There's some really interesting battles in the field at the moment, aren't there? I mean,
you can't name any though, can you?
No, well, I mean, I'm actually looking. It's looking pretty interesting. The Zancho car, actually, the 87.
No, it's not.
I mean, well, that gap has come down from 4 seconds to 2 and a bit. So
yes,
so
maybe
one in the last half an hour.
Well, don't start focusing on them too early, because otherwise you'll get a certain person in chat talking about how we're biased.
No, but in LMP2, this 4th and 5th is pretty amazing. And what I just wanted to ask Ewan was, I mean, there's Arisi and Henningsen, but who's your money on between Drillers and Wave 3? I mean, just as esports teams overall. Ewan, on the spot. There you go.
Thanks. I don't know. No, I think I'd go for Drillers if I was honest. I know I say that now they're in front, but well, they've really improved in the last year or so, I would say.
They have.
So.
Well, you heard it here first. Get ready for the headlines tomorrow. I think
team disbanded completely. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor.
Thanks.
Hello there. No, I think you're being a bit harsh on poor young Ian here by just dropping him in with all of these.
No, it's just that he's so good at it.
Oh,
Well, getting it wrong.
Yeah. No. Just answering
Random questions.
Yeah. Random?
Yeah,
random. These cards.
Random questions.
Yeah.
What do you think they're drilling? What do you think they drill?
Oh dear. It is an odd name for a team, but then again,
We cannot say what Cam just put in the
there
chat,
are-
by the way.
there are-
What Cam just put in the...
We cannot
we
say
can't-
that out loud.
we can't laugh about any of this stuff because it's all behind the scenes and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's true. Yeah.
But this is getting out of hand.
Well,
It
they're drilling?
is actually a fair point in a sense of where did some teams get their team names from?
Well,
Because
sponsors mostly.
drillers aren't. Yeah, but where would
Well,
the
not-
sponsor of drillers like?
Not in this particular example, but I mean on the most part, or for some of the part.
Where's Sancho from? Ed, go on. Even though it's.
it would actually be Sancho Bias if I explained where that all came from.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
Where does Nita Velix come from?
It's a Latin phrase, and it's something about conquering, isn't it?
Is it? I see.
I'm sure Dennis can enlighten us in the chat. What's up in the chat?
He's there.
We were chatting about around 4 o'clock in the morning of sticking some Latin on the Nita Velix car. Can't say what it was, obviously, but
Sticking some what?
some Latin.
Oh,
No,
right.
some pork crackling. No,
Yeah.
some Latin on the car, but obviously sneaking it through. Be good though.
Mentam.
I don't know what that means.
It's various different ways of saying the table, I think.
Did you study Latin in school?
I did.
Of course you did.
I'm not surprised a single bit.
Do you want to know what's really, really bad?
What's that?
I also studied Latin
Oh my God.
in secondary school.
How old are you?
There you go.
two?
I went
70?
to a grammar school for a year, and then I got kicked out. But we'll breeze past that one.
That doesn't answer
Why?
your question.
Why, Lewis?
How old are we?
No.
Yeah.
Why
We're
did you get
very
kicked out?
old.
Smoking that reefer.
What did you do?
I was a really, really bad boy. We're not allowed to talk about that, so we'll move on from this, and we'll leave it to the illusion of the mind as to
The imagination.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've got my conclusions. I'm sure you have at home.
Good correction, Ewan. Spot on.
Thank you. Yeah, no, because I definitely. It's been a long day. I've not since like 3. Leave it out.
Yeah, but you only did two hours at the beginning, and you had a long break.
Yeah.
No excuse.
Can't win. Here's a move. Let's talk about.
There's a race on.
Yeah, let's talk about a position for not a win, but still, it's to do with drillers, your favourite team, Ed, who have moved up into 8th position, passing Undercover's Tony Ukic, and up into 8th position.
Yeah.
Surprisingly easily.
Drilling
actually.
for positions.
Drilling for positions. Well, you should do this full time.
Some of these gems aren't, it's what they
Not for sale.
what they pay me for. Yeah. Jimmy.
Aren't you paying for every
Am I
minute?
paying Jimmy to commentate?
No.
on this race?
Aren't you paying Jimmy for every minute a Sancho's on screen?
Oh yeah, no, that is true. Yeah.
£100 a minute, I heard.
Yeah. Instantly.
No, I
Sancho.
can't go into details about it.
Yes, so that's very much behind the scenes
Yeah.
information. We best not stay on this too long, otherwise we'll get pulled up for it in chat. So let's take a look. 8th and 9th is still quite close. Our lead is 35 seconds. I don't think that's going to close up in any way in the next 22 minutes.
Not really. No. It's getting quite dark though, isn't it? The headlights are getting quite defined on the road. It's getting a bit darker overhead. The sun's really gone behind the buildings now, which is quite good for us because we were getting blinded every time it was facing in that direction. So it's good for some of these guys in that way. But no, it's getting a little bit dark. 2 Burst Esport cars side by side at the moment. The leader deciding not to be part of it because why would you be when you've got a 30-second lead, I guess? But
yeah, that's a little bit weird between two of them. But Oldenmenger is going for Nico Barkley for 15th position. Oldenmenger used to be a part of TCS off back in the day. Departed TCS off. I don't remember if he went anywhere before he joined Burst. I'm pretty sure it was straight from TCS off to Burst. But yeah, he used to be a part of TCS off, which obviously then became Allied Racing Esports by TCS off, and then became Volante as we know today. There we go, Ed.
Who's that? Who's that?
This is Yuri Toman.
Oh, delightful blinds he has.
This is what I was about to ask on the judgment. Do we not have Turka Hakkinen this week?
That's all. No, that's all right. He's got the angle. He's got the angle. Except for, his face is pointing to the edge of the.
Right.
Do you think he looks a bit bored?
A bit bald?
Bored.
Oh right.
He does to me.
No, I think he's
maybe
just concentrating.
Face,
He's probably not a very expressive driver.
Yeah, not like I'm not expressive facially, but I am expressive vocally, as I'm pretty sure quite a few people know. I'm a little bit, especially my housemates. They very.
What I've heard is you like people to keep you company and just let you know.
Nope.
You know you're not alone.
Nope. Don't start. Paulie Honan, penalty. What was the last? I think it was at Suzuka, wasn't it? I was doing a race and you just kept talking and I muted myself. Like I wasn't rude or anything.
Was it Sebring when you were in the LMP1? You ran out of fuel 2 laps in V.
I was unmuted at that point and no one told me. So yeah. I'm glad that's being brought back up again. That's becoming a meme of the day. Yeah, that's not a great bit of driving from Yuri Toman, leaving it on the inside of the Ferrari.
Well, if you can't get past him, just help him widen.
Help him out of the way.
Help him out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a nice choice as well. It's true. He is in the chat, so you be careful.
Sorry.
But he did. He said it's Casper Stoltz school because obviously Casper did that to.
God knows
was there?
No.
Oh, yes.
I think it was.
Was it?
I think it was. It was.
Wow, we have good memories.
Guess who's wrong now, Ewan?
We are great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Not to blow our own trumpets, but.
So is that gap between 4th and 5th coming down a little bit? I think it is.
I think it's kind of
for my prediction. Yeah.
It's kind of exactly. We've all got money riding on this now, obviously. Except Ed, who's just delightfully avoided the topic.
Conveniently avoided the topic.
Exactly. Lorenzo Risi's. He's fairly close, but it's sort of nothing major.
Oh my.
He's just been passed.
That might be why. A lot of traffic involved.
An awful lot of traffic.
Oh no, that's not them. Sorry.
It's not, but no, they're coming around the final corner now, so they've all just been through.
Oh, okay. Thanks for
so
saying
don't worry.
that one.
Don't worry. You aren't wrong on this occasion. I'm not as mean as Ed.
Thanks for
saying that. It's under a
that.
second.
It is. We're focusing for the battle for 15th place as our view on the number 50 of Oldenmenger. Oh yeah, pit stop for Corazai. Talk to me about what was on the cards. Ian, what is this? Is this expected?
Is this expected? Good question for the number 99. Last came in 2:75. Did he, or did I miss a pit stop? Because that seems like an outrageously long. No, it doesn't actually. 47 laps. That's expected.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like how you answered a question with a question to try and extend the point whilst you were looking for the answer. That was really good.
Thanks.
That's what I do, so that's fine. Well, yeah, there we go. That was a great point. Led to a great position.
Followed by a great noise by you.
I didn't know what else to say.
Can you just run that one past me again? Yeah, great point.
Oh no, sorry, Martin Hemmingson. Oh no, it's not Martin Hemmingson. It was Helen Stocky has been round in the final corner. Penultimate corner rather. I think that was diving down the inside though of Martin Hemmingson. You know what time it is, Ed. It's time to ask Jimmy Allison for a replay. Right?
Love it. Well, I mean, the thing is, it would be nice to have an on board. What's that? I don't think I said that.
No, but you started to, I think, yourself a little bit.
No. I think what would be nice is to have a replay with an onboard camera.
That would be ideal. And on board with.
If only there was someone
Herman.
who'd be able to facilitate that.
I don't know anybody who would do that. Actually.
No, me neither.
No?
Certainly doesn't like queuing up replays. That's for sure.
Well, that's a shame because I love replays.
I also love replays. They're show us back, what's been going on and stuff. He's just sorting it out. I'm pretty sure he can't go out to the broadcast in this scenario. So he did just join to tell us that it takes a long time to sort it out. So here we go. Here's a replay.
Here we go.
Ed, talk us through it.
That's not on board there.
Oh.
Well, that was on the fault of Herman Stocky anyway. So
I'll do it if it's an on board.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay. We
just misjudged it completely, didn't we?
I'll only do it if it's an onboard Ed.
That was a very nice onboard. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah. Actually, see, I don't think it was. I don't like it when we use cockpit cameras. I only like it when we use the actual.
No, because you get to see the wheel inputs.
Yeah, but if we had like
nice.
the slightly offset TV camera sort of looking in. Oh no! See, he knows this one.
But...
He knows this one triggers me. I don't like the idea of swinging around on broadcast. But it's me.
Yeah, well, that's because you want it to be like a real.
Yeah, I want to pretend that I'm a real guy.
But no, but this is different. You know, sim racing needs to be different in some ways. I mean, we have the advantage of being able to use cameras that would never exist in real life.
I mean, it is excellent for incident review. By the way, the sun has just down behind the horizon. It's gone.
Bandero.
I do love how it just
what is Bandero?
Disappears.
There you go, Lewis. You answer that.
I don't know. Where have you got that from?
It's on the side of the track. Yeah,
is it really?
Is it?
Yeah.
As is rocket phones, though. So.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it is there.
Maybe it's a type of beverage to quench one's stench.
I Google it.
No. Because what if it's no. I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's fine. Hemmingson and Lorenzo Risi are close. This gap has gone back down. Ed, who do you think is going to come out on top in this battle?
Well, I mean, what a question. Very interesting. It's a very interesting conundrum, actually. What I really want to focus on is the battle for 10th in LMP2, because that's a little bit closer, isn't it? It
is actually a bit closer. You are right. I'll let you get away with that one because that's okay.
So Lewis, out of these two drivers, who's your money on?
Yukic.
Really?
I'm not going to avoid the question like you did. I'm going with Yukic. I think this gap has been closed up. Yukic's been into the pit lane pretty recently. I know that. There you go. As soon as Ewan said, "Well," I knew where it was going. It's fine. I'll steal his point. I'll steal your thunder. What's the lap time going to be across this time though? It's
rubbish, obviously.
Juan Carlos Fernandez into the pit lane. It is still rubbish. Yes, that's a good point. But Juan Carlos Fernandez drops down the order system now. The battle for ninth.
Oh no, sorry, that wasn't Arisi. I thought Arisi was going to the pit lane there, but he wasn't. It's fine. We've got a load of LMP2 battles going on actually. A few pairs.
But not for the race lead.
No, unfortunately not. But can't have everything, can we?
They are closing in though. I think not that it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna close in enough. But on the previous lap time, Yuri Toman was 3.3 seconds faster.
He's certainly reeling him in, but as you say, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, I know that. Like, obviously, you'd be sat there thinking, "Wow, 3.3 seconds—that's huge amounts," and it is huge amounts. But for one, there isn't very long left in this race, and for two, I would be very surprised if that is Dennis Jordan on the limit of the car. Pretty sure he'd probably just picked up a fair bit of traffic on that lap time. This time round, a 1:17.9 plays a track with a cut. So no lap time for Yuri Toman and potentially barreling towards a penalty.
Pam says that Jordan's on third stint mediums at the moment, so he's just slow and not going that slowly by choice.
Nah, he's just trying to build it up.
Maybe. Could be. But well, I would say that Toman is definitely quicker at this point. There's no doubt about that on the pace, but I still think Jordan is holding something back just so that he keeps it within himself so that he doesn't spin off and do something silly like that. So he's definitely driving within himself, even though there may be a bit of a pace disadvantage for Jordan at the moment.
Ed, your thoughts on that? Do you think the 27 is going to catch?
I guess I want to know what he's keeping within himself.
He's just keeping himself within himself.
Where's he driving within himself?
Comfortably.
Right.
You say that someone drives comfortably within themselves.
Yeah. Where's that in the body?
I can show you a diagram if you want, but not after the broadcast.
It might not be broadcastable.
No, certainly not on this
But
platform.
no, I mean, the idea of them holding it. But the only reason why you'd hold back now in the race is if you're pretty tight on fuel, which they've had enough time to with a decent enough gap behind them to slack off a bit if they wanted to.
Yeah, they're not on fuel.
But it's not like a sort of versus Ferrari situation where they suddenly find another gear. Or just go, oh, well, there's an extra bit of throttle travel that I've just found on the straight here.
oh, well, I didn't realise this car had 14th gear. Well, let me just put it in that. There we go. I don't
think it's quite like that.
I think they're just playing a bit safer in traffic is when you're driving within yourself. You're not taking any risks. You're not like sending it 3 wide around the outside of turn 3 and 4, like we've seen other people do. Or last minute moves on the inside of the corners. They're just like Dennis Jordan's just playing it safe. Meanwhile, I've just seen Yuri Toman has just very nearly lost the rear end out of turn 10 by pushing it quite far. So he is a man on a mission. Last lap times though, obviously traffic, give a thing, traffic, take a thing away. 17.4 for Dennis Jordan and 18.4 for Yuri Toman, so a second slower. Let's take a look as Yuri Toman is about to cross the line this time and see if he can close that gap in anyway over this lap. He closed in by a second, so it's gone out, it's come back down again. I just don't see a 17-second gap coming down in that time. Penalty for Henry Sinnick. He currently runs in 10th position, and Lorenzo Arisi and Martin Hemmingson are fairly close. He's picked that up very late in the lap.
Yeah, must have been turn 12, I guess, on the inside, but still quite a
good reactions, though.
Hefty cut. Straight in the pit lane. So he's going to drop to 11th, drop 2 places because of that. There's battles going on involving both of the Wave Free Esports cars at the moment. So the 99 Riccardo Corazzari trying to get through on Martin Dyland, and Lorenzo Risi still trying to get through on Martin Hemmingson. They're actually side by side into turn 1, but he didn't get anywhere. So Hemmingson is still on 4th place at the moment. And staying there for now, but I don't know if he is going to stay there throughout the rest of the race. I guess that's the battle that's furthest most up the order. And one more thing as well, somehow, I'm not sure exactly how, and I'm sure people who are actually in the race are shaking their heads at us right now for not realising this, but Williams Esports are winning in GTE, and I didn't notice that.
That is a terrible miss for all of us.
I feel very bad about
I don't. I did bring it up earlier that Williams Esports were pretty quick in there.
I don't know how they've done it though. I really don't.
And they've just gone a bit longer on a pit stop, maybe, but not 100% sure. Either way, they're in the lead by 10 seconds at the moment. Did recall something said earlier that. Oh yeah, do they have to stop again? Because they were going. So they. That's what it is. Remember how Vargas Sim Racing stopped slightly earlier to then sort of, because we were talking about from the start of the race pushing each pit stop like an hour and 5, so you're pushing it a little bit further, so your final stop is just a splash and you don't have to take tyres. I think that's been sort of part of it, and Varga maybe haven't played to that call. But I did also hear, and I remember this earlier in the race, that Hugo said that this car is effectively under investigation for using a driver that wasn't assigned to the car, which must be Martin Stefanko because he wasn't in it last round.
Yeah, but what's the penalty for that?
That
it
is
DQ?
a great question.
Is it, what kind of penalty is it? How many laps is it? Or yeah, we don't know.
Well, at the moment it's a 9.8 second penalty that will drop him conveniently behind that. It's not. I think it's. I almost think it's a DQ, isn't it? I don't know.
I thought so.
Yeah.
It's the same as if you push
I'm presuming that's an issue to DQ, yeah.
Not great. I was because it's the same as if you're pushing a driver past the time limit of the driver limit, and so that would be a DQ. So yeah, this is a DQ as well. That's an 8-hour race for almost nothing.
Well, they have fun. Maybe.
It's only fun if you. It's only fun if you win, and as much as they can say, "Well, we won," well, you didn't win, did you?
Not officially, no.
Not
in their
officially.
minds they will, but not officially. No.
To be fair, right, they aren't in the championship because they joined quite late, so they didn't get any of the participation points for the first 3 rounds. So they are out of the championship in every single respect. So if you get that news, just might as well carry on.
Yeah.
As long as you don't get in trouble, as long as you don't do anything silly with anyone else, I guess maybe you might as well. It's a pretty simple and easy rule to sort of figure, but
does Stefanko even have a
license?
Is it an L4? Yeah, the red one. Has he got his license from the SRCA?
I'm pretty sure he does because he did actually race in. I'm pretty sure it was in that car in Division 2.
So why didn't they just sign him up? Seems odd. Doesn't take long.
Does seem odd.
I have no words.
Answer me that, McGlade.
I remember Oscar Hardwick once. He's in the other car.
He's in the fourth, the LMP2 that's not in the race anymore. Is the one he's in. Don't know what Jimmy's showing us now. You can't see this on the stream, by the way.
Oh, so they moved him out of that car too late.
It
has to be at 1700 a couple of days. Oh, right, so it was on Thursday. There we go. So we're finding things out as we're going along. It's
6 hours too late, I'm afraid.
Yep.
Oh, analytics. YouTube analytics. Nice. Love it.
He's trying to find out how to boost our numbers by just...
I love a good graph.
Let's focus on the battle for 9th position. Ed, who's going to be on top on this one? I will get one of these out of you.
I just think it's actually great that these two are racing against each other because they've got such contrasting liveries.
You in?
What?
You went, ooh. Really
I know, I thought he was going to hit him, but he didn't.
Oh.
That's okay.
Thought something exciting had happened. But speaking of exciting happening, 4th and 5th, Dylan under pressure from Corazari, and there is very, very little between. Stair looking to the inside for turn 1 and wasn't able to get through, but Corazari is right on the back end of the number 66 John Lacey Esports Academy car. So potential move here inside the top 5. Remember though, with the disqualification to the 490 Williams, that will become a podium for them, which will be quite handy. Who's taking the lead in GTE?
Well, Varga by a lap.
Sorry, well, yeah, just straight out of my. I meant in the championship. Not in the race. I think it would remain sim racing for Holland because Cetrus Developers aren't picking up points.
Are they? Oh, no, they're not anymore, are they? So Waveframe 99 were 26 points adrift going in, and what are they going to pick up for 3rd if they get it? There'd be 22 points, 20 points.
20. I didn't remember the points.
21. I don't know. I can't remember either.
21. I think it is. I think it's 21.
It's less than 26 anyway, so I think you might be right there. Nitro Velux, Sim Racing Holland might just hold on. They're going to get the 50 points for participating, but they're not going to get any points for their placing because they've not finished inside of the top 20. So, or they're not going to. So that's going to be it for them. As Matthias Stair goes to the outside of Tony Ukic, trying to get down the inside for 2. Close, but Ukic holds on.
I don't know. Whoa. Yeah, that was tight. That was very, very tight. A little bit of a flash from Stair, thinking didn't really give me enough room there. I don't know about that one. They were pretty tight. But yeah, no, I think so for sim racing for Holland and teams like that, and especially like Developers and stuff, they just need to make sure they're getting their participation points here, which obviously, we've passed the point where they definitely are. So it is important for them just to get them because it is 50 points. If they don't get their participation points, they're effectively out of the championship.
Yeah, you can't recover from that kind of loss, can you? Really, 50 points is too much. Somehow Simrace, I'm quite astonished by that actually. So Simrace, it's going to really tighten up GTE though in the championship, heading into final 4 rounds, which is good news for us.
Corazari was just absolutely forced over the curb at the chicane by Tom Oldermenger, by the way, just as a little thing to throw out there. That's obviously the driver that's currently running in 4th position, 5th, 4th realistically, in GTE. And that's Oldenmenger, who is a bit down the order. Also getting a bit of flashing from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, who he just made contact with as well. So it's not a great lap from Oldenmenger. Gap now 8 seconds, Ed. It's not coming down enough, though, is it?
No, well, I mean, that's when we last looked at it, it was 17 seconds, wasn't it? So, I don't know. You can only think that Jordan's just cruising.
But he's driving within himself.
You know how you like saying there's a Porsche sandwich? Yeah, exactly. What is it? What is it actually? What is driving without yourself? You know, you having out of body experience.
I think Ed sees the world in a bit of a different way.
The sandwich thing is quite easy because it's not a sandwich. A sandwich is like,
sandwiched by Porsches.
I like
sandwiched by Porsches. Sandwiched by Porsches is correct. That was scary with the drive game seat rejoined there at 4. No, sandwiched by the Porsche is fine, but a Porsche sandwich is not. Because you don't
have a bread sandwich.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a bread sandwich.
Yeah.
You have a
ham
sandwich.
Anyway.
But you just so late. So it was 7 years ago when I first got made really angry by that on an IndyCar broadcast.
I wasn't even alive then.
That's absolutely not true. Don't give us that. Ed was already in his 40s though. So.
Oh, I don't doubt that. That's a joke, by the way.
I know.
Love it.
He's really hurt.
Yeah.
Aren't you about middle-aged?
Yeah.
Not on my lap of the race, by the way, for Dennis Jordan.
Past it. That's why I don't drive anymore.
Oh, I see. No, same thing. Same. Midlife crisis. Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to drive.
As opposed to buying very expensive toy equipment for playing computer games and sim racing games.
Didn't you just spend a lot?
You choose not to do that.
Didn't you just spend an awful lot?
I just spent a lot on a bike machine. Yes, I did. Yeah.
The checkered flag.
That's fitness, though.
According to that graphic.
Well, yeah, but that's not quite correct, is it?
Well, it's out in game apparently, so this is the final lap of the race. That's not.
He said 2 minutes to go a minute ago, but I don't know what's gone on there.
No, I'm very, very confused.
I am as well.
But either way...
Is it the final lap? It looks like it is.
It is the final lap, so something's happened, and all these drivers crossing the line are actually coming round to finish. I don't know what happened there, because I'm pretty sure Dennis Jordan is still leading the race. Oh, fair enough. A bit of an issue with the graphic. So that is it sorted, actually, and that really crept up on us. So the 490 Williams Esports gonna win in category, apparently. Dennis Jordan, I did think he was cruising a bit too much. He's already won. He's already celebrated for 2. We're terrible.
Well, that's bizarre.
That's over.
It's bizarre because there was 2 minutes to go, like on the graphic then, but unfortunately it looks like it's lagged. So that's it. Unfortunately, Dennis Jordan's taken the 8 hours of Indianapolis, and we didn't even realise.
Indeed.
So it's a shame that you were wrong about Risi, wasn't it, Ewan?
Thanks, Ed.
You be careful. We've got the order on screen at the moment. Burst Edge Esports having taken victory here from Varga after that issue with Yuri, was it Marcel Chinchik or Yuri Toman? Either way, there was an issue for the 27 car through the chicane. Michi Hoyer gets a podium for Burst Esports Simplexity. Pinsim Drillers and Waveframe Esports round out the top 5. Luca D'Amelio outside of it in 6th place. Herman Stocky just 7th place for Setresny Velix, the series champions of LMP2. Blackhawk Racing, Pescara SRT, Remedy Kopovic in 8th position, with Go Team Racing taking Undercover Sim Racing before the line. The top 10 in LMP2. Continuing down the order, the finishers at Indianapolis, once they appear on screen. After that, by the way, it was, there we go, Pinsim Drillers Esports, Henry Cynic, Juan Carlos Fernandez for DX Droids. Then it was Arnold Sconefleet. A little bit of a disappointing day for the number 2, just 13th on the road for Arnold Sconefleet and Nick De Silva. Arm Sim Racing 14th, and Tom Oldenmenger with a couple of incidents with some of the GTs higher up later in the race 15th. Azure Racing and Team Spirit Racing down there Win for the 490 Williams Esports, back-to-back wins for them, but obviously a disqualification heading their way due to using a driver which wasn't previously suggested, or wherever you want to put it. Number 69 Vargas Sim Racing then will probably win, with the number 74 Juices Motorsports Club and Jean Lacey Esports rounding out the podium. I'll run through the order very, very quickly after this because it is getting late in the day. Number 99 Waveframe Esports with number 53 Musto GD Esports round out the top 5. DX Droids and Zan show up there as well. World of Sim Racing, iZone Performance, Blackhawk Racing and Speedy Mike Racing will round out the top 10, and the rest of the finishers will be on your screen. Final thoughts of the race, lads, starting with Ewan.
It was all right, wasn't it?
There we go. And to Ed.
It was a great finish. I'm glad we covered it so thoroughly.
There we go. There's the rest of your finishes. A disqualification for Nico Barkley. Not sure what that was for. Disconnection for Jack Keithley and a wheel issue for Jeroen Kwekel. The retirements there. The calendar will continue as we stay stateside, heading to Sebring. The 1,000 miles of Sebring up next in just a month's time. Potentially that one will run to time, 8 hours. Hopefully that one won't finish slightly before we expect it to. Our road to Le Mans continues with Suzuka, Spa, and then Le Mans in June. Hopefully you'll be there to stick with us, and hopefully we can get Ed back in the booth because I'm sure Jimmy absolutely loves it. Until the 13th of March, though, thank you very much for joining us. Goodbye.